All right, looks like we are live. Welcome to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and I want to thank everybody for being here for this monumental rematch between Mark Drysdale, evolutionist Mark Drysdale, and young Earth creationist Dr. Kent Hovind. Tonight we have the real Super Bowl. Worlds collide. If you have seen any of Kent and Mark's previous encounters and debates, you know this will be one to remember. Gentlemen, Mark and Kent, thank you so much for giving us your time for tonight's important debate.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, as we like to do here, kind of break the ice, get to know the debaters a little bit before we kick off with the opening statements. Mark, since it's been a little while since you've been here, both of you, though, have been on the platform before in the past. And I am pleased to have you both here again tonight. So, Mark, why don't we start with you? How you been? What's going on? And a little bit about yourself.
What's going on? Tons has gone on in the last year. I've had a pretty exciting last year, that's for sure. But yeah, Mark Drysdale. I'm from Canada, up near Bancroft now. I think last time I was debating Kent, I was down in where was I? Waynfleet area, and down on Lake Erie. And then so I've been up in Bancroft now for the last couple years, and no, I haven't been converted to any form of Christianity or religion, and yeah, just been getting myself through life. I do watch a little bit of what's been going on in Kent's life over the last couple years too, as well. I'm on a couple websites that talk about him a lot. I know Robert Batty has a website on him, so I don't know. Just been watching and seeing if Kent's been learning anything about evolution, and that's me in a nutshell.
All right. Well, I appreciate that introduction. That is what we are debating tonight. Is there reasonable scientific evidence for evolution? Dr. Dino, again, thank you for being here, brother. How you been? What's going on? A little bit about yourself.
Hey, doing great. God's good. Some of God's kids drive me crazy, but God is good. We are building Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama, population 37. And we're trying to get everybody converted, draw them into the kingdom of God before it's too late. We think Bible prophesied the world's going to come to an end in a pretty violent way, and looks like it's getting started. We shall see. I cover that in my video series about what on earth is about to happen. We've had visitors come from all over the place to visit Dinosaur Adventureland. We don't really advertise, just people just word of mouth. Got a bunch of them here tonight. You guys took the tour today. It's fun, isn't it? Yeah. You took the real tour. Come on down. Mark will give you the real tour, Dinosaur Adventureland. Anyway, I believe the Bible's true. I think evolution is the dumbest religion in the history of the world. There's never been a dumber idea than to believe you are related to a mosquito. And I'm going to get Mark converted eventually. If I've been learning about evolution. Oh, Mark, I already know everything there is to know about it. It doesn't happen. Already got it. All right.
All right. I appreciate the introduction, Dr. Hovind. I appreciate the introductions from the both of you. So anybody in the chat, I see people are kind of flying in. So this is sure going to be a lively debate, I'm sure, between Kent and Mark, but also in the chat. So everybody in the chat, just make sure that you guys are respectful to the debaters, attacking the arguments and not the debaters themselves. So I want to go over the format briefly for everybody. We are going to be having 12-minute opening statements. Mark will be kicking us off with that. Then we're going to have 8-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. And then we're going to have an open discussion. I want to make sure it's on topic. Again, you know, we're kind of just dealing with the points, dealing with the arguments, and making sure it's as equally timed as possible. Then a 5-minute concluding statement. And then, guys, this is where we get you in the audience involved. We're going to have an audience Q&A. So make sure you're tagging me with your questions. Try and tag me at Standing for Truth. That way I won't miss them. All right, let's waste no more time. Let's get right into the fun and the party here. So we're going to hand it over to Mark Drysdale. You do have up to 12 minutes. Whatever you don't use, Mark, we'll just throw into the audience Q&A. So go ahead. Floor is yours.
Well, what we'll do is whatever time I don't take, we'll give to Kent. He's going to need it to try to explain where this evolution theory, or religion, as he calls it, falls short. So when it comes to evolution, and we've talked this basically to death, but we've learned actually quite a bit over the last couple of years with the viruses that we're dealing with now. These viruses actually become one of our strongest evidences for evolution. You've got viruses that insert themselves into our genome through DNA. We got retroviruses that insert themselves, or endogenous retroviruses that insert themselves with RNA. And we see these in many, many sites going all the way back throughout the lineage of our descendants, going all the way back to the chimpanzee that we separated from and then continue to evolve from. These retroviruses that have injected their RNA, which turns itself into DNA through a process, you can look it up. It's a lot to talk about in 12 minutes. But at any rate, it inserts itself at a chance rate of 1 in approximately 50-ish million spots into the DNA chain. And we see this in cells. And there is absolutely no way for those viruses to be where they are if you couldn't trace our ancestry back through this lineage. We can see it, and we can see it go forward. So we can see where there's been viruses that we've known the time that that virus was around, and we watch it march forward through humanity from the time that it inserted itself in, and then you passed it off onto your lineage. So there's really no debate left on this. This kind of became the last nail in the coffin for anti-evolutionists, because there's no possible way to explain it except for the way that Matt Powell did in a bizarre call from Kent, where he called up Matt as one of his primary evidences against endogenous retroviruses, and all Matt could say was, well, we'll just throw it back onto them and say that it proves special creation. God put these here, and they're probably important for life forms to have these endogenous retroviruses inserted where and when they were, which we know is just not true. There's no evidence for that. It's just a ridiculous claim to make. It's like calling someone a name and just coming back with, I know you are, but what am I? There's no way to move on in science to take something that is thousands and thousands of peer-reviewed pages and just say, okay, well, what we'll do is we'll just throw it back at them as, well, no, that proves special creation, and we'll leave it at that. We won't add anything to it. We won't rebut any of the thousands of papers that these scientists and chemists have been doing for the last 20, 30 years, figuring this stuff out. Now, I think it was 2001, the chimpanzee DNA sequence was released for all the scientists to start looking over, and the similarities was just absolutely insane. There's no debate left whatsoever in any of the scientific fields that this is not the way this all unfolded. And, you know, you've got all these viruses that can attack animals as well as people. How can we be specially created? What is special about us as a human, as an organism that we are? What is special that would make any of us think that we are made outside of the animal kingdom? We are animals. We react like animals. Our hair stands up on end like animals. There's just so many things about us that are animal like, that once something starts looking so much like something, it probably is it. And that's really where we're at when it comes to the viruses. And in my opinion, there's nothing left. And to think that there'd be a God that would, you know, we're in this whole vaccine thing right now, all these vaccine deniers that are willing to bad talk vaccines. Are they willing to bad talk vaccines for rabies? Are they willing to bad talk vaccines for smallpox, for tetanus? Like, at what point do you stand up and say, oh, viruses, what a joke, I can take on any virus? Smallpox rots your skin off, right off your bones, and it loves children. Like, at what point do you say, oh, vaccines are bad and science is bad, but I like this science, I'll get my vaccine for smallpox because that's a horrible way to die? Or we'll make sure that all the animals have their rabies vaccine because you have a 0 chance of living if you get the rabies rabies virus. So there's just so much picking and choosing when it comes to religion and science that it's actually becoming pretty much a joke to me, just watching the whole thing and seeing the picking and choosing that goes on. It's just so dishonest. And the science we accept and the science that they don't accept, I just cannot, rectify the two in my head on how you can do that. So I'll turn it over to Kent at that point. I don't want to talk into a big circle here where, you can't remember what I'm saying, and hopefully Kent will do the same.
All right. I appreciate the opening statement there. Mark, let me just double check the time. Okay. I appreciate that. And we'll hand it over to Dr. Dino now. We've got 12 minutes on the clock, and then we'll move into some rebuttals and then a discussion. So Kent, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And Mark, I'm sorry to hear you still believe in that crazy religion, but we'll fix that tonight. I take the position that the Bible is true. God made everything in 6 days. Dinosaurs lived with man. They called them dragons or some other names. They were probably huge before the flood, when the world was destroyed by the Lord in a big flood. Noah took them on the ark, probably babies. Just be sure to get a pink one and a blue one. God said in the 10 Commandments, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, because in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth. God clearly said he made it all in 6 days. Said it again in Exodus 31. Our video series covers a lot about that, as does our question answer, which we have all kinds of stuff on this, various topics that come up. And Donnie, thank you for sending me the stuff on retroviruses. They are certainly not evidence for evolution. We'll get into that in just a minute. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. Said it again in Mark 10:6. Bible says clearly that one man brought sin into the world, and death by sin. So in the creationist Christian worldview, man brought death into the world. God made a perfect world, man wrecked it. In the evolution worldview, death brought man into the world. Billions of things have to die. In Mark's religion, if one animal evolves a little better than the rest of them have to die, or the new improved gene gets swapped back into the gene code. It's a religion of death and suffering and pain and agony. It's not the way God made, not my God, didn't make the world that way. Bible says Adam was the first man and Eve's the mother of all living. So it's pretty clear. Jesus said the beginning of the creation was when he made Adam and Eve. What Jesus said. And the Bible says nothing died till Adam sinned. And the Bible says we all came from Adam and Eve. It couldn't be more clear. And Adam was 130 when Seth was born. Seth was 105 when Enos was born. Enos was 90. You can make a chart and add them all up. Many people have done that, as have I, and make a graph and show, hey, this is what the Bible says, how long they lived before the flood, up to 900 years. After the flood dropped off. But if you add up all the dates plus the known history from the time of Joseph, the last guy on the chart, we know that the Bible teaches the world was created about 4000 BC, or 6,000 years ago. I put a plus or minus a few years on there. So Jesus said the creation was the beginning. Bible dates add up to 6,000. The evolutionist position clearly is calling the Bible a lie. Mark would say he believes the Bible is lying or mistaken. And Jesus is a liar or didn't understand science because he lived 2,000 years ago. And Mark would probably agree that he believes death brought man into the world. There was death before man even existed. Billions of things died. They trust the conventional dating of fossils by the layers, and then the layers by the fossils. The geologic column they teach in the schools does not exist anywhere in the world except in the imagination. Where's all this new material coming from to make these new layers? They say the top layer is younger. I say, where did it come from? Outer space? There's no geologic column. There are no geologic ages. There is no fossil record. There's a bunch of fossils. No, that's not a problem, but they're not a record. They don't talk. They don't have a date on them. There is no fossil record. No geologic column. It's fictitious. But that is the Bible for the evolutionist. You'll hear Mark talking tonight, I'm sure, about, well, during the Cretaceous or Jurassic or Cenozoic or stuff like that. It's his Bible. If you shake a jar with water, gravel, sand, clay, shake it up, it'll settle back into layers, gravel, sand, clay. Our whole gravel pit I live in here is gravel, sand, clay, layers like that. You guys saw it today. How long did it take to reform the layers when we shook it up? 2 minutes? Yeah, it doesn't take millions of years. Gee, okay. Sandra, is that other sand art thing in the bookstore? Let me have one. Could you get that? Okay. So you shake the jar up and it forms all the layers quickly. How can the top layer be younger? Did it come from outer space? This geologic column was made up in the 1830s and people swallowed it and should not have. It's dumb. It didn't happen, okay? It's a fact the earth has layers. Now, that's not a question. Evolutionist says the layers form slowly over millions of years. From where? Moving it from here to here does not change the age of it. Creationist says the layers are all from the flood of Noah. But you evolutionists are always trying to erase that line between the fact column and your interpretation. The geologic column is the Bible for the atheist. It can only be found one place in the world, and that is in the textbooks. This textbook admitted it, got the textbooks. Where'd they end up, Judy? My textbooks? They're back there? Okay. We're moving our library around. He said, if there were a column of sediments, unfortunately, no such column exists. If it existed in one place, it'd be 100 miles thick. It does not exist anywhere except in the imagination. That's lie number 7 I cover on videotape number 4, lies in the textbooks. This article, in a detailed examination of the young earth creationist claim, the geologic column does not exist. It is shown that the entire geologic column exists in North Dakota. Okay, they found one spot, or maybe 2 or 3, where all of the layers are in the order that they predicted in their stupid geologic column. If you just keep shuffling cards long enough, you're likely to get them in its particular order. I bet if we shuffled cards long enough, we could get all the aces together. Yeah, it doesn't prove anything. We're a little sand art toy to help you out here, Mark, right here. And we'll send you one if it'll help, okay? When you flip these things over, they will make multiple layers in a hurry. Get where it does not take millions of years. Let's see. Let's do it right here on screen. I'm going to set it up. Okay, are you ready? Set, flip. Oh, now watch. I'm going to set it down. I won't touch it again. It's going to make probably 30 or 40 layers in about 2 minutes. The geologic column is a joke. It doesn't exist anywhere. Yeah, put my screen back up there, brother, if you would. So, all the layers, I believe, were formed at the flood in the days of Noah. All these layers at Grand Canyon have nice, neat places where they join up. If those layers were sitting there for millions of years, shouldn't there be erosion marks between them? Why are they all stacked like pancakes? No soil built up between them either. The layers are different ages. Is the top layer coming from outer space? Shake the jar up. Okay, let's see. It's only been, what, about 1 minute? How many layers did we get so far? Hold it right over here. Other right side, okay. Yeah. Look at that. It's making layers already. The Bible says at the end of time, the scoffers would be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood. The layers form because of Noah's flood, not because of millions of years. The flood of Noah, the tide going up and down, if it was uninterrupted, the tide would become harmonic, and you'd get a 200-foot tidal change every 6 hours, 12 and a half minutes. That would shuffle this up and make multiple layers. We saw it happen in our little demonstration today in our gravel pit. Come on down. See, the moon pulls on the Earth's water and holds it like a magnet while we spin around. So the tide goes up and down every 6 hours, 12 and a half minutes. At this latitude, 31 degrees north of the equator, where we are in Lenox, Alabama, we're turning nearly 900 miles an hour. You can do the trig on that. I can teach you how if you don't know. Okay, I taught trig for years. All right, let's see. Past all this. Okay. We're going 886 miles an hour here in Lenox. At the North Pole, you go 0. At the equator, 1,037.58, depending upon your altitude, okay? And actually, depending upon the phase of the moon. Believe it or not, that may make a tidal bulge in the Earth. Who cares? Okay, so we're spinning 886 miles an hour right here, and that's going to cause turbidity currents and all kinds of things happening in the shuffling of the sediments and forming all these layers in 1 year, containing bazillions of dead things. See, animals died today by the millions all over the world. None are going to turn to fossils, probably none. Yet we find fossils by the trillions. The layers of the Earth are formed at the same time in Noah's flood and buried all the dead things. That's why it rounded off all the rocks. Our gravel pit is full of rounded rocks. They're in a big rock tumbler called Noah's flood, washing them back and forth with the tidal change. You guys saw that today. How many rounded rocks do we have here in our gravel pit? Probably trillions or quadrillions, a whole bunch anyway, just like it's been in a rock tumbler. It's a gravel right there. They call it river rock. It's not river rock. Ours forms in layers. Gravel, sand, clay, gravel, sand, clay. 7 of them. We can show you the cliff. Mark, come on down. They are not different ages. So your geologic column does not exist. The Bible says in Psalm 62, they delight in lies. You have believed a lie. If evolution is true, what is the purpose of life? You're nothing but an animal. Where do I come from? Why are we here? Where are you going? What's the point of life? And I'd like to have atheists answer the question, how do you tell right from wrong? Is it wrong for the lion to go eat the baby zebra? The lion doesn't think it's wrong. The baby zebra probably don't like it. I bet the mama zebra don't like it. Where is the standard for right and wrong? You atheists have to keep borrowing Christian standards. So you ask about endogenous retroviruses. Let me just show you that there is a very clear answer. Retroviral promoters in the human genome. Our analysis revealed the retroviral sequence in the human genome encode tens of thousands of active promoters. Transcribed ERV sequences correspond to 1.16% of the human genome sequence. Let's see. You can read all the article for yourself. Where's this one at? Bioinformatics, okay? Endogenous retroviruses function as gene expression regulatory elements during mammal pre-implantation embryo development. Before the embryo gets implanted into what's going to become the placenta and the uterus there, these retroviruses, endogenous retroviruses are helpful. Embryos exit the 2-cell stage, otherwise the ZGA will fail and embryonic development will be blocked. They serve a very vital function. They are not evidence for evolution at all. Scientists identify new beneficial function of endogenous retroviruses in the immune response system. This has been known for a long time, Mark. Long regarded as junk DNA or genomic dark matter, endogenous retroviruses have turned out to represent important components of the antiviral immune response. They not only regulate cellular immune activation, but may even directly target invading viral pathogens. In this gem, we summarize mechanisms by which retroviral fossils protect us from viral infections. So stop telling people they're evidence for evolution. They're evidence of an amazing designer who created everything in 6 days. He even thought about what's going to happen before the embryo gets implanted. I think that's pretty cool. And if you think something as complex as the human brain or the human body happened by chance over billions of years, you really need some serious help. Somebody might have taught you. Some people are very highly educated, way beyond their intelligence, to the point where they believe they came from a rock. And all the matter in the universe fit in a dot. They really believe that. I feel sorry for them. Let's see, 349, okay, 349. I would like to distinguish carefully between in my last 40 seconds, there are 6 different meanings to this word evolution. And the burden of proof is on Mark tonight. Is there scientific evidence for evolution? Is there any scientific evidence for the Big Bang? We'll cover that if you'd like. Is there any scientific evidence for chemical evolution, where one chemical can form itself out of something else? Hydrogen, helium, lithium. How do you get up to past iron? There's no evidence for that. We've got all kinds of stuff on that. There's no evidence for stellar or planetary evolution. There's no evidence for macroevolution. There's no evidence at all that any animal has ever produced offspring other than its kind. It just doesn't happen. You believe it, you SpongeBob imagination guys, oh, you believe it'll happen, but it's not science. There's no evidence for organic evolution. I rest my case. Go ahead.
All right, perfect timing, 12 minutes right on the dot. I appreciate the opening statements from the both of you, Dr. Dino and Mark Drysdale. Questions are flying in, guys. I appreciate you tagging me with your questions. Make sure, again, you're tagging me at Standing for Truth. And we're going to be moving into the 8-minute uninterrupted rebuttal portion of the debate. Mark, I see you got the camera fixed, so I think we are good to go. Let me unmute you. And Mark, whenever you're comfortable, whenever you're ready, you just let me know, and the floor is yours for up to 8 minutes for a response.
Okay, I just had a call come in, so I got to figure out how to turn my speaker back. Is that better? Okay,
yes.
Now I can hear you. Sorry about that. Now, how do I get back? Okay, there we go. Sorry, I had a call come in. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay, so instead of going a full 8 minutes, what I'd like to do is just go over Kent's stuff one at a time, because this is the standard creationist way. They just put down so much crap that you can't possibly go over all this. The only thing that's going against Kent here is he's been doing this all for so many years. He's been misunderstanding it for so many years that it kind of becomes very predictable. So let's go after these things one at a time. Kent, that thing that you just flipped upside down and made the several layers out of, do you have that for us? I can't hear Kent, right? We can't have a discussion back and forth at this point?
I think, Dr. Hovind, it says that somebody on your end muted you. So unfortunately,
yeah. Okay. We got it back on. Is the question about had the sand
art toy? Has any of those layers turned to solid rock?
Have any of the layers turned to solid rock? I suppose if they were mud layers, they would still form in mud. And if I removed the lid off the jar where they could dry out, they would turn to solid rock. See, there's
Solid rock, eh?
sedimentary rock.
You think that sand would turn to solid rock if you took that water out of that sand?
No, I said.
How long do you think it would take?
The layers that we see today are sedimentary rock. Sediments.
How do they
turn to
become rock? How do they become rock?
This one, the sand I don't know if the sand, there is such a thing as sandstone, you know, Mark.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sure. Was it sand and did it turn to rock?
Absolutely, it turned to rock. Have we ever seen a sand beach in a year or 2 years or 100 years or even 1,000 years? Have we ever seen a sand, the Sahara Desert? Have we ever seen it turn to rock?
I just want to jump in real quick. I'm stopping the timer. Don't worry. I just wanted to clarify. So for your 8 minutes, Mark, you don't mind kind of interacting with?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Yeah, it gets too long. Okay. But this is Kent's. I know this isn't evolution, but this is Kent's argument for these things all the time. He comes up with these ridiculous little toys and tries to tell us, look at how it just settled into layers. Yeah, well, all the layers in that toy are gravity specific to do that. That's just a fact. So Kent, that will never turn to rock. Not in a million years. You would have to bury it deep. You have to subject it to a ton of pressure and heat for it to turn even to sandstone, which is one of our lightest stones. It's a lot like just like clay. Clay turns into limestone, basically, just crappy stone, easily erodes. But even at that, takes thousands and thousands of years to erode. Like you've got Kent talking about the Grand Canyon blowing itself out in a week because it overtopped a spillway. Come on, Kent. I live down by Niagara Falls. I've been watching it I'm 53 now, so I've been watching it for 45 years of my life, and I think it's backed up 8 inches. And that's just crappy limestone. That's not even granite or any of our more solid of rock. So you really got to stop when you're telling people this stuff. And you're talking about the ocean, like the tides go back and forth and churn up the bottom of the ocean. No, they don't, Kent. The energy is all at the surface of the ocean. Nothing on the bottom, 10,000 feet down, gets stirred up. Well, what are you talking about? This just doesn't happen. And if you want to know that it doesn't happen, next time there's a wave breaking over your head, just dive down 2 feet. It'll go over you and you won't even know it was there. You'll just hear a little crash of it coming over the top of you. There's so many things that you get so wrong. And somehow you've got these people just standing there in awe that you're saying intelligent things. You're not. This is really getting bad. Your endogenous retrovirus insertion. So now you're saying that God put viruses into man and he did it in a sequence over, well, we know for sure it's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years, because we can count the years back through generational watching it go through. Well, you don't believe that we came from chimpanzees or apes or anything, but we can see it inserting itself over time. And you are absolutely right. I wasn't even going to bring it up, but for the embryo to develop, some of these retroviruses are being shown to be needed. What, God made it so we had to have a virus in our body and that we would accept viruses easily? Did he realize that we would accept smallpox easily? Did he realize that rabies would kill us and just left an open door for things to kill us because we're sinners? Come on, Kent, that this stuff is getting so weak, and you've been told so many thousands of times that this is just not even true. And no, I don't believe in the Bible. There was no Jesus. Well, why would there be? Why do we need Jesuses? Why do we need gods? We don't need them anymore. We understand stuff. Go ahead, Ken.
All right, let me just check the timer on that one. Okay, yeah, a couple minutes to spare, so we'll throw that into, well, we can throw it into the discussion, actually.
Well, no, I'll take my next 2 minutes. I just don't have a clock here. You know, Ken also talked about no death before sin. So these viruses are still alive in our bodies. Is that the fact, Ken? Because they are viruses. And as a matter of fact, they took a endogenous retrovirus. It's online. You can read the paper. We won't get too deep, but they actually were able to bring it back to life. something that hasn't been around for millions of years. So you can't just say, well, no, it was never a semi-living organism, which a virus is. It's not a true living organism. It needs a cell to reproduce. But at any rate, they brought it back to life. So you can't just say, well, it's just RNA. No, it's not. They're RNA, they're DNA of a semi-living organism. So yes, there was death before sin. And I don't know what this sin is. I guess it's how bad we are and the guilt that we're supposed to feel in life. But, you know, there's just so many things, Kent. You talk about the layers. How the heck did oil get down 700 meters or 7 kilometers? How did it get down there in a nice, neat little pack? And then all of a sudden mud rolled on top of it, and then another 7 kilometers of mud from your flood. You talk about new dirt and new material. Where did all this new material come from? Because we still have our mountains, we still have everything. So I just have so many lists here of stuff that you talk about, that we're not going to have any fossilization in the future. Where's your proof for that? Where are you just pulling that out of, Kent? Why would you say we're not going to have fossilization in the future? That's just a ridiculous statement. It's unprovable. And you're willing to say that that sand is going to turn to rock, but you're not willing to say that bone in the future is going to be replaced by minerals. It's just a bizarre talking point that you just feel you can just fly through, and if you lay enough of it down, some of it's got to stick. But you've been doing it so long that all this stuff is just getting to the point where it's really getting silly. It really is.
All right, and that is 8 minutes, right on the dot. So that was Mark's 8-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, although Kent and Mark had a little bit of back and forth there. We're going to give Dr. Hovind now 8 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttal time. Then we'll get into a discussion, but I want to make sure that the discussion is equally timed and cordial for sure. So, okay, Dr. Hovind, we're going to hand it over to you. Brother, you've got 8 minutes on the clock whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, I thought the rule was one topic at a time. By my count, he brought up 11 topics in the last 8 minutes that I don't have time to answer. I'd like to stick with one topic at a time rule, if you would. And the burden of proof is on him. Where's the evidence for evolution? I don't have to prove creation. I don't have to prove the flood. The purpose of the debate is, where's the evidence for evolution? Mark would like to force everybody at the point of a gun to be forced to pay to have the public schools teach evolution. And if you don't, you go to prison. If you don't want to pay the tax to pay them to teach the kids that came from Iraq, you go to prison. This is his philosophy, is everybody ought to be forced to pay for his religion to be taught in the schools. And evolution is a belief. Nobody's ever seen any plant or animal produce offspring other than its kind. We may have some things we don't understand yet. There are probably things about viruses we don't understand. I think they're an amazingly complex organism. Viruses. Are they all bad? That seems to be the tenor of what he said. Oh, virus is automatic, just the word virus, automatically bad. Apparently they have a use. Maybe we just don't understand them all yet, okay? So there are, I think, but certainly even the DNA code in a virus is mind-boggling. It's more complex than a space shuttle, just one virus. And talk about a living organism, how did this come alive? How do you get a virus to develop bit by bit from a dot of nothing smaller than a period on a page? You guys believe we all came from an amoeba or a single-celled creature. Where's the information coming from to build any of these living things, even the viruses? So your whole theory is based, your whole religion, Mark, is based on the faulty assumption that mutations make something new and better. That's never been observed. Nobody's ever seen a beneficial mutation. Then you say natural selection makes it survive and take over the population. Again, it's a religion of death. Natural selection selects the good one to live and all the rest have to die. This is evil philosophy. Evolution is not only dumb, it's evil, okay? It's a religion of death, not life. They talk about mutations in the textbooks. Mutations are the original source of variation in populations. I agree mutations happen, and probably all the rose varieties we have today are mutants from the original rose, but they're still a rose. Darwin said it's a truly wonderful fact that all animals and all plants throughout all time and space should be related to each other. Well, Charlie, you can believe that if you want, but that's not science. It's a lie. There's no evidence for it at all. And Mark is supposed to present evidence for why he thinks why he believes evolution is true. There is no reasonable evidence for anybody to believe that a cow ever produced a non-cow or a dog produced a non-dog. There's no evidence to believe what that would happen. Mutations, no matter how numerous they may be, do not produce any kind of evolution. They rearrange existing information. Here's a bull with 5 legs. It did not make any new information. It already had the information to make a leg. It just made one in the wrong spot. It didn't make a wing or a beak. It made an extra leg, and they already have legs. There is no scientific evidence to support the evolution theory. I'm going to change that to religion, except lies proven years ago. If evolution exists, show me. If there's evidence, where is it? Don't lie and tell the students to make them, but they got to believe this theory. Here's a short-legged sheep. That's a mutant. It was capitalized on. The farmer said, hey, we don't have to build a tall fence. Let's breed a bunch of these. Okay, great. It's still a sheep, and it's not beneficial to the sheep. He's the first one the wolf is going to catch. Here's a 2-headed turtle. That's mutant. Not ninja, but it's mutant. It'll die first winter. Nobody makes a double-neck turtleneck sweater that I've ever seen. Rearranging existing information does not create anything new. You can rearrange the letters in the word Christmas and get all kinds of words, but you're never going to get Xerox, zebra, or queen. This textbook tried to answer. They said, oh, normal fruit flies have 2 wings. This mutant has 4. Oh, a mutation. Wow. This rare mutation, like most mutations, is harmful. Then the book says, beneficial mutations are the raw material for natural selection. Whoa, stop. Why didn't you show a beneficial mutation? Why did they show a bad one, which is all there are, and say, see, beneficial mutations is how it works, boys and girls. Well, show me a good one, teacher. Show me a beneficial mutation that's ever added information to the gene code that now you got the problem. If there could find one, you got to get 2 of the opposite sex in the same place. And they got to find each other, fall in love, get married, and have kids, and the kids have to survive. You got a whole bunch of problems for your theory. It's pure SpongeBob imagination. Just imagine if we had enough mutations, the amoeba could turn to a whale. Just imagine, boys and girls. It's dumb. I think it's evil to teach that to kids, okay? One professor said, I think I've got evidence for evolution. A beneficial mutation. People with sickle cell anemia cannot get malaria. Well, that's brilliant. If you cut off your hands, you can't get handcuffed either. Cut off your feet, you can't get athlete's foot. That's a beneficial mutation. Now, they're detrimental. There is no evidence, no reasonable evidence to believe this evolution religion that Mark has chosen to believe in. He can believe it all he wants. That's fine. Go ahead. You Canadians believe some strange things anyway. But there's no evidence to believe any animal has ever produced a different kind of animal. Natural selection can only select. It can't create anything. Creationists have no argument with natural selection. It's a conservative process that keeps the defective genes from taking over. It keeps the species pure. Natural selection does not have a creative force. Doesn't create anything. Natural selection cannot create properties. Evolution in action. Since Darwin's book was published, his textbook says, life science book for junior high, finches with larger and stronger beaks were better able to open the tough pods. Evolution by natural selection had occurred in just 1 year. This is pure propaganda. Some of the birds already had a beak. Some of the birds already had a stronger beak. So when they had a drought come through and only the tough seeds survived, only the tough big birds survived. It didn't create anything new. It didn't give the birds a jackhammer or a pliers to open the nut. It just made the strong beak ones survive. That's all they have, Donnie and Mark. All you evolutionists have is evidence of something that is being selected from an already existing gene code. You could probably go through the Canadian population and kill everybody who didn't have, red hair if you wanted. And then go back 30 years later and do it again. And you do that enough times, and pretty soon the whole population's got red hair. You didn't create anything. You selected a slice of an existing population. That's all natural selection does. Natural selection can lead to evolution, this textbook says. That's a bold-faced lie. I'll debate every atheist on the planet on that topic right there. Where's the evidence for natural selection producing anything? If you had a factory that made cars, and you worked in quality control, and you found every single mistake coming down the line, and you rejected it, how long would it take that selection process to turn the car to an airplane? It's not going to do it. It doesn't work. You don't have a mechanism to explain your evolution. You don't have any evidence for it. You don't have any mechanism for it. And you sure don't have an answer for where the original material came from and how life got started so that you could start selecting. You don't have an answer for any of those. Mark, you've chosen a dumb religion. I suggest you think it through one more time. Your turn. Go ahead.
All right. That is 8 minutes. And that concludes the opening statements and the rebuttals. We're now moving into the open discussion, everybody's favorite part of the debate. The topic, again, for tonight, is there reasonable evidence for evolution? We got a great chat right now, roughly 300 people. I want to make sure that this discussion portion focuses on one point at a time, and both Mark and Kent feel like they're getting equal time to address each other's points and make the points that they want to make. Also, quick disclaimer, as important as it is and as fun as it would be, let's avoid the vaccine topic for this discussion, as we don't want to risk this epic debate being flagged here on YouTube. So that being said, Mark, why don't we kind of hand it to you, because Kent just ended with his rebuttal. We'll allow you to ask the first question or make the first point, and we'll go from there.
Okay, what I want to do, going back and forth here, to pin Kent down a little bit, because this snake style of debate has to end. So let's do one question for one answer, and then Kent can go, and we'll go back and forth. So when I ask a question, I want an answer to it. I don't want to hear about the Grand Canyon. I don't want him to go flying off on some tangent that doesn't even exist. So one of the things that I want to ask you, Kent, do you believe that an elephant and a woolly mammoth at one point were related and came from a common ancestor?
I would have no way of knowing that. We see certainly elephants. We see certainly woolly mammoths. They might have both been created. I don't think anybody could possibly answer that question. You can believe that if you'd like, but I don't see any possible way to know. We can't go back in time. We're kind of locked in 2022 right now. We can't go back. So I think they certainly look very similar. They follow the same design pattern. I would say it would be reasonable to assume that maybe they did, but it certainly could not be proven scientifically.
Okay, actually it can be, because we have perfectly beautiful specimens that we can get DNA out of, they're right there. They have hair, they still have their teeth, they still have their horns. And yes, they are descendants no different from an Asian elephant to an African elephant to the woolly mammoth that walked North America and other northern latitudes. So my question to you then is, if the woolly mammoth, the Asian elephant, and the African elephant look so much alike and can be proven genetically to come from the exact same source, what is the difference that you see in an ape and a man that would tell you that there's absolutely no way that they come from the same stock or come from the same point of separation and then evolved into what they are? What do you really see? I'll even throw monkeys in there so you have the tail to deal with. So apes, monkeys, chimpanzees, bonobos, all of them. What difference do you see between man and our fellow primate?
Our fellow primates. Whoa, what a loaded statement that is. You might be related to one. I am not, okay? I think the fact that there is similar, false premise in your origin there, original question about, because they have DNA similarities between, African elephant, Asian elephant, woolly mammoth, and mastodon. Therefore, that proves they're related. No, it doesn't. There are many similarities. I've got probably 4,000 books here in my library. All of them use the same basic code of 26 letters. That's just the code. That's what you write English with, okay? So the fact that animals have a similar DNA code does not prove a relationship. This is your imagination running wild, Mark. It might be that they're related. I probably could prove that my son or my daughter are related to me genetically, but I don't know that I could prove, my ancestry back for thousands of years. We could try, but see, that kind of stuff it starts to leave science and get into imagination, fairy tale stuff. So, to your question, you had a false premise about them. We don't know that the mammoth and elephant are related. We can believe that they may be, but it's not been proven. But apes and humans and chimpanzees and bonobos and gorillas and orangutans all have lots of differences. Can they interbreed? Do the apes show any interest whatsoever in the gorillas to crossbreed with them? If you don't know what the same kind of animal is in most of the questionable areas, ask the males. They'll tell you. They'll chase the female of their kind. They can figure it out. Our squirrels around here show no interest whatsoever in the rabbits. None. We have llamas, alpacas, miniature horses. They all mate after their kind. They know what the same kind is. So no, I think you'll find if you turned them all loose in the woods, the monkeys would seek out the monkeys and the apes would seek out the apes, and never nary a twain between. It doesn't happen. It's imagination. So you can believe you're related to a monkey, and obviously you think you are. I'll leave that up to you to settle with you and your monkey friends, but I don't believe I am. I think there's certainly a lot of differences intellectually. Well, I know some cases where it's not that great a difference, but I think there are differences genetically, and there's enough differences that we're a different kind. They show no interest in mating. They certainly have different habits, obviously different cleanliness habits. I don't think you'll find any monkey ever capable of typing out a single sentence. Train a monkey to type out the Gettysburg Address. I'd like to see that. Humans can be taught and trained and learn new skills and use lots of different tools. Monkeys sometimes take a stick and poke it down the hole, and they call that using a tool. Nothing similar to what man has done. Man is so far out of the class of all the animals. I think plants have a body. Animals are different than plants. Animals have a body and a consciousness of life. Man has a body, a consciousness of life, and a consciousness of God. You won't find a single monkey or ape or bonobo or gorilla ever looking up to heaven saying, "Thank you, God." Never. They don't do it. They don't believe it. They don't think about God. At least humans, some of them, think about it. There's giant differences. We have a spiritual side to us. We have a soul, Mark, a soul. Yes, there's lots of differences. You can be related to them if you want. I'm not. Go ahead.
Mark, take equal time. Go ahead.
So there's the tangents that I'm talking about, going down all kinds of different rabbit holes. It's hard to even remember a lot of what he said. So you do know, you talked about red hair, that we could start killing off people with red hair. We'd end up, or only keeping people. I forget what you said. Do you understand that red hair doesn't have a purpose as far as evolution goes, unless man found redheaded women more attractive or men the other way around? You know what I'm saying? But let's take black skin, for example. Ken, where do we find people with black skin?
I have actually never seen a black man. I've seen some
You know what I'm
dark
talking
brown.
about, Ken. What we consider
a
black-skinned person.
I've never seen a white man, Mark. This is white. I'm not white. You're not white. I've never seen a white man, never seen a black man. I've seen all different shades of brown, some pretty dark, some pretty light. So I think those living near the equator or those exposed to a lot of sunshine, those with darker skin seem to be protected more from skin cancer and problems with that. So they probably would survive better. It might be a case of natural selection, selecting darker skin to survive in some climates and lighter skin to survive in other climates. But again, I don't know that can be proven. That could be theorized. So yes, I believe all humans, dark or light-skinned, are related. I've never seen a black man.
So no, you're absolutely wrong. The skin color stops it from being able to absorb too much sunlight, and that is why it's there. And that is a good example of something that if it hadn't evolved, it would have died, and that is us. And us to the north with dark skin do not get enough of the vitamins that we need out of the sun. So we are designed to absorb it or die, and they are designed to reject it or die. So there is a perfect example of evolution. And I know you tried to bring in that there was some kind of a racist tone to that. My wife happens to be, or my girlfriend happens to be, a black lady, and they prefer to be called black, not brown. So she is a black woman, and she's from Grenada. And fact is, you go down there and they don't suffer in the sun the way we do. They don't get the sunburns that we do. They take on color, but that skin color is designed through nature to block out the amount of sunshine that can get into your skin, into the organ that's responsible for bringing in the vitamins that we need from the sun. And it moderates it. And if that is not moderated properly, we die. So there is a good example of why we have black-skinned people near the equator, and it goes lighter as you move away from the equator. Now, obviously, with world travel and interracial relationships, colors have changed and stuff. But you go back to before we had the ability to travel from continent to continent. The color variation is pretty consistent from the equator all the way out to the ends. So I'm not saying that we ended up with a completely different species. Obviously, we can all interbreed. We are all humans. We are all equals. We're not saying that. But you say that you talk about evolution like we have to kill things for things to evolve. Why do we have to kill things? And what's this death is evil? If death is evil, then God is evil. God is the one that has bestowed death on us all for eating an apple.
Donnie, we got 5 topics going here. One topic at a time, please.
We got
Which
one. We got one.
You're way
I'm
off track.
telling you.
What is the topic? You asked
The
me
topic
about
is-
where did the dark-skinned people come from. I gave an answer.
No, you didn't. You didn't, Ken. You didn't give it. You didn't give a. You said, "Oh, maybe it's," but nobody can prove it. What do you mean we can't prove it? Do you think we can't do blood tests?
Okay, let's do this, gentlemen. I've been keeping track of both of your times. So it's been between about 2 to 3 minutes each per response. So it's been good. Mark, that was about 2.5 minutes. So Kent, let's hand it to you, equal time. And then if you gentlemen want, we'll move to another point in terms of evolution. So, okay, go ahead.
So Mark, you believe darker skinned people thrive and do better and actually need to be sunlight down near the closer to the equator. And the further north they get, the more dangerous that is. Yet you brought a Grenada woman up to Canada. Are you trying to harm her in some way? She needs to have a long talk with somebody about that. Yes, they can interbreed. You're still human. Try to breed with a chimpanzee. Get a dark or a light-skinned one. Find an albino chimpanzee if you'd like. It won't work, okay?
I didn't bring a Grenadian woman up. She's lived here her entire life. And yes, we do have vitamins and minerals that we can take to adjust, limitations of what she would be able to absorb in her skin compared to me. When I go down to the equator where I plan on living is down in Grenada in the very near future, I can wear hats. I can do things to keep the sun off of my skin. But I believe Kent has his time now to ask a question. We have to kind of go back and forth that way.
All right.
Okay, so yeah.
My question would be,
ask some questions.
my question is, Mark, very simple. Do you believe what you just described, the darker skin or lighter skin and the way it reacts to the sunlight, would that process turn an amoeba to a whale over billions of years?
Why would it? Why would we need it to change a amoeba to a tree or to anything? Why would that type of natural selection? Where's the pressure? Where's the pressure to do it? You need pressure. The sun in this case is the pressure. The fact that you can't live if you absorb too much of the sun's vitamins or too little is a pressure, and it causes us to evolve in that way, because the people that are not designed to be in that particular location will not make it. They will slowly, over generation after generation after generation, they will die off.
Where is the pressure for an amoeba to turn to anything other than an amoeba?
Well, are there still amoebas around? Are there still amoebas around?
Trillions of them, yeah.
So what are you talking about? You're trying to make it sound like evolution is linear. We've never said that evolution is linear. There's nothing linear about it. We came from an ape. We came from a monkey. We came from a chimpanzee. No, we're related to them. You can go back to a chimpanzee, which they are actually thinking is where we came from. I know it's been ape all along, but they've traced it back to a certain chimpanzee. I just watched it about a year ago. And as a matter of fact, with an ape, they just were able to take an ape embryo and put human stem cells into it. And that it started to divide, and it started to progress. They kept it alive for, I believe, 70 days or 60 days. You can read about it online. But yeah, I don't know where you're thinking that evolution is linear. No one's ever said it's linear. That's a linear way of thinking, that an amoeba is all of a sudden going to turn into a tree or an elephant. Why? Who would even tell you that? You clearly don't understand what evolution is.
Well, I have never said it all of a sudden turned into anything. Look at the textbooks. They show a protista, a single-celled organism, turning into a human, a reptile, a frog, a star urchin, a sea urchin, a mollusk. This is what the textbooks teach. I resent that. Your phylogenetic trees that I'm sure you believe in have all the animals and all the plants related. Mark, are you related to an oak tree?
Kent, that chart of evolution that you just held up, your first one there, is the absolute stupidest tree of evolution I've ever seen. I don't know where you got that, but I'm assuming it's preschool. Where have you ever seen a true evolutionary chart? Now, there's a real one. There you go. Where is that showing one animal treeing up like a tree and an amoeba just turning into a starfish? Over here, it became a fish. Up here, it became an elephant. No. Don't show stuff that you know is not true, and then right after it, 3 seconds later, you show a proper evolutionary tree. Come on, you can't do that. That just shows dishonesty.
A proper evolutionary tree. This
you think
one,
that that kindergarten one that you showed, an amoeba turning into a starfish, that is in any book anywhere on this earth, or did you make it up?
No, I take right out of the books. Let's see, this one's from The Evolution of Seed Plants, lumenlearning.com. Shows a tomato and a soybean and a grape and moss go back to a common ancestor. You will find charts, I can find them by the thousands for you, showing all animals, all life forms going back to a common ancestor, which was an amoeba or a protista, a single-celled creature. Do you believe over quadrillions of years, an amoeba will turn into a whale?
Quadrillions of years? Where's quadrillions of years coming from? You're an educator. Come on, man. We've got 13.7.
I'm trying to educate you. Come on, man.
You don't do it by being silly. Quadrillions of years. We got 13.7 billion years. And that we're dealing with. We got 4.5 billion years on Earth. After about 300 or 400 million years, yes, we started to get single-celled animals, not quadrillion. We're not even talking numbers like that.
I'm just pointing out that I will give you all the time you want. Now go back to the question. You fill in the time. Did an amoeba turn to a whale? And you fill out. Did it turn to a whale at all? And you tell me how much time it took.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No amoeba ever turned into a whale. And then you hold up your hand like you've won some kind of battle. Who would ever say that? Do you ever hear an evolutionist say, look, Kent, we came from this bird? No, we say that we came from apes, chimpanzees. We don't do ridiculous things like that. Now, you want to go back and start tracing mammals back through where we divided off with rodents and stuff like that. Sure, but this isn't something that there's one or two lines. There's millions of lines, Ken, and there's dead ends where animals just did not make it. The environment changed too much, or we had a catastrophe that just wiped them out and allowed another animal to live on. So no amoeba turned into any massive mammal. No, not even close. It's just a complete misunderstanding. And if you read that in a textbook, I'm telling you, get that textbook off the shelf, because it's a creation.
Yay, now we're talking. Yay, no textbook off the shelf. Now, Mark, go ahead. I didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. Holt Biology textbook sitting right here on my shelf shows a picture of mammals on the far upper right corner, having a line drawing back to a common ancestor with lizards and turtles and birds. Do you believe mammals and birds have a common ancestor with lizards in any number of generations you want?
Of course they do.
Okay, Mark,
but
do you believe...
Look,
you believe you are related to an amoeba?
Let's just allow Kent to finish it. I want to make sure there's no crosstalk. Okay, go ahead.
Mark,
change subject.
Do you believe you are related to a strawberry?
Of course we are.
Okay.
Of course we are. We know we're all related, but that doesn't mean that a strawberry turned into a man.
I never said it did.
And even this chart that you have up right now on your thing, do your people realize how incredibly dumbed down that is? These lines of division are multiple millions of separations. They're not just all of a sudden you have a lizard and over here we have a rodent and then over here we have this. And it's a ridiculous thing that you're showing, and you're doing it on purpose, and it's dishonesty. If you were to look at a proper chart of evolution that we've put together through genetics and through layers, like you say, that don't exist, and evidence in the fossils, there's millions and millions and millions of separations. We are down to, I think they say it's 0.1% of the animals that have existed still exist. So you're leaving a hell of a lot out, tons and tons and tons of information. And if you go at something with not enough information or bad information, you're going to get the wrong answer every time.
All right, go ahead. We'll make sure equal time, Kent.
Okay.
Points.
Mark, I could find you tens of thousands of charts that have been made showing lines on paper with all life forms connected to a common ancestor, typically a one-celled creature like a protista or an amoeba. I agree, this is a cartoon version, but this is exactly what they teach, that the first true cells developed over thousands, billions, trillions, quadrillions, quintillions, sextillions, octillions, give you all the generations you want. This is showing the kids that an amoeba or a protista turned into a human, slowly, over billions, trillions of generations. That's what it's showing them. This is not science. The purpose of this debate tonight is for you to show evidence of how any animal has ever produced anything different, let alone trillions of differences to turn to an amoeba to a human. Where is an example of one amoeba producing anything besides an amoeba or protista? Where's the scientific evidence, Mark? You got a religion, you got a dumb one, change it. Go ahead.
So that was your question? You're done that portion? Yeah, we'll leave it at that. I'm just saying those charts are extremely juvenile. They're designed to teach kindergarten students the basics so that we wouldn't have to stand up in front of them with a board 10 feet by 10 feet to show them all the divisions that we have. Even that one is very, very simplified. It only covers animals probably that are still around. But at any rate, so you always talk about this chemical evolution. I assume you're talking about where do the elements come from. Why do you have so much troubles understanding the elements, Kent? You know that when things burn, we can tell exactly what's in there through the spectrum of looking at the different light divisions. So we can see exactly what's in there as far as all the elements go. So we look at all the stars and we see the exact same element makeup, right up to iron. Every time we see the exact same thing. Nothing shocks us. Doesn't matter how big the star is, even if it's billions of solar masses bigger than our sun, we still see the same thing all the way up to iron. So why is it that you call it chemical evolution when if you look at the synthetic elements, we've made them. So we know how elements are made, and we know that it takes extreme pressure and extreme heat to start injecting electrons and protons into a atom and make a new element. We've done it. Most of them are very unstable, radioactive, but we've done it. So why are you so confused about it? We see stars blow up. We know exactly how they blow up. We can calculate the pressure that they would be blowing up as when they become a nova or a supernova. Why are you so confused about that? It's still trying to say that we don't understand this chemical evolution. What about that has you really confused here?
Okay, let's stop there real quick. That was about 2 minutes with a couple questions in there. So Kent, go ahead. You got about 2 minutes as well.
Well, he evaded the original question and went on to a totally new topic. Where is the evidence of an amoeba ever producing anything other than an amoeba? Amoebas have a very short generation time. They get born, grow up, get married, and have kids in about, 20 or 30 minutes, some of them. So you could raise thousands of generations, tens of thousands in one human lifetime. Has any scientist ever seen an amoeba produce a non-amoeba? Mark?
Well, I'm going to tell you one thing for sure, Ken. I don't think you've ever seen an amoeba grow up and get married and breed with another amoeba. So we're just going to pretend you didn't even say that. That is the most embarrassing thing I think I've ever heard somebody say. We're going to leave that alone. So Kent thinks that amoebas breed with each other and have babies. So We'll leave it at that. So where I thought we were going is, it doesn't matter where we go. This is all subjects you've brought up. I've written them all down. So I thought we were going to do a question and answer. Once we were done our answer, we would move on to another question. I don't want to keep beating these things to death. No, amoebas do not turn into oak trees. They don't turn into humans. No, not how it works. And they don't interbreed.
Okay, you're right. Some single-celled creatures do breed. Some do not. They simply use mitosis, meiosis. I'm familiar with that. Okay. This chart here.
Some single-celled animals breed?
Some single-celled animals share DNA with others. Similar, we would call it breeding. Oh yeah. There's meiosis and mitosis.
I would love the next time we get together for you to show me that. So okay. I thought we were going to go back and forth with questions. So I'm willing.
Okay, wait a minute.
I don't want to beat stuff to death.
Okay, let's do this.
Let's change it.
Let's allow Kent to finish.
I want to rephrase my question, Your Honor. Instead of an amoeba.
I asked the question.
Oh, no, you changed the subject to stars.
Yeah, we're not going to stay on your amoeba thing all night, are we?
Well, Mark, I got my chart here from Hope Biology textbook, an accredited school, university. Somebody wrote this book, fully accredited teachers teach from this. This shows an early reptile turning into a mammal, a bird, a crocodile, a snake, a turtle. Do you believe any reptile has ever produced anything other than a reptile baby?
You think that chart you're looking at is a accurate representation of what they're trying to get across in a book that is 6 inches wide by 8 inches high? You think that that's a full example, that you have I forget what you said, I think you said an early reptile turning into a mammal, and I can see it there that it does it in 2 steps. Do you think that's realistic on what we think? Or do you think we think it did it through thousands of transitional animals?
This is realistic, Mark. This is realistic of what is taught. Okay, I've got the books to prove it. Now, no, it's not realistic. If the chart was bigger, make a chart as big as Arizona. Okay, put as many lines on there as you want. Where is the evidence for any reptile ever producing anything other than a reptile baby? Where's the evidence? Doesn't happen.
How would you know that?
Nobody ever sees it.
Ken, another thing that you've got to understand, and this is an answer to your question, is you've got to stop believing that in high school, in college, in university, when they teach math, when they teach English skills, when they teach science, physics, these aren't the endings of education. At that point, you go on and you learn full out math. You spend the next 8 years of your life learning about math or science or physics or evolution or whatever the case may be. These books you're talking about, like they're the gospel, they're introductions to people. Even if it's a university, it's still an introduction course. It usually, my daughter just went through to become a veterinarian. It's usually a month or 2 spent on each subject as the introduction, and then she takes 4 to 8 years becoming a veterinarian in animal health. These are introductions. These aren't the be all and end all of our education. I hope you realize that our specialists go on and they spend their entire lives learning about this stuff. This isn't as simple as you want to make it out to be because it's in a book in a high school. No.
Go ahead, Ken.
Okay. Mark, let me dumb it down, make it real simple for you here. Once again, where is the evidence of any reptile producing babies that were not reptile? Because somewhere along the line, this reptile turned into a bird and a mammal on the chart. Whether there's 10 billion lines in there and 10 trillion steps, I don't know. But where's the evidence of it even going 1 step?
Well, Ken, you don't believe in fossils and you don't believe in genetics. So how could I possibly say anything to you that you're going to accept? You don't even believe that stars form and blow up. So how am I supposed to convince you that a fossil is real? You don't think fossils are still making themselves.
Mark, I believe in fossils. We have a collection of probably 50,000 fossils here in our museum. We believe in fossils. I think fossils are clear evidence something died. This was a clam that died. Could I prove it had children? No. Could I prove it had different children? No. Clams are still having babies today, and they always grew up to be clams. Where's the evidence of a clam producing a non-clam?
But
A fossil's not going to tell you that. No fossils are going to count as evidence for your dumb religion. Mark, come on.
you just told me that no fossils are going to be made now because they won't be made under the flood. So no, you do not believe in fossils. Fossilization is just the replacement of bone with minerals, Kent. You just told me at the beginning of this that no new fossils are going to be made. There will be no new fossils in the future. We have made our last fossil.
Fossils are forming today. I'd like to see the evidence of, certainly not in the mass graves like we find all over the world, with tens of thousands, maybe even millions of animals buried in one big mass grave. You'd almost think they died in Noah's flood if you didn't know better.
No.
We have clams that are petrified closed on top of Mount Everest. Ought to indicate something to somebody with one functioning brain cell. This thing died and was buried while it was alive. Where is the evidence of fossils forming in any number? Sure, they can form. Where is it happening? And if you found a fossil, and this is your evidence for evolution, you couldn't prove any fossil that in any museum had any children that lived. Could you?
Kent, do you believe that that clam in Noah's Ark made its way, in Noah's flood, made its way to the top of Mount Everest? If that is the case, how do you explain corals that we find at thousands of feet of elevation that we know, coral, we know how fast it grows? So how do you explain that? Did that wash up there too? And coral, big chunks of coral washed up onto mountain ranges? How about the cliffs of Dover? How do you explain that?
Well, we got 5 topics going again, Donnie. Here we go again.
Nope, same one, elevation, and coral.
Mark, okay, you've avoided my question 4 times. I'm going to try one more time. Where is the scientific evidence of any reptile producing anything other than a reptile?
So it sounds to me like all you will take as evidence would be a cave painting or who knows what. I've already told you, Ken, I've answered it. You will not accept fossils and you will not accept genetics. So I have nothing more for you. I don't have any pictures of a lizard turning into a mammal. I don't have pictures. I may be able to find you some cave paintings, but your problem is you will not accept evidence. You will not look down at your little sand toy and realize that it still hasn't turned into rock. And it won't in a million years. That's a fact. So what I'm saying, Kent, is we've beaten this one to death. It's your talking point. I've asked you a lot of questions that I want explained, and you're doing exactly what I knew you would do, is dodge everything and keep going back to one point. I brought up chemical evolution. I've brought up a lot of questions for you, and you just want to keep going back to that. So I'm telling you, I have no evidence that you will accept. None.
Thank you, sir.
Zero.
Why do we teach the kids then that reptiles turned into birds and mammals? That is what's taught in schools. Mark, do you believe this chart teaches the general idea of what's true, that a bird came from a reptile over millions of years, trillions, quadrillions, whatever you want, give all the time you want. Do you believe in any amount of time a reptile turned to something non-reptile? And the purpose of this debate, the title is, where's the evidence for this? You've offered no evidence. Genetics is not going to provide evidence. Genetics could provide evidence that they have a common designer. It doesn't prove they're related or changed.
Sure it does. It's exactly what does it. It's how we know so sure. It's how we started off with retroviruses. This stuff isn't just one layer thick. There's hundreds of layers that prove evolution. You won't accept them. So I'm admitting to you, I will never convince you of evolution. But I expect children in school after grade 1 or 2 to also understand their chemistry classes, to also understand the biology classes, to also understand geography classes, put all the sciences together and understand that when we say something about genetics or fossils, that it is something that there's people out there, very serious people, have put aside an entire lifetime of learning to learn about. They don't just stand back with little sand toys and make things up that sound good. These are people that spend their lives, and there's thousands of them doing it, arguing with each other until they come up with the right answer. So I'm saying to you, stop beating this to death. You know I'm not going to be able to say anything to you. What could I possibly say? You don't accept genetics. You don't accept fossils. We're done. There's nothing more I can say to you.
Okay,
so move on,
Mark.
ask a new question, entirely new thing
Mark.
that has something to do with the hundreds of things you've brought up.
Okay, Mark, I do accept the fact there are billions or trillions of fossils in the ground. I accept that. I've dug them out, many of them myself. We got a huge collection here. I accept there are fossils. I do accept the fact you could not prove any of them had children. You certainly could not prove a fossil found in the bone you found in the dirt had children that were different. Many people raise reptiles today. Snakes, lizards, turtles, tortoises. There are tens of thousands of them being raised by people who specialize in this, herpetologists. Has anybody alive today ever seen any reptile produce a non-reptile? And the answer is no, but you dodged it 6 times. Nobody's ever seen that. But you believe if we give it enough time, reptiles would turn to a bird. That's what you believe. That's what the kids are taught. You want them taught that in school, don't you, Mark? That reptiles turn to birds over millions of years.
Of course we do. Of course we want them taught proper biology and evolution. Of course we want it. We want it taught that way.
That's not biology.
But Kent, you're a person that wants to try to tell your people that a 2-headed snake or a 5-headed snake is an example of evolution messing up. No, come on. You don't know what they are. Do you not know what Siamese twins are and conjoined animals that they started out as 2 embryos and joined in the womb or the egg? Come on, you don't bring stuff like this up unless you're just trying to fool simple-minded people. It's such a dishonesty. It's getting bad. It really is. But go ahead, let's move on. I cannot prove evolution to you as far as fossils go or as far as DNA goes. But you've brought up all kinds of other things to prove that evolution is wrong. You brought up chemical evolution. You've brought up tons, and even right down to how do I know what's right and wrong as proof of that evolution didn't exist, that we had to have a creator. So you're the one that's taken this off into tons of different directions. So I just ask you, out of all those things that you opened up in your opening statement, ask a question so I can try to answer it.
Okay. I said, and I've said thousands of times, and I'll continue to say it, the word evolution is a slippery word with many different meanings or levels or stages. You'd have to start off with cosmic evolution to explain where you get time, space, matter. Where do you get matter to even start the evolution process? Where did the rock come from? Where did the hydrogen gas come from? Where did the stars do have material, and you can see it with the spectroscope. I understand completely. But we never see this matter forming out of nothing. You guys have to start with nothing, like I do. God, outside of our time, space, matter, created everything. I think man can take dirt out of the ground, separate the iron, turn it into a car. I think man can do that, get iron ore. I don't think the iron ore can do it by itself, but I think an intelligent mind can take the iron ore and turn it to a car. I believe that. You guys want to take the iron ore and turn it to a car without a man doing it. You want to take the dirt. God can take dirt and make Adam. You guys want the dirt to make Adam by himself, just by itself. That you give the dirt the characteristics of God, able to do things. Where did matter come from? Where did time come from? Where did space come from? And if there was a Big Bang 13.772 billion years ago, what was before that?
It was energy. There was no matter. There was no point.
Where did the energy come from? Give me a ball of energy. Would you give me a gallon of it, or a liter in your case, Canadian?
It's all around you right now. Anything that's above 0 degrees Kelvin is energy, Kent. There's tons of energy, and we see energy going back and forth between matter and back to energy, and matter going back to energy. I don't understand why this has you so confused, and that's what I was talking about when it came down to this chemical evolution that you talk about. Stars make elements up to iron, and we can make elements past iron, and we do it with pressure and heat. So why are you so confused on how a star blowing up or going supernova, collapsing in on itself with horrendous amounts of pressure and heat, couldn't start to form new elements.
Well, where did you said matter energy can be go back and forth? I understand that you can burn the gasoline and get energy and power and stuff like that.
No,
okay, but
no, that is not an example of matter turning into energy. Oh, good Lord. Kent, that is
wait.
A kid in kindergarten would not believe that is an example of matter turning into energy or energy turning into matter. But a good example of matter turning into
Mark.
energy.
I just want to make sure I
understand. Bomb.
And I understand you're saying he's wrong, but let's just allow Kent to, I guess, defend himself on that point. Go ahead, Kent. Then we'll hand it back to Mark.
As expected, we are dancing around with 50 different topics. The purpose of the debate is for you to provide evidence, scientific evidence, that evolution is true, that any animal has ever produced anything other than its kind. We can have a debate on the Big Bang or chemical evolution if you'd like. There is such a thing. It's all over the internet about chemical evolution. It's lots of stuff on it. How do we get these organic molecules? In order to get life to even started, you have to get, and you said you can fuse up to iron. I'm very glad you know that, Mark. How do you get helium? How do you get gold, silver, and platinum out of iron? I'd like to learn how to do that. I'd get rich.
And you can. We
already know that. For the record, you're saying you can get gold out of iron. Is that right, Mark? Is that what you said?
Kent, do you know the difference between all the elements? Because you're calling chemicals and elements the same thing, which they are not. Okay, so let's make this clear. We can turn any atom, we can move it up the periodic chain by adding electrons and protons. So where are you misunderstanding this? It's so easy to understand how we do it, and that is how we take uranium and turn it into other elements up the chain. We bombard it with electrons and protons, and we build new elements. What do you mean we can't turn iron into gold? Of course we can, Kent. Is it economical? No, we have gold in our earth. And the reason we have so little of it is because it has to be made in supernovas. But we find a ton of iron, a ton of stuff that comes out of stars, but we don't find the stuff that you'd have to have these very high pressure explosions as much. So as you go up chemically, you'll notice that there's less and less of it because it's harder to make. So yes, of course, iron is going to be very abundant. Look at all the asteroids flying around. They're all made out of iron. They're all iron-based. They're metals. What's confusing about this?
Mark, they're not all iron. They're stony and nickel and stuff like that. But okay, I understand your point. And the debate is you're supposed to give evidence for evolution. You got off on cosmic evolution, chemical evolution. I just point out there are 6 different meanings to the word, and we can talk about that another time. But as far as macroevolution, nobody's ever seen any animal, right there, or organic, that's another one. How do you get life started? Go on that if you'd like. But nobody's ever seen any animal produce offspring other than its kind. Nobody's ever seen a reptile produce a non-reptile. Put my slides up, Steve. Put my slides up, okay. Nobody's ever seen a reptile produce a non-reptile. Never. Lots of people are raising reptiles, and when they have babies, they always turn out to be reptiles. We got a tortoise here. We're hoping to find a Mrs. Tortoise for him. I would be willing to bet you $1,000, Mark. If we can find a mama tortoise for daddy tortoise, when they have babies, they will be tortoises. I'll bet you $10,000 they'll be tortoises.
If an animal,
Mark, I know you want to respond. We're at an hour and a half. We've gone about 10 minutes over on the discussion because it's been so fun and engaging.
Let's take
we do have a ton of,
questions.
and we do have a ton of audience questions. So just one second.
Let me answer that one.
Okay.
Can I answer that?
Yes. Well, I was going to say we're going into closing statements. So, Mark, why don't you take up to 5 minutes to answer that and also make any other points you want to for
okay. I will tell you right now, and I will tell everyone watching, if an animal ever gave birth to something that wasn't its kind, I would believe in God. And I swear to you, if tomorrow morning I turned on the news and a cow gave birth to a deer, something that kind of even looks like a cow, I would be No, everything's wrong. Everything we know is wrong. We must be in the end times. This cannot happen. That is not evolution. Nobody thinks that is evolution. I can't even imagine how Kent can say stuff like that and then shave in the morning looking in the mirror, because it is absolutely ridiculous. Nobody thinks that. Those charts that he shows are all designed to be kindergarten level charts, because they look ridiculous when you've got this single-celled amoeba or whatever he's showing there in one branch turning into a starfish, going off the other way turning into a lizard, and then going up the center and turning into a fish. Of course that looks ridiculous. If anyone out there really wants to jar their belief system a little bit, go look at a proper evolutionary chart. Go to Aaron Ra's site. He has put so much work into laying out the physiology of all the animals. It's an incredible body of work that he has done, and it's all there. You can see it. And he's been spending years on this. Do you think the guy that put together Kent's 10 animal evolution chart spent years on that? No. And I don't even honestly think that Aaron will be able to, or Aaron will be able to finish what he has started. It will probably go on for generations as we learn, and becomes more and more understood. And yes, stuff will be shuffled around and things will be moved as we learn. As we find new fossils, we will shuffle things around. But to look at things at the most basic level to try to make it sound silly, like showing your sand thing with sand in there that has different specific gravities to show that things will settle out in layers. No, they don't, Kent. If they settled out in layers, we would not have the trees and all the bacteria that made the oil 7 kilometers down. I would gladly come down there and have you show me in 1 year how you could hold trillions and trillions of tons of plant matter down 7 kilometers, cover it in water, have it stay there while dirt gently flowed over the top of this and turned to rock. So there's just so many things that you try to take it down to the most basic of levels, so that it's easy to understand. And people, I get it. Science is extremely hard to understand. Everything that I talked about tonight, I don't even know 1 or 2% about it. I try to learn what I can about 5 or 6 topics, but there just isn't enough time for people to specialize in that many different fields. And that's where the dishonesty comes from. Kent comes in, he starts with these talking points, tries to make it sound like he's educated in this stuff. And you've just got to believe me, these people that do this, it's lifetimes of work through generations of people. And it's all been adding up and adding up and adding up. And, you go back to what we believed 2,000 years ago to what we believe today into what we'll believe in 100 years. Yes, it's going to change. We are constantly learning. Science is not at its pinnacle where we have nothing more to learn. We still have lots to learn. There'll still be lots of changes. But I guarantee you, evolution will be around in 1,000 years. If man is still here in 2,000 years, it'll still be around. It'll just be easier to explain, and we will probably have found a lot more fossils. But yeah, Kent didn't even talk about how we get coral up in mountains, but he'll bring up the fact that there's a clam on top of Mount Everest, completely, denying tectonic movement that we completely understand. He brought up so many things tonight and then blamed me for it. Where does all the stuff, he calls it, come from to make all the different layers? We see mountains breaking down. We see sand blowing over from the Sahara Desert and making it all the way over to the Americas. What do you mean, Kent? Where does it come from? Have you never been in a house that there's constant settlement of dust? All this stuff is so obvious. We got plates smashing together, land rising up and wearing down. That's where it comes from. It runs down with water. We have rain, but it takes millions and millions of years.
Okay, that's Mark's concluding statement. I appreciate it. between 5 and 6 minutes. We're a little more easygoing here on the concluding statement, so we'll hand it over to Dr. Dino for his concluding statement as well. Kent, you got between 5 and 6 minutes. Go ahead.
Evolution is a shell game. The biologist thinks that the geologist has the evidence, and the geologist thinks the anthropologist has the evidence, and they all refer to all these other sciences. As Mark said, well, there's just so much to learn, and it takes years and years and years to be to be educated in all this stuff, okay? It doesn't happen, Mark, at all. They say that it's a shell game, but there's a big difference here. There's no P under any of them. Nobody has any evidence of any animal ever producing a different kind of offspring, ever. Reptiles are still having babies. They always stay reptiles. And you said, if an animal ever gave birth to a different animal, you'd believe in God. Mark, you believe the amoeba gave birth to something slightly non-amoeba, and over millions of generations, it slowly changed to a whale. You better start believing in God then, Mark. I've been piecing together fragmentary evidence for a long time, working on the evolution of the fork. I've dug up lots of fork pieces around this property from the old gravel pit when they used to mine gravel. People apparently ate lunch here. I think I've found the missing link. I believe, after intensive research with no government grant money involved, I believe the knife gradually evolved into the spoon. Probably took millions of years of geologic pressure to dish it out and widen it and shorten it. And then it slowly got erosion, cutting grooves into the end and turned it into a short-tined fork. And then over many more millions of years, the grooves got longer and became a long-tined fork. But I knew all along I had a missing link. I was on US Air one time flying someplace, and the stewardess came down the aisle and handed me the missing link. She didn't even know what she had. I thanked her profusely. Then I went to Church's Chicken or Popeye's Chicken and found another one. I have now found 2 missing links. The evolution of the fork is getting very complete. I found quite a few mutations along the way. And people knew I was doing research on the evolution of the fork, and they started sending me deliberate frauds, like this one. That's obviously a fork head on a spoon handle. My trained scientific eye caught it right away. I said, nah, that's fake, okay? And of course, there's lots of diversities in there. See, the darker ones can handle the sunlight better, so they last longer, okay? The lighter ones live up north, okay? So I think the whole idea of evolution that is being taught in our schools is dumb. The purpose of the debate tonight was for Mark to give evidence for evolution. He didn't give any. He said, well, I won't accept fossils. I accept fossils. We have a lot of them. I accept the fact that they prove something died, and they prove that's it. Something lived and died. You couldn't prove it at any kids. And why on earth do you think a fossil can do something no animal today can do? Why would a fossil reptile be able to produce something different? Why don't the reptiles today produce something different than their kind? You guys live in a SpongeBob world of imagination. Well, if we gave it millions and billions of years and generations, it could happen. You can believe that all you want, but that's not science. Science is what we observe, study, test, and demonstrate. It just doesn't happen. You can believe in evolution all you want, but that's all it is a belief system. I've said for years, and I'll say it again, it's a religion. And that's why you see all the atheists lately, because they can't come up with evidence for evolution, attack me personally. Ad hominem attacks. Mark's got a bunch of them he's done. Well, what about this? What about taxes? What about your wife leaving you? What about this? If you want to talk about that, I'm willing to defend myself on any of those. But the purpose of this debate tonight is for you to show evidence for evolution. You didn't. I won. Thank you. Let's go.
All right. That concludes Dr. Dino's 5 to 6 minute concluding statement. Gentlemen, that was definitely a wild debate. We are close to 400 people in the live chat, and it's been one to remember. It's been one to remember, that's for sure. So I appreciate you guys making for a fun debate, Kent. And,
Standing.
yes.
Can I just say one thing? I have never, ever done anything about Kent. I don't even have a YouTube channel. I've never spoken about his marriages. I have never spoken about his tax problems. I don't even go down that road.
Mark, let's just stop, because even you just mentioning that stuff seems like kind of like you're just trying to sneak it in there. So let's not go that road.
That I have a channel where I talk about this stuff, ad hominem attacks. I've never gone after Kent on any of that stuff.
All right. Well, I'm glad to say this debate was free from ad hominem attacks. It got a little passionate at times, but it was fun. It was fun. So let's stop there and move on to some audience questions. We got a ton of great questions here. And What we usually do on this channel is whoever the question is for, we'll make sure they get the last word in order that we can move along smoothly and fairly. Also, I've got a ton of super chats here from Logical, Plausible, Probable. So let me just pull up one of them. John, I appreciate the support and the super chats. He says after show is guaranteed to be a dumpster fire. So he's got an after show after this debate, as usual. So those after shows are usually a lot of fun. So please check that out. And a lot of super stickers and super chats just kind of showing their love, showing their support. Not really any questions attached to them. So guys, thank you so much for that. Okay, let's go right back to the beginning and get to the first question that came in. First one came in from Ken Rock, who Kent is actually scheduled to debate in a few weeks. So Ken Rock, I appreciate the question in the super chat, but this one is actually for Mark. So Mark, question from Ken Rock is, what's your opinion on the mud skippers? So nice, easy, simple question.
I'm not aware of the mud skippers. Like, is he trying to say, like, I know what a mud skipper is. Is he trying to ask, why would it exist? Why do we have an animal that's coming out of the water and doing what it's doing? No, I don't know what it's doing. I don't know if it's from I've heard of them. I don't know if it's from a location where it needs to make its way over some land to get to other areas of water. This isn't something that I know about, but that would explain it. A fish down, say, in Louisiana, that might be an example. It's not something you'd expect to see in the ocean, though, where it doesn't need to make its way around. But again, there's so much stuff that you need to know about. And biology, as far as individual animals, isn't really something that I study, especially fish. I'm a big cat guy.
All right, thank you.
Can't know what a mud skipper is and what's special about it. I'm honestly, I can't comment.
No worries, I appreciate it, Kent. We'll hand it over to you for your response.
Well, mud skippers are very interesting. They do crawl out of the water and crawl across the land, and they're an interesting type of fish. I'd be willing to bet when they have babies, they grow up to be mud skippers.
Of course.
Nothing else. Nothing else. Go ahead.
All right. Question was for you, Mark. Do you want a quick final word on that one?
Well, of course, we're just going to keep going back to this. I guarantee you that a mud skipper has a mud skipper baby. Yes, it will. Absolutely. It will have a mud skipper baby. But you know something? In 1,000 years, maybe the mud skipper does have an idea. Maybe it's going to start eating, find out that insects off land is a little bit better of an idea than trying to make a living in the water where there's other things that can eat it. And you will slowly, very slowly, see a mud skipper turn into a mud skipper. Will we give it another name? I think Kent gets really caught up in names. Just because something has the same name doesn't mean that it has to stay that animal. And the second that its name changed in our evolutionary chart, that it all of a sudden became a brand new animal at the point of name change. We got to give it a name change at a certain point. Just like when you look at a color wheel, we eventually have to say, okay, it is no longer red. We have moved up the spectrum. We have to call it a new color.
Okay, I appreciate the responses from the both of you. Let's move on to the next question. Looks like we got a good mix of questions for Mark and Ken. So next one comes in from Jackson Rowe. Another evolutionist Kent will be debating coming up for this evolution debate series. So Jackson Rowe asks, so I guess it's a question about the ordering of the fossils, essentially, Kent. Jackson Rowe, Kent, why are certain trilobites found only in the upper Ordovician strata and nowhere else?
There is no such thing as an Ordovician strata. There's no such thing as a Jurassic strata. There are lots of layers. There is lots of strata to the Earth, no question. But there is no such thing as a geologic column. Animals tend to be found in similar layers because they have similar body density, similar habitat. Maybe the trilobites all hang out with trilobites. And so when the flood came, they all got buried together. I bet if there was a flood right now that covered the whole nation of Canada 40 feet deep in mud, you would probably find not too many people buried with armadillos. Because probably people don't hang out with armadillos. I don't know Canadians very well, but let's pick a different animal. I think most animals tend to be found in the same layers because of their body density, because of their habitat, Clams are at the bottom of the so-called geologic column because they already live at the bottom. That's where they are. The flood buried them first. Birds are at the top, generally, because birds are the last things to drown in any flood. They can fly around until they run out of gas, and they got hollow feathers and hollow bones. So there's no such thing as an Ordovician strata. The trilobites, and there have been thousands of different kinds of trilobites found. They're an amazing creature. We've got hundreds of fossils of trilobites here in our museum. Come on down and see them. In Lenox, Alabama, at Dinosaur Adventureland. And I think they're evidence that something died rapidly. They're proof of a rapid burial. I think all fossils are proof of that. I think even Mark would agree with that. In order to form a fossil at all, it has to be buried pretty quickly, or else it's going to decay. Even the bones will decay. Dig up the Civil War cemeteries. I don't think you'll find even very many bones in those 150 years ago. Dig up the Viking cemeteries, and you don't think you find any bones at all. They from 1,000 years ago. Everything decays. So it has to be buried quickly, buried under special conditions. So I think the trilobites, Robbie, first of all, I don't know that your question is legitimate. That's the only place they're found. Maybe that's the only place they're reported or only place they're allowed to be published on. But there's no such thing as an Ordovician strata. Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate that response. Oh, I'm sorry, Mark, you're on mute here. And Mark, it's your turn for your response. Go ahead.
You know what's funny there, Kent? You almost got it there for just a slight second. You said to me that if I was to die and be buried in 40 feet of water or whatever by mud, there would not be an armadillo buried with me. And you are absolutely right. And that is why we know there was no worldwide flood, because we would see kangaroos being buried in Asia, which we don't. We only see them down in Australia. As a matter of fact, that's where we find all the marsupials except for a couple that have made it over to America. We have our opossum here. Yes, it's exactly what we would expect if we had things buried in certain areas. But to have water flowing around the earth for 1 year, because you're telling me that there's only 1 year during the flood that this water sloshed all over the place. Are you really going to try to tell me with these huge waves that you talk about that carve out valleys and move stuff around and bury sediment down 7 kilometers and covered in mud, that all of the marsupials just stayed in Australia? All the panda bears just stayed up in China? What's your point? Of course, if there was a worldwide flood, an armadillo in a year floating on top of the water, all bloated, would make its way into areas where there's not armadillos. And we don't find just random animals buried out in the ocean. And we don't find recent animals like recent whales buried inland on continents. So where are you getting this? And don't bring up ancient fish to make your point, because that's all you'll find on a continent is an ancient fish.
Okay, thank you, Mark. We'll hand it to Kent for your response.
If I understand what he just said, we don't find whales fossils on continents. I think that's the only place we find whale fossils. I don't think anybody's digging in the bottom of the ocean to look for whale fossils. I think all the fossils are found on land, or nearly all of them. So the existence of fossils at all is evidence of rapid burial. Now, were all the fossils formed from Noah's flood? I never said that. I think probably the majority were. I'd put it in the high 90 percentile that the fossils were formed during Noah's flood. But the fact that nobody's found, I don't know if anybody found kangaroo fossils in China or in Greenland or not. I don't know. It'd be interesting. I don't care where kangaroo fossils are found. But I think we'd find a variety of fossils that are found in places where they don't live now. I don't think there's any clams living on top of Mount Everest. And I think you would agree, clams are found on top of Mount Everest. So they got moved there somehow. I do believe in plate tectonics. I believe the crust of the earth is flexing and moving and rising, subsiding. I believe in all that stuff. I taught Earth Science 15 years. We can do a debate on that if you'd like. Sure, the mountains are rising up. It says so in Psalm 104. At the end of the flood, the mountains arose, the valleys sank down, and the water rushed off. I think the mountain ranges all follow the coastlines for a reason. They formed at the same time because of the same thing. Rocky Mountains follow the Pacific Ocean. Here they are over here. The Appalachian Mountains follow the North Atlantic. The Andes Mountains follow the South Pacific. I think the geology of the earth and the geography of the earth is indication There are giant cracks in the crust of the earth. It's floating around. The plates are moving and twisting. We have earthquakes and volcanoes, and the mountain ranges follow the coastline, just like Psalm 104 would indicate. The mountains arose. If I had a chunk of land as big as Texas covered in water and one side lifted up, this would become mountains, the water would run off, and this would become ocean. The water from Noah's flood is still here. It's in the oceans. But you guys are willingly ignorant of the creation and that flood. 2 Peter chapter 3.
That was Kent's question. I was supposed to get the closing on that. So all I can say is
well, Mark, just 1 second. Actually, what we do is whoever the question was for gets
Right.
the last word. So, for example, you had the last word on the last question.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. I hope somebody sees the flaw in that, though.
Well, it looks like we got similar questions coming up, so I'm sure you guys will have a chance to go back at it. Okay, so this next one comes in from Carmine Cassell III. $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Question this time's for you, Mark. So you're going to get the last word on this one. How come all fraudulent evidence, and in brackets, I've got it up on screen for everybody to read, he puts fossils, studies, etc., is evidence that supported evolution and not creation?
Well, because there is no evidence for creation. Where have you ever read in a science book evolution for creation? There is none. There's no way to prove that Adam was made out of mud. There's no way to prove that Jesus walked on water or he resurrected after 3 days in a tomb. We have no proof for it because, according to Kent, humans cannot be trusted because there's hundreds of thousands of us that call ourselves either scientists or slightly scientifically literate, and we're not to be believed, but we're supposed to believe man from 2,000 years ago that stood around a hole in a mountain, and all of a sudden what they say is gospel. So all I can say is if man's full of crap right now for our own reasons of furthering our own points, why weren't we full of crap 2,000 years ago when we were making up all these magical stories of man walking around doing some very weak magic acts? I don't understand why man can be so trusted from 2,000 years ago when there's hundreds of thousands of us now that are lying and just making stuff up.
All right, I appreciate the response and the question, and we'll hand it over to Kent for your response.
I guess I'm not completely understanding what his question is. How come all fraudulent evidence, fossils, is evidence that supported evolution and not creation? I would say the very existence of fossils at all is evidence of a rapid burial, and that fits perfectly fine into the biblical narrative that there was a worldwide flood. I don't think you can find a single fossil that would say anything about the Bible being wrong. It doesn't prove that it's right, but it certainly doesn't. You can't prove that it's wrong from the fossils. Any studies that we see, we find a lot of historical records about people talking about a worldwide flood. Maybe that's because there was a worldwide flood. We find a lot of historical records. People talk, at least they used to talk about giants in the earth in those days. The Bible talks about that. We find people talking about several things in the Bible. We find historical records of people discussing these kind of things, like the Golden Age. There's a lot of information. Different cultures around the world talked about a time when man used to live to be 1,000. Why would there be records like that? Why would they even talk about that? The Bible says they lived to be 900 before the flood came. So it doesn't prove the Bible's true, but it certainly is an indicator like, hey, maybe there's some evidence here that maybe it is. But I'm not trying to prove the Bible is true. Mark is supposed to prove evidence for evolution. I've seen nothing tonight other than, just imagine if we had billions of generations. Keep your SpongeBob at home. That's baloney. I don't believe it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. And Mark, over to you for the last word.
Yeah, the fact that people think that humans could live to 900 years is proof that the Bible is not true. That I wouldn't even bring that up. If that was part of my argument for religion, that's one that I would try to bury along with the flat earth that the Bible believed, along with a lot of the other things that are in the Bible. I would try to bury that stuff, just like they do the original, the Old Testament. They bury that because it's just full of ferocity. So there's one that I would honestly let that go, because it's just silly, this whole 900-year thing. That's really silly.
Okay, well, thank you, Kent and Mark. Moving on to the next super chat. I want to make sure we get these super chats in before the 2-hour mark hits. So we've got Kevin's Biblical Discussions, $20 super chat. I appreciate it. Nice, simple question. He says, Mark, what is your best evidence for evolution?
I would say it's endogenous retroviruses. They are absolutely, if you were to start looking into them, like I said, I've covered maybe 2 or 3%. And I will admit my education isn't me pushing this this discipline forward. It's me looking into what the professionals say about it. I don't claim to have any education in this. I'm self-taught. You learn, you read papers. There's tons of papers out there on this stuff, and it's interesting. If you don't like reading, there's tons of videos, and it's no one trying to brainwash anyone. There's no religious tone to it whatsoever. It's just people talking biology. And when you start to look into the retroviruses, they're very convincing. I don't even think we need more fossils. Not to say that we won't continue to look for them, but like I said, the endogenous retrovirus was the nail. As soon as they figured that out, originally chromosome 2 was a really good example how it fused. That was a good example, but the endogenous retroviruses has just absolutely killed it.
Okay, thank you for the response there, Mark, and we'll hand it over to Kent for your response. Go ahead.
Well, if that's the best evidence he has no evidence whatsoever. There seems to be a function for these retroviruses. A virus on its own is incredibly complex, and all they do is work with moving existing DNA code around. And if it is indeed a semi-living thing, as he referenced several times ago, how did life get started? I mean, a virus is complicated, really complicated, more complicated than the space shuttle, unless something more complicated has been built by man since then. It's imagination to think that things are related to each other because of retroviruses. That is not going to turn an amoeba to a whale over quadrillions of generations. It's not ever going to happen. It's imagination.
Thank you, Kent. And Mark, quick final word on that one before we move on.
It doesn't move DNA around. It can't just. This was brought up to. I don't know who did it. I can't. Something cat brought this up. It was when I stopped watching your debates, and I think he was the last one. I don't know if he's creationist cat or something. He brought up this whole retrovirus thing, and he explained it to you. It's not moving around DNA. It's not 1% of our DNA. It's 8%. There's many things here, and it does not move around. We find it in the same locations, going back through the same spots, like I was saying, on many other primates. And there's 1 in a 50 millionth chance in that area of it being there. There's no reason for it to be there. And then the fact that Kent brought up, well, it shows that maybe we need these retroviruses. Yes, we do. We've already talked about it. To the point that we're at now, some of our development as an embryo, it requires these retroviruses to move on to the next stage. That is evolution. That is exactly what it is. God would not make a human being and then make it so that we had to get a virus in our system. He had to make us with viruses in our system, or it wouldn't have worked. But we can prove those viruses haven't been there since the beginning, Kent. We can prove it. We can take DNA samples and see them being added since we moved out of Africa. Since there's just so much evidence for this that if you understood it, it really would make it hard for anyone to pretend that evolution isn't real. You can still have your religion. You can have God evolving things, but you're not.
Mark, it looks like we have a similar. It looks like we have a similar question based on what you're saying here. So maybe I'll get this. This one came in from Redefine Living. I got it up on screen, and from my understanding, Dr. Hovind is saying that the reason why we share these similar endogenous retroviruses is because if they're created units of DNA function, we know most viruses are beneficial for the most part, with a few being bad, then we'd expect them to have function. And yet we find, as Dr. Hovind's showing on the screen, we find functional ERVs. So Redefine Living's question is, I've got it up on screen here, Mark. He says, question for Mark. He says, can you provide an example of an ERV, a non-functional endogenous retrovirus, going from something non-functional to something functional in the embryo, as you talked about, or in regulating genes, determining cell types, things like this? Mark, go ahead.
Well, yeah, we know that the endogenous retrovirus that we're talking about that moves the embryo forward in its division and turning it into what it becomes, we can see when it was brought in, and we can see how it became essential in the way that we evolved. You know, I'm not quite sure what it is that they want to know.
Well, I think he's asking for maybe like a technical paper, observable evidence today of a non-functional ERV co-opting or adopting an important function. Like, have we seen that? Do we have a paper for that?
That is such an excellent question that what I recommend he does is go into Google, put his question in there exactly the way he asked it, because it was asked very well. And I will bet you that some scientific papers come up, and I'll guarantee you next time we have a debate, I will look that up to see which exact retroviruses, how far we can date them back to when we first see them being inserted into primates, and see how it is that this has become what it is. And again, don't forget, this stuff is very recent. This is all within the last 10 years. That's not to say that our minds might not be changed. We change, we add knowledge continuously. That is what science is. But we don't change the basics of it. Kent loves it when we say that we're never completely sure of things, but we are sure of the basics. We just add to it.
Okay, I appreciate that. We'll hand it over to Kent for your response. Anything you wanted to add? Go ahead, take your time.
Well, the answer is no. Nobody's ever given an example of a virus, retrovirus, going from non-function to function. Nobody's ever given an example of a virus becoming anything but a virus, or bacteria becoming anything but a bacteria, or a cow anything but a cow. There are no bits of scientific evidence, what we can observe, of these changes taking place that they imagine took place over billions of years. First place, we cannot go back in time. We're stuck in 2022 right now. And fossils are not, well, that's another story. So no, the answer to the question is no, there are no examples of any kind of evolution, which is the whole purpose of this debate.
All right, I appreciate that response, Kent. Mark, if you wanted a quick final response, we are at the 2-hour mark now,
yep,
which is the agreed upon time, and we do have just like 1 or 2 more super chats we should really get through since they paid money. So go ahead, Mark, real quick response since it's your question,
yep,
and then we'll move on.
Just look at the dishonesty there. So that gentleman asked a very good question. I believe it was asked in good faith. I said, go online and see if there's any examples. Kent comes on and says, no, there are no examples. Just makes a random claim that there's no examples of endogenous retroviruses that have become beneficial. Just automatically rules it right out as no, they haven't turned from one back to the other, and just puts up a no. With authority. I'm saying go look for scientific papers. I can't make that claim. I don't know. I haven't looked it up.
Okay, let's really quick just smash through these. Just really quick responses for the super chats. Alec Cox, $25 super chat. I appreciate it. He says, which came first, the nuclei of the cell or the mitochondria? And then he expands a little bit, but I guess, Mark, what are your thoughts on that? What came first? And any points you want to make on that?
No.
Okay.
Not my specialty.
Kent, anything you wanted to add to that one?
That's an excellent question, and the answer would be they both had to become together at the same time. Which came first, the tire or the rim? Neither one functions without the other. They have to be, you got to have both or they don't work. So I think all through science, all through nature, you can see trillions of examples of things that had to be created simultaneously, or they just don't work. So the mitochondria in the cell and the DNA and how they split in half, it's an amazing process. I think it had to be designed. For me, it's a no-brainer.
Well, if Kent's going to sum it up that easily, then the nucleus. What we do know is, or what we figure is that the cell was born with a muddy clay-like structure around it. So that is what I believe I have read about this. But again, you know, I can't answer on that. I would just be making stuff up, and I'd be no better than Kent if I did that.
All right, I appreciate it. $50 super chat comes in from Rock Roll. I appreciate it. It's been a great, lively chat, and we will wrap it up with this last question here because it is relevant to the topic of the debate. I want to thank everybody in the audience. If you sent in a super chat, super sticker, and a question, if we were to get to all of these, we would, as usual, we'd be pulling an all-nighter, so we got to end it somewhere. This question comes in from Trucker. He says, question for Mark. How would you explain fruit fly generations, in brackets he puts, who have adapted to new environments, have new generations revert back to their original form when returned to their original environment? I think he's trying to ask.
Well, again, I'm not a fruit fly professional, but you have to have pressure. So I understand what he's saying. You move fruit flies around and you will get mutations in fruit flies. Do we seen them move back? I don't know. Again, look it up, see if there's a scientific paper out there to see if it moves back. Kent's always talked about the moths that change color because they were near that coal-fired hydro plant. They change from white to black. As things clean up, would they change back to white? I don't know. Again, there's millions and millions of examples of evolution, and we can't possibly know everything that there is to know. But I do know one thing about fruit flies. They're genetically close enough to people that we use them for scientific studies on medical procedures for people genetically. So, that alone should give you pause to think about, but I know it won't. And again, that you can look up what we use fruit flies for as far as human studies. Look at it. It's very interesting stuff.
Thank you, Mark, for that response. Thank you, Trucker, for the question. Over to you, Kent, for your response.
Nobody's ever seen a fruit fly produce a non-fruit fly. They've done all kinds of testing on them. And for the record, it sounded to me like Mark was saying he is related to a fruit fly because we can use them for scientific medical experiments. I covered this on my video number 4 in great detail. We don't have time now. But the fruit flies are evidence of amazing design. They can fly, for heaven's sake. They're this big. They make their own babies. They got a reproductive system, a digestive system, an integumentary system, an incredibly complex eyeball. Mark wants to think, and wants everybody else to be forced to think, that fruit flies and all complex life forms happen by chance with no designer. He's welcome to believe that, but he should keep that religion at home. So I think fruit flies are an amazing example of design. When they mutate, they did all kinds of things to the flies to try to make them mutate, and they got a bunch of mutations: curled wings, no wings, wrinkled up wings. What do you call that? Can't fly. It's a crawl now. So they got all kinds of fruit flies that were mutated, no question. Never got a single improvement. And when left alone, they go back to normal fruit flies. Leave them alone. They're doing fine.
Thank you, Kent. I appreciate the response to a good question. Mark, quick final word. We got one final super chat that came in that I do got to get to. So, Mark, quick final word there. I'll pull this one up and we'll call it a night.
The fruit flies. Something that we do put pressure on is dogs, and we see enormous change in dogs. So, and we've seen more than curled up ears or curled up toes. We see incredible changes over a short amount of times. And yes, we still call them a dog, just like we call a wolf, just like we call a fox, and a coyote. Just because it has a different name doesn't mean that it's not from the same family and has mutated or evolved to the point where it is almost no longer recognizable. And I would say to you, take a Chihuahua and a Great Dane and tell me, do they have more differences or similarities compared to us and an ape? And I would tell you that we're closer to an ape than a chimp, than a little Chihuahua to a Great Dane.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Kat. So here's the final super chat. Not sure what you guys are going to think of this one, but they donated to ask it, so we got to get it up there. So this comes in from Crazy L Cross, $10. He says, if dinosaurs farted themselves to extinction, I think there's a theory out there that this is one of the reasons maybe they went to extinction. How did the T-Rex evolve into modern birds, essentially, if it went extinct? Mark, I think that's more so directed at you. Any thoughts on that, if you want to answer?
Yeah, the T-Rex never became a bird. The T-Rex was dead-ended. The smaller little raptors, I know this is one of Kent's very dishonest demonstrations where he'll show a bronchiosaurus about to jump off of a cliff. No, they were raptors. And now we have found raptors with feathers, very good impressions, beautiful fossils of raptors, small raptors with feathers. So no, and they didn't fart themselves to death. No T-Rex became a bird. That did not happen. Again, if you were to go back and look at the evolutionary chain that we've put together from the fossil record, unfortunately, we don't have the genetics to go back into the dinosaur ages, because again, they're so old, which tells us that we're not 6,000 years here into the age of the Earth, or we would be able to find some DNA in dinosaurs, which we have not done. So, and don't bring up Mary Schweitzer. We know that that's not DNA. But at any rate, yes, they were small raptors, and that is what turned into birds. And they still are. Again, just because we call them a bird doesn't mean that there was a complete change at one point where we called a raptor a bird and it became a bird. Again, a color chart has many variations, but eventually we have to change the name of the color.
Okay, I appreciate the answer to an interesting question for sure. I appreciate the super chat that came in with that question. Dr. Hovind, over to you. This is the final question, so go ahead. Some final words, final thoughts on that question.
The T-Rex never turned into anything. The raptors didn't change to anything. Raptors produced baby raptors. It only takes place in the imagination that they became something else. Reptiles today are still having babies that are always reptiles, same kind. Snakes make snakes, dogs make dogs, cows make cows. There are no exceptions to that. And Mark wishes to imagine if we gave it more time, it would happen. That's not science, Mark. Science is what we observe, study, test, and demonstrate. You cannot observe it happening. You cannot demonstrate it happening. You cannot produce a lab experiment that will make the amoeba produce a non-amoeba or the cow produce a non-cow. Sure, we get varieties of dogs. Man is producing those by selecting something already existing in the gene code. Tell you what, give your vet $1,000 if he can put wings on a dog. Now, that would be new information. Turning a wolf into a chihuahua is a loss of information, and it's still a dog kind. It didn't get wings. It didn't get gills. It can't swim underwater. There is no evidence whatsoever for this evolution religion, and it should not be taught in our school system. I rest my case. Come visit Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dino, for that response. And we're just going to do final words and final thoughts. If there is something you wanted to quickly address, Mark, since it is your question, to be fair, go ahead. And then we'll have you also kind of just give some final thoughts and final words. I want to thank you for doing this. We'll allow Kent to give some final thoughts, final words, and then we're going to close her down. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, to think that a wolf turning into a chihuahua is a loss of information is something I cannot understand. Every single bodily function is still there. Just because it's not as strong does not mean that it's not as adaptable to its environment. If we were to take all of the animals and let them go right now and no longer take care of them, when I say animals, dogs, some of them would go extinct. And I wouldn't be surprised if it would be the bigger dogs, the St. Bernards, the animals that we've changed their mouth shape to the point where they're no longer particularly good at running really fast. They're just heavy set dogs. So to say a Chihuahua has lost information, no, it could work its way into a small tree and hide from predators. It may be very successful. It doesn't need as big of a prey to stay alive. That would actually be a really good example of evolution, would be to take all the dogs, put them on an island, just let them go and see in 100 years who is still there. I think you'd be surprised. The only problem is they are the same species, and it would not be a good example because you would still get interbreeding. So it would be a tough thing to do, but if there was a way that they did not interbreed and they just stayed the way they were released, it would be a really good example of what natural pressure can do to an animal and who would survive and who wouldn't.
All right. I appreciate those final words, final thoughts. Mark, anything you want to say as well, just in final words or thoughts, just pertaining to, the debate, so on and so forth?
Yeah, well, it started out the same way, and I'll let Kent have the last word because, well, I think I got the first one, so that's fine. At the beginning, Kent did his standard spiel. How do we know good from bad? How do we know right from wrong without religion? Chemical this, everything. He brought it all up, and then when I tried to bring it back into showing that it's not needed for evolution, or it's no proof of evolution or against it, all of a sudden he just kept saying, oh, well, a dog doesn't turn into a cat, or a fish doesn't turn into a cow, or an amoeba doesn't turn into a whale. We get it, Ken. We've told you hundreds of times in hundreds of debates that nobody thinks that. Nobody has ever thought that a amoeba turns into a whale. But every single one of us that have sat across from you and talked to you about this has told you, so you never need to ask again. I will speak for the collective group of debaters. Yes, if you believe in evolution, all life forms are connected. Yes, I am related in some way to pond scum. You never, ever have to ask that again. A whale is absolutely related to a pig, which is related to an amoeba. Going back to the very beginning, all life, as far as we can tell, was one beginning. We do not believe that there was tons of different starts where the ape or the primate started here and it's all folded out into it. No, every single thing is related. Yes, we are related to a strawberry. Did I come from a strawberry? No. The division between plant and animal was way, way, way back. I came from a primate. So to continue to go back and forth between these extremes and try to make it sound so unreasonable, it's because you want to skip the millions and millions of steps in between. You want us to believe that we believe that a cow one day just wakes up and shoots out a chicken? Like, who's ever said that? Nobody. And that's just where it is, and that's the dishonesty, and that's just the part that I don't like about it. So, all I can say is thank you for the debate. I would love to talk to you again. I know last time we had a set of 3 of them, and I think we've left a ton of stuff here on the table. I'd be really interested to see if Kent would have the nerve to come back one time. I know I wasn't quite as friendly this time, but I've just been watching this for a year after year, and it doesn't seem to be getting anywhere. I just hear the exact same juvenile responses, and it's getting old. But thank you for having us, and I really enjoyed it tonight.
All right, thank you, Mark, for those final words, and I guess in a way a second concluding statement. I appreciate it. So we'll hand it over to Dr. Hovind. Go ahead, Kent, take your time. Final thoughts, final words, and thank you for doing this as well.
Well, and thank you, Mark, for coming on again. You've many times tonight called me dishonest. I resent that, and I think you're mistaken about that. I'm very honest. I want to know the truth. Nobody's ever seen evolution happen. God cannot lie. I don't think God's word contains any lies whatsoever. God promised if you call upon the name of the Lord, you'll be saved. I'd like to see you get saved, Mark. Give your heart to the Lord. I think God made the world. I think he owns it. I think he makes the rules, and I think we're all guilty of breaking his rules. If evolution is true, there are no commandments. There are no rules. Thou shalt not kill. That's not a rule. If evolution is true, define what is dishonest? If evolution is true, is it dishonest for the cheetah to sneak up on the prey? No, perfectly fine. But I believe we've all broken God's rules, and we're going to be judged. You're going to be punished if you broke his rules, and you better find a substitute. And Jesus Christ wants to substitute for your sins. He did for mine 53 years ago. Simple question for Mark and all you viewers. If you died today, where would you go? You're going to die. You going smoking or non-smoking? You might want to decide, because you're going to be dead for a really, really, really long time. You might get a longer dash between 2 dates than somebody else, but we've all got a dash between 2 dates. Where are you going? If you're a Christian, let me ask you a question. What on earth are you doing, for heaven's sake? Can't you find something to do? You get out there and start commenting on these atheist channels and ask them, where's the evidence? And they will say, oh, fossils, dead stuff we found in the ground. That's not evidence. You found something dead in the ground, and you don't know it had any kids. Some of you ought to get out there and start People ask me all the time, I got a call today, how do I start a ministry? I said, do you go to public school? They said, well, yeah, I did. I said, did they ever have a fight in the hallway? Yeah. What's the first thing that happens when somebody hollers, fight, fight? Everybody comes to watch. You want to start a ministry? Start a fight against evolution. You'll get a lot of attention in a hurry. You see all the anti-Hovind websites we got up there now and YouTube channels. I love it. Thank you so much for having me on. And we got, what, 5, 6 more debates lined up. Donnie, I'll take them all on. Mark, you got some evidence for evolution? I'll take all the Canadians on at one time, Skype interview, whatever, however they do it. Where's the evidence for evolution? Where is it? You haven't shown any tonight. Okay, thank you so much. Bye.
We can title it Kent versus Canada.
Hey, I'll take them on. You got it.
Okay, gentlemen, that was definitely a fun, entertaining, engaging debate. We've had almost 400 people the entire time and almost 2.5 hours. So you guys deserve some sleep and some rest and a vacation. I'll be back after I let these guys out because I'm going to just go over some announcements for everybody as in terms of Kent's upcoming debate. So Kent, God bless. Mark, thanks for doing this. And Standing For Truth is out. All right, looks like we are live. Welcome to Standing For Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and I want to thank everybody for being here for tonight's heroic debate on evolution. The Evolution Debate Series of 2022 continues, and this is a debate. This is a matchup that a lot of people, including myself, have really been looking forward to. So tonight we have Mike from the Call Me Emo YouTube channel and Dr. Kent Hovind, who are going to be debating the important question: is there reasonable evidence for biological evolution? Mike, Dr. Hovind, thank you so much for giving us your time for tonight's important debate. All right, as we always do, gentlemen, before we get right into the party and the fun for tonight, I do want to kind of break the ice, get to know the debaters a little bit. Call me emo. Since this is your first time in the channel in a while, you have been here before. I think over a year or two ago, probably.
Yeah, probably 2 years.
Yeah, so how you been? What's going on? A little bit about you and a little bit about your YouTube channel.
Well, my name is Mikey, but I go by Call Me Emo on YouTube. By the way, are you hearing me good?
Yeah,
Oh.
Sound good.
All right. So yeah, I go by Call Me Emo on YouTube. I don't do much like video postings. I mostly have some mirrored videos. I would occasionally appear in, like the chats or the comment sections of videos, but I don't do much video postings. I also run a Twitter account by the same Call Me Emo name. And I just decided, well, this year I should get more involved in the whole creation evolution debate thing, since I have a YouTube account, but I don't really go much. So I said, I'm going to start to get myself more involved this year.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate that introduction there, Emo or Mikey. I appreciate you giving us your time for tonight's debate. Dr. Hovind, you've been a busy man. You've been doing a debate or two a week ever since we put out the Evolution Debate Challenge. And so welcome back to the program. How you been? What's going on? And a little bit about what you do.
Well, thank you for having me again. Yes, my name's Kent Hovind. I've been a Baptist preacher 47 years. Ended up teaching high school science and math 15 years, and we've done this ministry on creation versus evolution since 1989. We believe the Bible is true and evolution is worse than stupid. It's dangerous. We tell the kids they're an animal and then wonder, why are they acting like animals? Like, duh. Not hard to figure out. So I defend the Bible as being literally true and scientifically accurate. I'm an evangelist. I want to get everybody saved, including Mike. We'll get him tonight, okay?
Okay, perfect. I appreciate it. Dr. Dino and Call Me Emo. As is typical of the last several debates we have done here, this will be a debate to remember. So real quick, before we get into it, though, I do want to, for the audience's sake, go over the format for tonight. We want to cap it. We've been doing these debates have been between 2 and 3 hours. So we want to keep them at a strict hour and a half. Okay, guys. So what we want to do is make sure there's enough time for some solid audience Q&A, because we've always got a lot of great questions that come in. We're going to have the typical 12-minute opening statements, but we're going to shorten the rebuttals a little bit tonight. We're going to have a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. Then we're going to focus mainly on discussion. where Mikey and Dr. Hovind can focus on the points brought up in the opening statements and discuss one topic at a time. And then we will have some really short closing statements and then some audience Q&A, guys. So make sure you're tagging me with your questions at Standing for Truth. That way I don't miss them. Okay, that being said, let's get right into it. Call me email. We're going to hand it over to you, my good man, for your 12-minute opening statement. And when you're good to go, the floor is yours. I understand you have some slides, so we can get those up on screen for you as well.
All right. Let me get it up.
And as you do that, I'll just kind of fill the air real quick with a reminder, guys. The Evolution Debate Challenge continues next week. This is going to be a big one. A lot of people are looking forward to this. Kent and Tom Jump, 2 seasoned debaters. They're going to be debating, is evolution a reasonable scientific theory? So here we go. Call me emo. I see your slides up now, and the screen looks good. Audio sounds good. Whenever you're ready.
All right, let me see. So could you see it? Is it good from here?
It looks good. Some of like the smaller words are kind of hard to make out, so I'm not sure if you want to put it full screen.
I think.
But I could always enlarge it too here like this. So you know that helps a little bit. So I'd say that's good. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So get this up. Okay. So from an engineering perspective, what is required for an organism to evolve an additional thoracic vertebrae? Well, it's easy, right? You just duplicate some existing vertebrae. But actually, it's a lot more complicated than that, requiring a lot more coordinated changes. Because you'll not only have to add the additional thoracic vertebrae, but you also have to add the additional bones that comes along with it, together with several additional joints, vertebral discs, dozens of additional muscles and tendons and their associated attachment points, hundreds of additional nerves and of various types, not to mention the modification of a host of other vertebral structures to accommodate these changes, and those changes must happen in conjunction with a host of other body-wide changes that would include, but not limited to, modification of locomotion to accommodate a longer spine, modification of the placement of inner organs to fit a longer body cavity, and modification of the brain to send and receive signals from these newly evolved structures. And again, it's not just a simple matter of duplicating existing parts, because all these parts must be added in the correct numbers, articulations, juxtapositions, and symmetries relative to their positions in the body and relative to the structures that surround them. A feat of engineering that is so coordinatedly complex that creationists argue that such things are just impossible to evolve. But guess what? We've actually observed this type of thing evolving, and in the exact same way I've just described, all without intelligent input, and despite the creationist arguments to the contrary. Well, you'll think after knowing this, creationists would at least make some considerations before making these kinds of arguments, but no. All they do is try to minimize the refutation by arguing that it must have been pre-programmed to do so, jump onto some other biological phenomena, and then make the exact same argument. Because it doesn't just end there at complex coordinated anatomical changes. For example, here we have ID proponent arguing that the waiting time for eel pouch to evolve 30 duplicates of a particular gene should be no less than 3 billion years, meaning that it's impossible for the fish to have acquired these duplicates in the mere 50 million years as proposed by evolution. Now, little did he know that dogs managed to evolve up to 28 copies of a particular gene, AMYB2, in less than 15,000 years after they diverged from wolves, a far cry from the billions of years he thinks is required to produce them. Now, instead of conceding to this kind of refutation, a creationist would just simply argue that, well, it must have been pre-programmed to do so. Creationists arguing that egg-laying to live birth can't happen, but as soon as we observe it happening, well, it must have been pre-programmed to do so. Non-adaptive order or phyllotaxis. We observe it happening, it was pre-programmed to do so. Endosymbiosis. We observe it happening, it was pre-programmed to do so. Multicellularity. Then we observe it happening, it was pre-programmed to do so. So we see here a general trend. A creationist would argue that some given biological phenomenon can't evolve because, but as soon as you can demonstrate it evolving, well, then it must have been pre-programmed to do so. Now, this of course begs the question, how do we know what was pre-programmed from what was not? Or in other words, how do we identify the descendants of an original design, all without undermining the arguments we're trying to make? And by not undermining the arguments I'm trying to make, by not undermining the arguments you're trying to make, then what do I mean? So by way of example, let's take an article where Casey Luskin was criticizing homology from, amongst other things, that there are alternative explanations that could explain the same data, but most of all, that homology is a circular argument. See, the problem is, these criticisms were being made on the same website where Casey Luskin was arguing that, for example, Homo sapiens are related to Neanderthals and Denisovans based solely on their similarities. See, the reason behind this obvious logical contradiction is because similarities can be used to determine ancestry regardless of any apparent circularity. And this circularity isn't due to some kind of flaw in the evolutionist argument. No, it's a fact of life, regardless of if you like it or not. And thus a more productive argument to engage in here is, where does similarity due to common ancestry break down, and how can we tell, all without undermining the arguments we're trying to make? Now, what's ironic though about creationists criticizing homology for being circular is the complete lack of self-awareness in the fact that their alternative explanation, common design, is itself a circular argument. Anyway, so whilst on the topic of undermining one's own arguments, let's say I were to ask Kent if you'd accept that all the members of the species Cucurbita pepo share common ancestry. Well, he'd most likely say, yeah, they're just varieties of the same species. But let's say I were to ask a more in-depth question like, oh, I don't know, how would you reconstruct the relationships amongst these organisms? Meaning, how would you tell who is most closely related to whom, and so on? Well, guess what? You'd have to rely on the same type of phylogenetic principles and logic that he so loves to criticize to even vaguely attempt to answer such a question. Nevertheless, whatever method he uses to answer the question itself begs the question, where and why does this logic break down? But wait, I hear a creationist cry. All right, Emo, I would agree that we can use similarities to determine ancestry, and that we can use phylogenetic principles and logic to reconstruct the relationships among organisms we accept are related based on their similarities, but only up to a point, meaning that only the similarities within kinds can be used to determine ancestry, and that the similarities between kinds cannot be used to determine ancestry. For example, the similarities between different varieties of bananas can be used to determine ancestry among them because they're obviously the same kind of organisms. But the similarities between, say, bananas and crocodiles cannot be used to determine ancestry because they're obviously different kinds of organisms. But herein lies the problem. See, nothing about Brahmanology implies that different kinds must be distinctly different. In fact, more often than not, the differences within a kind more often than not, you can have more differences within a kind as compared to the differences between neighboring kind. In other words, the differences between kinds can fall well within the range of accepted diversity. Oh, sorry, my bad. In other words, the differences between kinds can fall well within the range of biodiversity creationists already accept can happen. This means that there is no objective reason why one kind can't share common ancestry with the kinds closest to them, and to those the kinds closest to them, and so on and so on. It also means that any request by a creationist to provide evidence of evolution sufficient to account for the differences between kinds is rather redundant, or at most, disingenuous. Oh, okay. By way of illustrations, let me illustrate what I'm talking about. So these are the same kind of crocodilians, and these are different kinds of crocodilians. These are the same kinds of turtles, and these are different kinds of turtles. The same kinds of frogs, and these are different kinds of frogs. All right? And I'm not pulling a prank here. This is actually how creationists classify these organisms themselves. So we see here that the variation within kinds can be indistinguishable from the variation between them. Now, this begs the question, what's allowing for organisms within a kind to share ancestry, and what's preventing them from sharing ancestry with the kinds closest to them? Now, to be fair, creationists have given explanations for the former, but they've never given any explanation for the latter that isn't immediately negated by the explanation given for the former. Okay. Now, given how diverse organisms within kinds can be, like, for example, the stone fruit kind, or the cactus kind, or even the nightshade kind, and the fact that organisms can be pre-programmed to diversify, what is the limit on the amount of heterozygosity that can be placed into some given starting population? So meaning, can bananas be related to plantains, bloggers, and other members within the genus Musa? Can all Musa be related to themselves and any other members within the genus Musella? Can these two genera be related to themselves and any other members within the family Musaceae? Can all Musaceae be related to themselves and any other members within the families Strelitziaceae or Heliconiaceae? Can these families be related to themselves and any other families within the order Zingiberellus, like this one, or this one, or this one, or this one? Can all Zingiberellus be related to themselves and any other members within the orders Alismetalis or Camillianus, and so on and so on? What can and cannot be related under the created heterozygosity hypothesis, or in other words, what are the limitations of omnipotence with respect to pre-programmed biodiversity, and how do we determine that, all without undermining the arguments we're trying to make? All right, I think that's it.
Okay, I appreciate that opening statement there, Emo. I appreciate the visuals, always helpful, and I always appreciate that. And also with a few minutes to spare. So that's perfect. Few minutes we can toss into the audience Q&A, because as always with our fantastic audience, we've got a ton of great questions flying in. So we are now going to hand it over to Dr. Dino himself for his 12-minute opening statement. Whenever you're ready, go ahead, brother.
Well, thank you, sir, and thank you for coming on the program. I'd like to get down to Grenada and see the place. I've heard you got some sinners down there. We'll see if we can take care of that for you. I believe the Bible is true. The Bible says 10 times in the first chapter, they will bring forth after their kind. Determining exactly what a kind is might be a little difficult. Determining what a species is very difficult, and there's lots of arguments about that to this day. It's a big argument over all kinds of things. We covered that in the last debate, I believe, or 2 debates ago. So the Bible says they can bring forth after their kind. So if they're able to bring forth, they're certainly the same kind. And if they've diversified to the point where they can no longer bring forth, like a Chihuahua and a Great Dane, they're still a dog, but would be considered a different species? Probably not. Still a dog species, Canis domesticus. But it's obviously no longer capable of bringing forth. But I think that the details that you're picking out here, Mike, are so minor compared to the bigger picture. To see the fact that there's a variety of fern plants that we've decided to call a different species, that is not evidence that fern plants are related to whales. You guys have gone nuts on this evolution thing. You see the variations within kinds, which are amazing, and then assume that that means everything's related, which is not common sense. They make these family trees like this, showing an amoeba or protista, a single-celled creature evolving into a biology professor. That is not evidence. That's not science. The purpose of the debate tonight is for you to present evidence of evolution. I don't think there is any. The family trees the kids are taught in textbooks show plants, animals, and fungi all have a common ancestor. This is baloney. This is drawing lines on paper. So I'll ask you later, Mike, do you believe you are related to a fern or a mosquito? Outside this circle, we see all kinds of variations within the bats. I think there are now 1,100 varieties of bats. Okay, it's still a bat. 339 breeds of dogs. There's still a dog. Everything inside that circle is religion. You believe, given enough time. If we go back, you can't go back. We can go forward and we can see the present. We can see dogs producing dogs today. You guys believe a dog came from an amoeba. I'd like to see the evidence of an amoeba ever producing anything that was not an amoeba. They can have a pretty short generation time. I don't know what amoeba look that up, would you, Matt? What's the generation time for amoeba? 20, 30 minutes? See if you can find out, can you? So to say that they're all related just because you can draw lines on paper is not science. They talk about primitive unicellular organisms. There's no such thing as a primitive unicellular organism. If it's alive, it's complicated. A single cell is more complicated than the space shuttle. So there's no such thing as a primitive unicellular organism. That unicellular organism can move generally. They can reproduce. They can respond to their environment. They are incredibly complicated. Some have a little flagellated paramecium, the flagella on there, connected to a little motor that turns, 8 million cycles per second or something like that. It's huge, unreal. You think that happened by chance? For no reason. Religious speculation is inside this circle. Let me draw the line here. It is pure religion for you to believe that crocodiles are related to birds and humans. Now, you're welcome to believe that, but don't call it science. And you're supposed to offer evidence showing that there's a variety of crocodiles, and there's quite a variety of them, quite a few variations. And I don't know if they all came from a common ancestor. It's not my job to prove that tonight. It's your job to prove evidence for evolution. All we've seen is variations of crocodiles. Now, if you wish to believe it goes beyond that, where crocodiles and frogs are related to a pine tree, that's religion. I don't know how you guys can't see it. This one shows turtles and birds and mammals have a common ancestor. They drew a bunch of lines on paper. That's all they did. That's all they ever do. Drawing lines on paper between modern birds, Archaeopteryx, all going back to a common ancestor, which was a single-celled creature. This isn't science. That's my whole argument. Evolution is imagination, and you guys have a wild imagination. I'll give you that. You and SpongeBob ought to be buddies here. But it's not science. Science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. We observe crocodiles produce crocodiles. That's been observed. It has not been observed. They've gone ever beyond that. Now, if you wish to muddy the water and say, well, they're called a different species, okay, but it's still the same kind of animal. Flowering plants appeared in the lower Cretaceous. There's no such thing as a Cretaceous period. There's no such thing as a geologic column. All the layers formed at one time, or nearly all of them, during Noah's flood. But they draw these lines on paper to say that they're related. Rice is related to moss. Wow. And papaya, all related because they drew lines on paper. Here they have the elephant related to the dolphin. You're welcome to believe that, but that's not science. It's a religious belief. God said he created everything, even the invisible things of him. There's a lot of invisible things man's never seen. An atom. Never seen a proton or electron or neutron. We've never seen gravity. We don't know what light is for sure. But we know what it does and how fast it goes and all that, but we don't know what it is. Give me a jar of it, paint it red. So they're without excuse, the Bible says. They knew God, but they glorified him not as God. Mike, I hope that's not your situation. I hope you're an honest seeker and say, well, I would like to know the truth. If there's a God, would you follow him? If he walked up to you and tapped you on the shoulder and said, Mike, I created all this. I'm God. Watch this. I'll walk on water. I'll call down fire from heaven, whatever. He's not going to do those signs for you, but if he did, would you believe? Would you follow him? Do you have any faith? The Bible says in 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth. So dinosaurs lived with man. He made them all in 6 days. Bible dates add up to about 6,000. I believe that. Jesus said man brought death into the world. The pre-flood world was very different according to the Bible. Those people lived to be 900 years old. Get my chart on that, and I'll send you one if you'd like, Mike. My timeline that we use for placemats when skeptics come for dinner. The Bible says before the flood came, Adam lived to be 930. Methuselah was 969. They lived a long time. There's a lot of legends about what's called the golden age, when man used to live to be 1,000. I think that's true. They did live to be 900. Giant fossils have been found of many animals. Giant fossil butterflies, fossil camels, 15 feet tall. Fossil beavers, 8 feet long. I think things were much bigger before the flood when they were living longer. This was not millions of years ago. Thousands of historical accounts link dinosaurs with humans. A lot of ancient artwork does the same thing. Some may still be alive. I cover all that in my video number 3. So as for Jared, let's see. I believe the Bible says in the last days there will be scoffers who scoff at the Bible because they want to walk after their lust. They don't like God's rules, like thou shalt not commit adultery. Oh, they don't like that one, so let's just deny God exists. Ignore him. Just race down the highway and pretend there's no such thing as a policeman. Okay, see how far that gets you. Bible says the scoffers are going to be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood. This world was destroyed by a flood. That flood of Noah is what made all those layers. We probably made Grand Canyon in a week. The earth is not billions of years old. There's no geologic column. The Bible says the scoffers are also ignorant of the coming judgment of the Lord, the day of judgment. 3 things the scoffers are ignorant of: the creation. What was it like? Why did they live to be 900? Why did reptiles live to be 900 and grow to be 60 feet long? Dinosaurs. What about the flood? Where did all the water come from? Where did it go? We cover all that in our video series. You can get on drdino.com if you want a whole lot more on that. $50 for the whole thing. Get rid of the glare off. Okay, there. $50 for the whole seminar series if you want to get that 18 hours. And then watch it, return it, and get your money back. So Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. Have you not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female, talking about Adam and Eve? Same thing in Mark 10:6. He said that was the beginning of the creation. So for someone to say the earth is billions of years old is calling Jesus a liar, which you're welcome to do. I don't think it'll bode well for you Judgment Day, but the Bible says man brought death into the world. Death reigned from Adam to Moses. By man came death. Evolution says death brought man into the world. See, evolution is a religion of death. If one animal does evolve a little better than the rest of them have to die to get that good, new, improved gene to take over the population and slowly evolve to something else. I don't think you guys have thought it through. Your religion requires billions and trillions of things to die in order to advance. We've never seen that. It's not science, it's not observable, but you believe it. But it's a religion of death. Question is simple. Why is there sin in the world? Matter of fact, if evolution is true, what is right and wrong? What would be a sin? Is it a sin for me to walk in and murder somebody? Well, yeah. Well, why? The lion does it to the baby zebra all the time. Is that a sin? Should we go shoot all the lions because they're killing baby zebras? You evolutionists have no standard for measuring right and wrong. You have to borrow Christian standards. Where is the standard for right and wrong? The Bible says man brought death into the world. God made a perfect world and man wrecked it. Jesus said the beginning was when God made Adam and Eve. The Bible says nothing died till Adam sinned. And you add up the dates, you're going to get about 6,000. But see, I don't have to defend the Bible tonight. Mike, you have to give us evidence for evolution. Where exactly is the evidence? Let's see, I've got one more I wanted to get in my last second here. 319, enter. Professor Dave said the evidence for evolution comes from homology. Look how similar we are. Yeah, that doesn't prove relationship. He said it proves a common ancestry. No, it doesn't. It might prove the same designer. Fords and Chevys both have 4 tires, round ones, out of rubber. Well, that proves they're related. No, it's a design that works. 2 bones in the wrist is necessary to make a lot of different movements. It's pretty handy. I use mine all the time. So this is not proof of common ancestry. They talk about homology as evidence for evolution. That's been proven wrong since 1874. Those are not gill slits. They're still using the same dumb drawings that Haeckel made back 1869 that were proven wrong 5 years later. Talk about vestigial structures. That's losing, not gaining. That's not evidence for evolution. And we can so bring up your evidence, Mike. I want to hear what exactly makes you believe that you are related to a fern. I'd like to know why. Why would you believe that? Go ahead. I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Dr. Dino, for that opening statement. That concludes the opening statements. Gentlemen, call me Emo and Dr. Hovind. So we are now moving into the 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, and then we will jump into an open discussion. So call me Emo. We're going to hand it over to you. The floor is yours. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes for a response.
All right. So let me see. So I'd just like to respond to the arguments first, and then I would answer some of the questions he asked. So he was talking about the differences between like kinds and species, meaning that there is no concrete definition for a species, and therefore, you know, we can't claim to know identify species objectively. Basically, that's the argument, right? And he was saying, okay, well, I can't define kinds, and you can't define species. But the thing is, evolution is not arguing that they are objectively distinct groups of organisms that are unrelated to each other. We're arguing that there is life as a continuum from one group of organisms to the next. So the mere fact that we can't define species objectively is actually a testament to the fact that life is a fluid dynamic. The problem is actually on Kent's side, because kinds are actually defined as this distinct groups of organisms that are not related. So the mere fact that he's unable to give a definition that would separate kinds from each other objectively, it kind of undermines the argument that kinds are in fact unrelated. Let me see if I can share a screen for a bit. Gotta do that again. No.
It's up on screen there, Emo.
Okay. Where would it start from? Okay, let's see. Okay, so you talked about family trees and lines on paper. They're basically the same argument. But this is actually how creationists depict relationships between organisms, right? They use lines to indicate how organisms are related to each other, which ones are most closely related to which. This is a creationist cladogram, copied from the original. This here is a cladogram made by Nathaniel Jensen, where he's using lines. Mind you, he's using lines to indicate the relationships, but in addition to that, he is using lines to make additional argument based on the arrangement of the lines. So he's arguing that because these lines arrange themselves into particular haplogroups, then this would be evidence for creationism. Now, it's fascinating to hear that Kent doesn't agree that using lines to represent relationships is valid, and I'm very interested in how he would represent the relationships amongst organisms that he accepts are related. So let's say we're talking about dogs. If I ask, can you depict for me, at least reconstruct the relationships, what would you use to indicate who is most closely related to whom, if not by the use of lines? What else? So he asked about, let me just get to this one. Am I there? Right. He asked about dogs giving birth to dogs, and you wanted to see, I forgot the actual organism name, but it's basically dogs only give birth to dogs, but they never give birth to non-dogs. The problem with that is according to how you're using the word dog, the answer would vary. So it's based on context. If you're using the word dog with respect to a group of organisms as different from a clade, then yeah, dogs can give birth to non-dogs. All you need to do is change the name of the offspring or the name of the lineage, and you'd get a non-dog that way. Although it's not going to be a spectacular event. If you're using dog in terms of a clade, then dogs could never give birth to non-dogs, because you can never outgrow your clade, regardless of how much you change. All would happen is that names would just be accumulated on top of each other. So that's why, for example, you have Canis, that's wolves and dingoes and so on. Then you have Canis lupus, which is wolves. Then you have Canis lupus familiaris, this is domestic dogs. And let's say you're talking about a poodle, you have Canis lupus familiaris poodle. So you just keep adding clade names as more clades evolve, but you always retain all your clade names from which you descend. So to understand this by way of example, so we all know that the evolution of brassicas, this is a familiar plant, a group of plants. And the question would ask, well, if if wild mustards only give birth to wild mustards, then how do we get Brussels sprouts, cabbage, cauliflower, and broccoli from wild mustards if they only produce wild mustards? Well, this is just a simple matter of reassigning a name to the group. So all they did was reassign a name to the group, and then you have wild mustards giving rise to broccoli, although they only give birth to wild mustards. So that's how organisms change their names. You talked about common design. Common design. The thing about common design is the argument is not that necessarily what we see in nature is inconsistent with intelligent design, therefore I reject intelligent design. The argument is actually the things are consistent with intelligent design, that's why I reject intelligent design. Now, to explain myself in a little more detail, is anything would be consistent with intelligent design. Any arrangement of parts in an organism found with any arrangement of parts, any features found in an organism would be consistent with design, whereas with evolution, there are things that can violate evolution. Like, for example,
1 minute.
Okay, we can predict that, for example, we would never find any arthropods with any mammalian style or any vertebrate style inner air system, because it's near impossible, in fact impossible, to derive the same homologous structures starting from different starting templates, right? You can get convergent evolution where things look superficially similar, but you can't get the same thing from a different starting template due to the limitations of how organisms evolve. In design, there is no such prediction as to why we don't find these things, because any such prediction would, you're in fact saying God couldn't create that, right? And even if you found that, that would just be the designer using existing parts in different ways. But evolution can't do that. So I can predict that we would never find any arthropod with any system like this. All right. You talked about homology. Well, the mere fact that creationists use extinct fauna to classify them with extant ones or extinct ones amongst themselves, it means that you're already using homology. And with the losing or gaining, when you're modifying one thing into the next, I don't have a slide for that. When you're modifying one thing into another, it kind of necessitates that you lose the function you had previously to gain a new one. So like you modify scissors into pliers, you lose the ability to cut fabric, and then you gain the ability to pinch and cut wires.
All right, I appreciate that rebuttal there. Call me emo. I did about 6 minutes there. I understand 5 minutes can go by quickly, plus the time it takes to pull up slides and things like that. So to be fair, we got 6 minutes and equal time as always. So Dr. Dino, we're going to hand it over to you now. And you have 6 minutes for an uninterrupted response.
Well, thank you, sir. What is a kind exactly? The Bible uses that word 20 times in the first 7 chapters. People are often asking the biblical definition of kind. Specific body plan, for instance. 3 different definitions of kind. People complain about this. I do debates all the time. You just said, Mike, you can never outgrow your clade. Really? A clade is a group of organisms believed to have evolved from a common ancestor. Well, then that includes everybody. You believe everything came from a common ancestor. So what exactly is a clade? It looks like there would only be one clade, living things. You can never outgrow your ancestor. Let's see. Now, species, a kind or sort. A species is defined as a group of animals that actually or potentially interbreed in nature. The definition of species is a group of interbreeding individuals, cannot be easily applied to organisms. It's difficult to define exactly what a species is. Now, you said, Mike, they cannot outgrow their clade. Would you tell me then, why did they put birds in one clade and dinosaurs in a different clade and worms in a different clade and sharks in a different clade, and all showing back to a common ancestor, which was an amoeba, single-celled creature? If single-celled creatures like amoeba is a clade, everybody outgrew it. Every living form on the planet outgrew it. You guys don't understand. You're not making sense. What exactly is this kind? What is a species? Nobody's got a good definition of species. Let me get back up here to where I wanted to be. So Right here. Oh, no. Oh. A species. A biological species is a group of organisms that can reproduce with one another in nature and produce fertile offspring. That's a reasonable definition. I don't think a pine tree and a dog can produce any fertile offspring. I don't think a dog and a cat can produce fertile offspring. I don't think a dog and a frog can produce fertile offspring. I think they're obviously the same, different kinds of animals, okay? What is a species and examples? Definition of species, a group of animals, plants, or other living things that share common ancestors and are all classified as alike in some manner. Oh, well, I'd say pickles and pine trees are not alike in probably most manners. I think they're probably a different species. How many definitions of species are there? There are 7 distinct definitions of species and 27 variations and mixtures. What are the 3 types of species, the 4 types, the 7 types? Why is it difficult to define species? You guys are all upset about creationists not being able to give an airtight definition of kind. The burden of proof's not on us. We're not asking you to teach our theory in schools. You're demanding we all pay for your religion to be taught. I think the burden of proof's on you. What exactly is a species? It's hard to define a species because it's hard to determine when a population of organisms can or cannot reproduce. It is difficult. The classification system. 18th century, Carolus Linnaeus made up the current system we use: kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Okay, this is from right there, 18th century. The science of classification is far from dead. Classification of many species, old and new, continues to be hotly disputed as scientists find new information. Arguments are fierce, and species do change names. One of the new reasons why species are being reevaluated is because of DNA. Well, before they even could see the DNA, they already had them classified. And by your definition of a clade, there's only one clade: living organisms. System of classification has been existed for 300 years, and it's constantly evolving. Right, cute word. Radical shift in grouping of animals, because scientists are debating which species are most closely related and why. The creationists can't always tell you exactly which kinds are the same. I think generally, though, it's pretty simple. I'll show you how to tell, okay? The Bible says they bring forth after their kind, after their kind. There's an excellent article on a YouTube channel, What is a Kind? Genesis Apologetics won't say, not that one. That's not the one that I was going to go to, right here. 99.999% of the cases, it's easy for a 5-year-old to tell you what the same kind is. Some plants are very difficult to classify. Some animals are difficult to classify. Where would you put a platypus? It's the animals that are hard to classify. Echidna, platypus, the bat. Where does that go? Hard to classify. Why? Difficult to classify. Where do you put an armadillo? What's that? What's that? And you guys keep thinking each animal has to be related to something else. Maybe none of them are related. They just all had a designer who designed a bunch of cool designs. They're not related at all. They just have a common designer. Species difficult to classify for taxonomists. Why is it difficult to classify organisms? Why is it sometimes a difficulty to classify organisms? It is. Sometimes it's difficult to classify because some organisms may seem to fall into multiple categories. Single-celled organism called Euglena, which has characteristics of different groups. It has chloroplasts like a plant, but it doesn't have a cell wall like animals. It has a flagella like bacteria. Where are you going to put it? The point is, viruses are more difficult to classify. That's another one.
1 minute.
I think with most of the cases, if you want to know if it's the same kind, ask the males. Turn the male donkeys loose. All they look for is the female donkeys. We're not interested in the pine tree. They're not interested in the frog. Most of the time, they can tell you what the same kind is. So, but again, the burden of proof's on you to prove where's the evidence of these things evolving into a different kind. Or a different clade. Where's the evidence? I want to see that. Go ahead.
Okay, gentlemen, I appreciate the rebuttals from the both of you. Fantastic debate so far. Lots of great points to discuss. So here we go. We are now into the discussion portion of tonight's debate. What is the topic? Is there reasonable evidence for biological evolution? As always, let's do our best to stick to one topic at a time as we discuss each of the points in a professional manner. I'll kind of stand back a little bit as moderator to keep you guys free-flowing and organic, and I'll, of course, step in as needed. So let's call me Emo. Let's have you start us off in this discussion since Kent just ended with his rebuttal. whatever first points you want to make and a first question. Go ahead, gentlemen.
All right. So I know you asked for evidence of like a kind giving rise or giving birth to another kind of organism, but the thing is, no creationist has ever proposed any set of criteria as to what would constitute a change in kind. Now, they have identified different kinds. I know what different kinds look like, but they've never set criteria as to what would constitute a new kind, or how much a kind can diversify before it becomes a new kind.
Okay. I think it's been pretty well recognized. There are 250 breeds of cattle. I think most 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds would say it's the same kind. So of the 250 types of cattle in the world, how far is there a limit? How far they can be, man has created most of these through selective breeding to get more milk or more beef or more disease resistance or handle cold climate, or, they can select for certain traits that already exist in the cattle gene code. You could never select through natural selection, create a cow with wings. Never going to happen. It's not there. It's not available to choose from. So I'd say, to answer your question, the variations that we've always observed are limited to the same kind. It's still a cow or still corn. I forget how many varieties of corn there are now. It's into the, let's see, how many? 12,000 species of corn. Man has created most of them, again, to suit his climate or his certain needs, but it's still corn. It never goes beyond that, never. But in your religion, Mike, you believe corn is related to a whale. Why do you believe such a thing? We see variations and they're limited. Always they stop, and there's a limit. But you guys have corn connected back to corn and a whale connected back to a common ancestor. I resent paying for that to be taught to the kids in school. Go start a private school, teach that to whoever wants to pay and come learn it. But that's not science. There's no evidence of any animal. 300 types of octopus in the world might have had a common ancestor. But you guys want me to believe that's evidence that the octopus and the corn have a common ancestor with the lion and the humans and the dinosaurs. These lines on paper are pure propaganda. They're absolute bold-faced lie. Okay?
Go ahead, Emo.
All right. So you're talking about the cows, for example. So the reason why cows or cattle only produce cattle is because that's the name we assign to them. If you want to see a cattle produce a non-cattle, it's just a matter of name reassignment. You talk about corn being related to corn, but do you know that corn and bamboo and sugarcane and rice are all classified in the same kind by creationist biologists?
I'm not sure I heard the question clearly. Are what all the same kind by creationists, the cattle?
No, I'm saying like corn, rice, bamboo, and sugarcane.
Yeah. In the grass family, there's quite a variety. I'm not sure exactly how we should classify that. People still argue about exactly what's a different kind. There are hundreds of varieties of bamboo, maybe even thousands of varieties. But if to stick with the cow example you started with, you said if we give it a different name, it's now a different kind. Okay, let's call the white and black one at the top a frog. There, we got evolution. We changed it to white and black. Now it's a frog because I gave it a different name. No, it's still a cow. Zebus, bison, yak, buffalo might have all had a common ancestor. I don't know. Doesn't matter to me. I think they probably did. I think whether they're still interfertile, I don't know. God might have made 10 different kinds of cows, and now there's 250. But they're still cow. So to see the 12,000 varieties of corn and see, wow, that proves corn and cows are related. I'll just ask you that simple question. Do you believe corn and cows are related to a common ancestor?
Right. So before I answer that question, let me get back to the cows one. What I was saying is that if you want a cow to produce a non-cow, then you change the name. It's just a name reassignment, right? I don't know what would constitute a new kind because there is no criteria given for how diverse organisms must become before they pass that threshold for where a kind ends and where one begins. I don't know that. So I won't be able to show you that. You would have to provide that criteria and then identify it, because that's not something we do.
No. Okay.
Creationists identify. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah. No, I was getting to the question. Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe cows have ever produced a non-cow?
Right. So cows would not produce non-cows unless somebody reassigns the name to them. Just like the wild mustards only produced wild mustards until someone reassigned the name broccoli, and then reassigned the name cabbage, reassigned the name cauliflower, and so on.
Okay. This chart shows corn and octopus having a common ancestor, which was an amoeba. So apparently the amoeba produced something that was non-amoeba trillions of times to change it to an octopus. Where's the evidence of an amoeba ever producing a non-amoeba?
Right. Again, we're back to the name assignment. So I gave an example of this with brassica already, where wild mustards produce things that are no longer called wild mustards. But that's how it happens through name assignment.
Our kale and broccoli came from the wild mustard plant. They are still the same kind. They're still a plant. They're still a green plant. They're still mostly unable to survive on their own. You have to babysit them, plant them all in the field, and watch over the field. Most of them, if you turned them all loose, within a few hundred years, they'd all revert back to the wild mustard. That's probably the only one that survived. It's like the Chihuahuas we have, 99 here, Alt DV. There are now 339 recognized breeds of dogs. Most of them wouldn't survive out in the woods for 2 days. Man has created them for our pleasure, either for hunting or for comfort or to be a lap dog or guard dog. But as far as surviving on their own, like the wolf, most of them couldn't do it. So the fact that we gave it a new name and call it dog instead of wolf or coyote, it's still the same kind of animal. But it's not my burden to have to prove that, Mike. It's your burden to prove, where's the evidence of a dog ever producing a non-dog? You said a cow can't produce a non-cow, but yet you believe an amoeba did produce a non-amoeba. I mean, that's what the chart shows. Let's see, right there. Everything.
The amoeba would produce offspring that would vary from the parent, right? But
within limits.
I'm sorry?
Within limits, it's still an amoeba. I don't know how many varieties of amoeba there are, but it'd still be a single-celled organism. Where's the evidence of an amoeba producing a 2-celled or a 3-celled? Because octopus have a whole lot more than 2 cells. There is no evidence for an amoeba changing to anything other than amoeba. Go ahead.
Right. So there are experiments to show that single-cell organisms can evolve into multicellular organisms. That has been demonstrated. But I'm saying the amoeba producing a non-amoeba, that wouldn't happen. It's just what happens is the amoeba would produce offspring that would vary, and then someone would come retroactively reassign the name of the organism. That's what happened with wild mustard. So wild mustards changed until someone decided, oh, this wild mustard seems a bit different to its ancestors, so I'm going to reassign the name. I'm going to call it broccoli. So that's how it happens.
I think you'll find they took the wild mustard plant, and through selective breeding, they decided what they wanted. They wanted more seeds, more leaf, more stem, more deeper roots, able to handle the cold better. That's what happened with the dogs. Somebody decided, I want dogs with long, thick hair so they can survive the cold up in Alaska. And they crossed them until they got a husky. They survived just fine up there. You bring the huskies down to the desert, they don't do very well. They got too much hair, they thick body, they can't get rid of heat fast enough. They would suffer in the heat. Whereas if you take a dog like a dingo or a greyhound, thin fur, short fur, long legs, skinny body, they do really well in the heat. They couldn't survive Alaska, but they could survive Arizona. But they're still a dog. Somebody selected that. They didn't select it on their own. Now, if you turned all the dogs loose in Alaska, probably only those that have that already existing thick fur coat would survive. Next year, they get to make the puppies for the next generation. And after a couple of years of that, you're going to have all dogs that look like a husky or a wolf. That's the only kind that survives up there. That's not evolution. That's not creating anything new. It's still a dog. But you have to see from these charts, the amoeba did produce something that was non-amoeba. Actually, it produced everything. And yet amoeba are still having babies today, and we don't see anything in the laboratory We don't see anything in nature of them ever doing anything to make more baby amoebas. So this is why I say evolution is imagination. It is SpongeBob. Imagine it happened. It's not science. Go ahead.
Right. So again, the amoeba only produces amoeba because that's the name we chose to call them and their offspring. It's what you're talking about is name assignment. That's what you're actually talking about, because it doesn't matter how much the organisms change. The name doesn't have to change. For example, let's say, for example, hypothetical scenario, if pigs evolve wings, would that count as a macroevolutionary change, or would it not count because they're still pigs?
If elephants could fly, what would that prove? They can't fly. You're talking about a nonsense question here. Pigs don't have wings. Now, could it be
a hypothetical question?
Sure. Well, could it be that if an animal in its past, the ancestors used to have wings, maybe an emu? We've got emus here. They got little tiny wings, seem to be pretty useless. Maybe they used to be bigger in the past, and they're slowly losing them because they don't use them. Could be, I don't know. Still a wing, but it's not adding information, it's losing. If the pig had wings millions of years ago, like you guys believe, and it lost them, and you could be able to regrow them, I'd like to see the thing fly. We got some pigs here, you can barely pick them up, let alone fly. So I think it's a nonsense hypothetical question. They don't have wings. Pigs always produce pigs.
No,
I didn't look them up. Go ahead.
I'm talking about the changes between them. I'm asking if, like, a pig, as we know them, if they evolve wings, if that change would count as a macroevolutionary change, or would it not count as a macroevolutionary change because it's still called a pig? So does a name mean anything, or is it change we're talking about?
Well, the name's already changed from language to language. What we call dog, the Mexicans call perro. Did that change it to something else? No, it's the language changed. So changing the name is not going to do anything for it. It's still the same animal. Let's see, there are 300 varieties of pigs worldwide. I think they all produce pigs. I just Googled it. So I don't think you're going to get one with wings, no.
No, again, that was just a hypothetical question, because what I'm trying to find out is what change would count as a change in kind, and not the name of the organism. So I'm not interested in, like, this organism is called an amoeba, or it's called a dog, or it's called a cow. I'm interested in what either physiological or genetic change would count as a macroevolutionary change. But I'm not interested in the name change, because we can always reassign names to organisms, as we did with the broccoli, but you said that wouldn't count as a macroevolutionary change. So we need to know what change would count. Because I can show you change, but then I don't know what would count, at least to you, or to creationists, what would count as a macroevolutionary change, because that criteria has not yet been given.
Yeah, I think you're asking a question that doesn't have a logical answer. Nobody's ever seen this happen. Science deals with what we can observe and study. Show me an example that has happened where an animal produced something that you think is a different kind and deserves a different name and would count as macroevolution. The burden of proof's on you, not me. I don't know of any. I don't think anybody's ever seen any, but if you know of one, I'd like to see it. It's imagination. We don't see it happen. I don't think it can happen, so I can't give you an example of one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to show you that because I don't know what would count as a new kind of organism. I can show you what macroevolution is as defined by biologists, which would be speciation. But I know creationists don't use macroevolution in that way. So I have to show you macroevolution in the context you're using it in, not in the context I'm using it in, right? But that word macroevolution, as you use it, it is undefined. It has no criteria. So then I don't know what to show you.
Okay. The charts in the school textbooks, like the one I have on screen here, show every living thing, plants and animals, all of them came from a common ancestor, an amoeba. So the amoeba did outgrow its clade, that's for sure. If it turned into a dinosaur and a pig and a bear, it did. We don't see any of this. They drew lines on paper connecting, let's see, the corn to the lion, to the whale, to the dinosaur, and humans, back to an amoeba. Where's the evidence of an amoeba producing a non-amoeba? You got to start there, because you believe everything came from it. So if you can't outgrow your clade, as you said, apparently they did. All of them did. You're saying we can't now. That would fit the biblical definition they're going to bring forth after their kind. Instead of all this being one family tree, I think there's probably 8,000 different trees. There's a tree of pigs and a tree of corn and a tree of cows, but they don't go back to touch each other ever. They've always been pigs, cows, or corn, or people. We've never seen any change. We see some pretty wild variations within that kind. I think there's 1,100 varieties of apples. Man has created most of them. Some get more juice, some can handle the heat better, some can handle the cold better, some are crispier, sweeter, whatever, but they're still apple. They're limited to the same kind, still an apple. Excuse me, go ahead.
All right. So with the clades thing, let me explain what's going on. So you said you showed a whale. I think I'm seeing a dinosaur, corn, and humans. They all belong to the eukaryotic clade, right? And what happens is when clades, can you hear me? Right. I think you're on. Sorry. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Actually, because you're on mute, can you repeat the last maybe 3 seconds of what you were saying?
Okay. The eukaryote simply means the cell has a nucleus bound in a membrane. That doesn't prove any relationship. I'd say we could classify all the cars in the world by those that have an engine in front and those that have an engine in the back. Does that prove anything? No. Just a design. The fact that plants have a eukaryote, man considers them a eukaryote. I don't think the plants care what we call them. But we put pine trees are eukaryotes, so are humans. So you could classify things by, are they affected by gravity or not? Well, yeah, everything's affected by gravity. Oh, therefore they're all related. The fact that they've all got a cell with a cell nucleus bound in a membrane is not evidence they're related. It's a great design that works. I think somebody smart designed it.
Right. So what I'm trying to do is explain how clades work. So you don't outgrow your clade, but instead you make new clades. So clades is akin to a branch on a tree or a twig, where every twig remains rooted to the branch from whence it came, and then new twigs can sprout from that one, and so on and so on. So, for example, if you start with canids, as I was trying to explain, you have canids, and then from that canid clade, you have Canis lupus. And then from that Canis lupus clade, you have Canis lupus familiaris, and then from that Canis lupus familiaris clade, you have Canis lupus familiaris dachshund or Canis lupus familiaris Great Dane, right? So what's happening is each time a clade comes around, an additional name is added. So you just keep adding names on top names. But because we don't call organisms by all their clade names, no one goes around saying, oh, that's a nice Canis lupus familiaris poodle. We just say it's a poodle, right? So that's what happens. We don't call them by all their clade names. But if we were, then we would go around, when we see a human, we would say, oh, that's a eukaryotic, chordate, and you just call all the clade names until you get to humans. So the clades is not changing. What's happening, more clades are being added.
So we should be called the amoeba, protista, sponge, vertebrate, Homo sapien. We should have. Do you believe you're related to a protista? Is that, my point is, you can believe that. That's not science. That's what I can't get you guys to understand. Because we see protista are still producing protista babies. That's all they ever do. Amoebas produce amoebas. Bacteria produce bacteria. There are no exceptions, none. But yet you wish to believe and imagine that this bacteria or protista somehow, over millions of generations, added more information and turned into a human. Because the books do show humans coming from protista. That's not science. That's all. I wish you guys would have just admit it and called it a religion and be happy. Start the Church of the Amoeba. That's fine. Go there. Sing, blessed assurance, the amoeba is mine, I can make a lot of songs for you, modify our songs in our songbook and make all kinds of songs about the amoeba. Praise to the amoeba, almighty amoeba. You don't see, I don't think, Mike, you do believe they grow out of their clade. The amoeba that finally became two-celled, did it grow out of its clade and become three-celled and then four-celled and multicellular? We see single-celled creatures work together as a colony. We've never seen a two-celled creature. It's usually on a colony working together for some reason, sometimes a whole bunch of them, but they're all individual amoeba or single-celled creatures. They never join like ours do, where my heart is dependent on my lungs, which is dependent on the nervous system, which is dependent on, it's interconnected in a way that no group, no colony of cells ever gets connected that way.
Right. So with respect to outgrowing the clades, so as I said, the clades, you don't outgrow them, you grow new ones. So it's like a branch that grows a twig, and then the twig grows another twig. So every twig remains rooted to the twig it came from, and that remains rooted to the branch it came from, and then the branch remains rooted to the stem it came from, and so on. So you're never outgrowing it; you're just sprouting new ones. That was happening. So the eukaryote clade would sprout new clades, but they would not outgrow the eukaryote clade. So it's akin to a tree, if you want to picture it that way. It's akin to how a tree grows. Branches grow from other branches, but they don't outgrow their branches. Well, unless you break them.
Well, I strongly disagree. I think there's a tree of humans. I think we all had a common ancestor named Adam and Eve. I don't think that would prove humans came from an amoeba, or humans are related to pigs or birds. There's probably thousands of trees, but they're not connected. The humans are probably all connected. There's different skin color, different eye color, different hair color, different tall people, short people, wide people, skinny people. They're still human, all capable of interbreeding, but they're still human. That's not evolution. There are no examples of this tree you're talking about connecting what anybody would consider wildly different kinds. Let's take, here they got the human and the fly off to the right, okay? The human and the fly go back to a common ancestor. I don't think that's science. Do you believe you're related to a fly, Mike?
Ultimately, all eukaryotic life is related. So yes, I would be related to a fly. What I'm saying is, if you want to understand how humans are related to other organisms, you can't start from animal A and then look at animal Z and then try to connect them. You need to look at like humans, and then the ones closest to them, and then the ones closest to them, and then you get a picture of what's going on. That's how you build puzzles, for example. You don't go, I'm going to choose this piece and then the furthest piece and try to get the picture. You try to build some, at least patches of it, using the closest pieces, and then you get a picture of what's going on, and then you continue building around that, and you build around that until you get the entire picture, right? So it makes no sense even attempting to show how humans are related to flies if we're not going to talk about how humans, Homo sapiens, are related to Neanderthals and Denisovans and those closely related organisms that we classify with Homo sapiens.
Well, my objection is the kids in school are taught with charts just like this from a public school textbook or this one, that everything has a common ancestor. That is not observable science. That could be, there are 64 different varieties of herons, the big, huge bird. We got a family of them lives here on one of our lakes. Those 64 herons might have had a common ancestor, I'll grant you that, but that doesn't prove herons are related to pickles. There are 4,000 varieties of potatoes now, most of them cultivated by man for some particular reason, sweet potatoes, big potatoes, little potatoes, I don't know. But they might have had a common ancestor. I wouldn't argue about that. But does that therefore prove that if we went long enough, the potatoes came eventually from an amoeba and have a relationship with a bird? This is why I think it's a mental illness to believe these charts they put in the textbook. Here we have birds and dinosaurs and worms and sharks and clams. There are so many differences between these things, it's mind-boggling. And to imagine that they gradually change, okay, I understand. I admire your faith, but it's not science. We don't observe it. And the purpose of this debate, the title, is for you to provide evidence, reasonable evidence, for evolution. Not just saying it might happen, it could happen, maybe it did. Well, it must have happened because here we are. Where's the scientific evidence of an amoeba producing what anybody in the world would consider a non-amoeba? Has a cow ever produced anything somebody would say, oh, that's not a cow anymore? Ask any farmer on the planet. Our donkey had a baby this morning. It turned out to be a baby donkey. Wow, who'd have thunk it? And it always will, no exceptions.
Let me jump in, Emo, just before you respond. Gentlemen, as always, these discussions are so enjoyable. And this one especially has been very intelligent, lots of great topics discussed. Time is flying by. Emo, since we do have a ton of audience questions, is there one final line of evidence you wanted to bring up? One final question you wanted to ask Dr. Dino? Because I see about a minute and a half on the discussion portion from my timer. So of course, respond to that. And then maybe one final point or one final question that you really want to get out before the discussion ends. Go ahead.
Okay. Also, I wanted to ask, are cherries distinct from, I don't know, almonds? Or do you think cherries are distinct from almonds?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't have a quick answer. I'm willing to study it. Almonds don't have a fruit that we consider. Man has decided to divide the plants into those that have fruit surrounding a seed and those that just have a seed or a shell surrounding the seed, a non-edible shell. So I'm not sure how they classify cherries and almonds, but I'd be willing to bet you $50 the cherry's not related to the pig. That I would bet you.
Do you know that cherries and almonds are classified together with peaches within the same kind?
I don't think they care how we classify them. Man is always trying to put things into classification systems. You know, we put our screwdrivers together and put our wrenches together and our hammers together. I don't think the tool cares. I don't think the cherry tree cares. The fact that we decided to put it with something else, okay, I don't think the tree cares. Cherry trees only produce baby cherries that grow up to be cherry trees again. That I know. They're never going to produce an almond.
Well, yeah, but why are they classified within the same kind of? Actually, they could graft. It's possible for cherries to graft to almonds and peaches.
Yeah, as I showed you, the definition of species, let's see, 36. The definition of species has been changing. It still changes. What is the definition of species? Nobody knows. There are 7 distinct definitions of the word species. So is a cherry and an almond different species? Oh, certainly. Are they the same kind? I don't think so. Are they in the same kingdom? Well, yeah, they're plant kingdom.
No, they're classified as the same kind because of their grafting compatibility. Grafting compatibility is a criteria used to classify kinds, just as pollinating compatibility and sexual compatibility in in animals, right? So
Cherry,
that's a,
wait a minute. Cherry and almond can be grafted together. They might be. Is that true? Okay. Can you graft a cherry onto a giraffe?
no, they're too far removed.
Okay. Well, there's 2 that are different kind.
All right, let me jump in here, gentlemen. This has been a great discussion. And as always in the live chat, we've got a great chat with some side debates and some side, just a lot of fun going on. So great debate, great discussion, gentlemen. We will cap it there. The timer just went off for the discussion. We got a lot of great questions too. But what I want to do, in case you gentlemen have some points you feel you want to address, anything left hanging, so on and so forth, let's have some concluding statements. Let's do, let's say, between 3 and 5 minutes. And call me, email. We'll let you start, and then whatever you take, we'll just let Kent take equal time. And this way you can kind of sum up your thoughts and points. And yeah, go ahead whenever you're ready there, Mikey.
All right. So the problem is I can provide evidence of evolution, but for some reason it doesn't count as, at least it doesn't meet some undefined criteria that Kent has. So what I'm trying to do is get that criteria and see if I can meet it, right? Because he says he wants to see evidence of organisms change in kind. I know what different kinds look like. I showed a lot of them. But there is no criteria as to how an organism can diversify into a new kind, because kinds seem to be defined as clades, where kinds can diversify indefinitely and would never outgrow their kinds, regardless of how much they change. So that's why you can have, for example, peaches, almonds and cherries within the same kind, and then you have corn and bamboo and sugarcane in the same kind, and you have tomato and eggplant and peppers within the same kind, and so on, because there is no limit as to how much a kind can diversify. And that's the point. So it would be a futile quest trying to show a change in kind when there has no set limit as to how much a kind can diversify before it becomes a new kind. I'll also show what different kinds look like, right? And the thing is, different kinds are not actually distinct, because there are different kinds of bats, there are different kinds of frogs, different kinds of crocodilians. They're not actually that distinct in the way they classify them using environmentology. So the fact that Kent wants to see like a bird, like an amoeba give rise to a bird, is way beyond what creationists would use to define different kinds, right? What else? Yeah, so most of the argument here was basically around me trying to determine what is the criteria for a kind. Oh, and we talk about like name assignment. We talk about like birds giving birth to birds or dogs giving birth to dogs. This is just names. These are just the names we call the organisms. The names are not important. What's important is the changes between them, not the name. Because organisms, for example, if a pig evolved wings, just by hypothetical, right? If it evolved wings, it's still going to be a pig, but the change between them, would that count? And that's what I'm interested in, the change and not the name of, oh, the amoeba still produce amoeba. I know it still produce amoeba. That's the name we chose to call them. And we chose to call their offspring that until someone just decides to reassign a name to them. All right. Um, what else? I think that's it for now. Yeah, that would be it for my closing statement for now. I don't really have much to say because most of the argument was really around those specific points.
Okay, I appreciate that concluding statement there, Mikey. And I also appreciate you gentlemen making this debate very easy to moderate, very professional and cordial. So we're going to hand it over to Dr. Kent Hovind for his 5-minute concluding statement. Go ahead, Kent.
Oh, thank you. And thank you, Mike, for coming to do this tonight. I think we've all seen gibbons produce gibbons. We've seen chimpanzees produce chimpanzees. We've seen humans produce humans. Never seen anything other than that. So they draw lines here showing them all connected. Well, that's not science. You got I think you got 5 different trees. The gorillas have their own tree. Now, atheists, I keep asking, where's the evidence for why you believe such a thing, that humans and gibbons have a common ancestor? They draw the lines on paper. They make the kids learn it in school, and they test them on it and flunk them if they don't give the answer they want. This is propaganda 101 here. Where's real scientific evidence that a chimpanzee's ever produced a non-chimpanzee? The fact that we have similar DNA doesn't prove ancestry. I could show you books in my library that have the similar alphabet. They all use the same 26 letter. Doesn't prove the same guy wrote them all. So I think you're in a dangerous position, Mike, and you may be leading others to believe this. Wayne Strickland said he's an atheist. Had it on his tombstone for years. Well, the fool said in his heart there's no God. Ray Comfort, a good friend of mine, talked to him yesterday. He's got a book out, God Doesn't Believe in Atheists. I like that one. Well, it looks like Wayne found time. He died about 17 years ago. Because he found time. I bet he's not an atheist anymore. It's appointed unto man once to die, and after this, the judgment. Mike, you're going to die one day. I hope it's a long time from now, but it could be tomorrow. You don't know. Have you seen the way they drive in Grenada? You could die tonight. They got some loonies down there. They even have an IQ test to drive. Anyway, God's not willing that any should perish. He wants everybody to be saved. My job is to go preach the gospel to every creature. I got to tell you, God loves you, but he wants you to be part of his family. There's a God. He made it. And no, he said all animals bring forth after their kind. It's all we've ever seen. I've chosen to believe that. That's my faith. I take that by faith. Pine trees will always produce pine trees, always have, always will. That's science. To believe pine trees came from an amoeba and are related to bananas and whales, that's not science. So if you're a Christian, I challenge everybody as often as I can, what on earth are you doing, for heaven's sake? Can't you find something to do for the Lord? There's a war going on. Get involved. Carry bullets or pay for bullets or take care of the wounded or do something. God created everything, and we're all going to appear before the judgment seat of Christ. I'm going to appear before God one day, and he's going to say, Kent, I gave you this much, and you did this much. What happened to the difference here? I'm going to answer to God for what he's given me. And I don't cook, I don't sew, don't like those, but I can talk about creation and give him the glory for his creation. So I think insects, there are insects with wings and insects without wings. Still insects. If the pig had wings, I think we'd have to put them into 2 categories and say, wow, there's a flying pig and a crawling pig, I think, or a walking pig. They might have some similarities. Doesn't make them related. Anyway, thank you for the debate. I'm anxious for audience questions here. And come down and visit our Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. It's all free, and it's a really, really, really fun time. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Kent, for that concluding statement. Thank you to the both of you. Very engaging and a very good debate. I really enjoyed this, and so did the audience. So let's go right back to, I guess, the first questions that came in. And we'll start with some of these super chats that came in. I appreciate everybody's support. And engagement in the live chat. So here's the first question that comes in the form of a super chat. I'm going to get them into the live chat and put them up on the screen for you guys. So here's the first one that comes in from Bubblegum Gun. He says, question for Emo. Do you think a Chihuahua could ever evolve or change into a wolf? Go ahead, Emo.
Right. So if you're talking about lineages, no, organisms can't evolve into lineages that already exist. So you never see like a Chihuahua turning back into a wolf or whatever. You can get something that looks like a wolf, but it's going to be a different lineage. So you're not going to get the same lineage twice. You're not going to get the same organisms evolving twice. You're going to get something similar through convergent evolution.
I appreciate that response there, Emo. And over to you, Kent, for your response.
I would agree. It cannot. Chihuahua was never going to turn into a wolf. I think the varieties of dog kinds have been created. Probably had a common ancestor called something was similar to a wolf. But now that they've gotten down to Chihuahua size into the completely useless dog, I think it's probably dead-ended. And left alone in the woods, they wouldn't survive 2 days. The squirrels would eat them, for heaven's sake, let alone the other animals would kill them. So no, I don't. I do think dog, wolf, coyote probably had a common ancestor, but that doesn't mean they can all have a banana as part of their heritage. So I think that's ludicrous. I stick by the Bible. They always bring forth after their kind. Dogs, wolves, chihuahuas, same kind, never going to be anything else.
Thank you, Kent, for your response. And to be fair, Emo, question was for you. You can have a quick final word.
Yeah, it's not that dogs, quote unquote, are losing information. They have most of the alleles from their ancestors. The reason why they can't go back into wolves is because you'd have to, every mutation that took place or every change that took place to bring them to chihuahuas would have to happen in reverse and in that order. In the same order it happened, it'd have to happen in that reverse order, which is impossible since mutations accumulate, not go in reverse.
All right, I appreciate the responses and the question from Bubblegum Gun. So here's the next question that comes in. Another super chat, Michael Knighton. I appreciate the support, brother. And this one is for you, Dr. Hovind. So he says, ask Kent if he believes in speciation and why. And then he kind of just points out that some young Earth creationists have a problem with speciation and others don't. What are your overall thoughts on that, Kent?
As I mentioned earlier, there's really never been a good, strong, hard definition of species. It's a flexible term. I thought that was here. Let me see if this is the right one. No, anyway. So I would say speciation, certainly, but that's a man-made classification. Man has decided he likes to call things by a certain name and give it a new name and call it a new species, Canis lupus, Canis domesticus, etc. I don't think the animal cares, and I don't think they're going to change because we changed the name of them. So yes, I think there's never going to be a new kind. Pigs will always produce pigs. Cows will always produce cows. Corn will always produce corn. Always has, always will. That's what we observe. That's what God said would happen. So if somebody decides to call it a new species, like the Kaibab squirrel and the Abert squirrel, they're still a squirrel. They've been separated by Grand Canyon for a long time, so maybe they can't interbreed anymore. I don't know. But they're still squirrel. Maybe they both reach the ends of a tree, different branches on a same tree, squirrel. There's, I think, 13 different kinds of squirrels. And they might have had a common ancestor called a squirrel. But so if somebody decides to give it a name and call it a new species, that's an arbitrary human tag we stick on there. They're still the same kind. So I don't believe there's any changes between kinds. I'll stick with the Bible word. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. And again, Michael, thank you for the good question. Emo, over to you for your response.
But it seems to me that kind, at least how Kent is using it, a kind seems to be a group of organisms that shares the same name. So you have like a dog kind or a grass kind or a butterfly kind. As long as the organisms share the same name, apparently, then that would determine if they're the same kind or not.
Thank you, Mikey. And Kent, question was for you. We'll hand it over to you for the final word.
Yeah, no, nothing to add. Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate it. Let me get the next question up on screen. And I'm almost going to lose it because here we go. All right, so this one comes in from Kevin's Biblical Discussions. And his question is for, looks like it's for you, Emo. So he asks, what is the best evidence you have to prove macroevolution? Mikey, I understand you would probably say it's more of a cumulative case, a body of evidence coming to one conclusion. So another way to ask it could be, you know, if there's just someone on the fence that you were talking to, you only had a few minutes, you know, what would be a strong line of evidence out of that body of evidence you would look to that you could point to that may or may not be convincing? Go ahead.
First I'd have to know who I'm talking to. I mean, like, what kind of evidence they accept. But usually I would go through like pollinating compatibility and then grafting compatibility. Why? Because most people accept that this kind of compatibility is evidence of common ancestry. And then I can show you how macroevolution occurs, maybe not directly, although we have observed direct examples of macroevolution. But what that person is talking about is like organisms becoming different to the point where they are noticeably different, right? So then I can show you how onions and garlics are related through pollination and so on. And you say, oh, I didn't know onions and garlics could pollinate. I say, yeah, they can pollinate. They're very closely related. And you can use that as evidence of the common ancestry. And then I say, okay, you know that, well, you might know these plants by their local names. I can show you that cherries can pollinate with other black cherries and so on, and they can graft with almonds and so on. And say, oh, I didn't know they can graft. So yeah, only closely related organisms graft. So when we see organisms grafting, we assume they're related.
Thank you, Emo, for the question, the good question from Kevin's Biblical Discussions. Dr. Hovind, over to you if you wanted some points to make or a response to go with.
Right. I don't think the fact that we can graft them proves anything as far as relationships. There have been some really wild grafting experiments done, grafting pears and apples together. And I think there's one company that sells 20 different fruits grafted on one tree. That's something man is doing. It's not happening in nature, and it wouldn't prove any relationship. I bet you could probably find a way to sew a pig leg onto a human and make it take, but I don't know if that can be done or not. Just as an example, you probably could get a pig ear sewed onto somebody's shoulder and make it graft. Let's assume you can. Okay, what does that prove? Proves somebody's got way too much time on their hand to do dumb stuff. How are you going to get a shirt to fit on with the ear sticking out there? Anyway, so I think the fact that we can graft them is not evidence that they're related. Go ahead.
Right. I'm talking about true grafting, not like the grafting you see when people graft like pig organs to humans and so on. True grafting needs no suppression of the host or the scion DNA, right? So when true grafting, you don't need to suppress the DNA. They would graft, they would actually heal into each other, and they would exchange genes, they would exchange organelles between their cells. They're totally compatible with each other. So that's why grafting compatibility is used as evidence for common ancestry, because only close related organisms do so. And biominologists actually use this as a method of classifying kinds, right? And not only biominologists, but even members of this particular channel.
Okay, thank you for that final word there, Emo. These are some fantastic questions as always. So thank you guys. Here's the next question that comes in from Power Word. This is a super chat. I appreciate the support. And this again is a question for you, Emo. So the questioner asks, since all three branches of life, and in brackets, he puts bacteria, archaea, eukarya, came from Luca, last universal common ancestor, does that mean Luca broke the law of monophily? Go ahead, Mikey.
I can actually share a screen of this to kind of I'll just do a quick screen share to show what I'm talking about.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, window. All right. I have it. Here.
You're good to go. I'll remove the questions so we can see your slide fully.
Am I? Okay. Far down. So the where is it? So It's the tree of life. All those clades diverge from the original life form, which we would just call life. So they're still living things. All living things are still living things, are still life. So they never outgrow their clade. All living things are still classified under the life clade, essentially. So that's it.
All right. I appreciate the visual there, Mikey. And over to Ken. Ken, if you had a response, go ahead.
Could you put the question back up for me just a second?
Yes, definitely. Let me just scroll up and see if I can find it here in the chat. Oh, here we go. Okay, so power word. Here's the question, Dr. Hovind. Since all three branches of life, bacteria, archaea, eukarya, came from last universal common ancestor, does that mean Luca broke the law of monophyly?
I would think it had to. That's why I kept saying, if an amoeba changed to everything else, well, monophyly says it can't get out of its clade. The amoeba are in a separate clade from elephants, but they think the amoeba produced an elephant. So yes, they don't either understand what the law of monophyly is or don't really believe in it, because the charts, the tree of life that they show all the time, shows everything breaking the law of monophyly, everything. So I think it's a good question. I don't think there is a last common ancestor. I think we all had, humans had a common ancestor, apples had a common ancestor, but not apples and humans together. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. And Emo, last word. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Ken must have a slight misunderstanding with clades bringing forth new clades as opposed to clades changing clades. Remember, branches sprout new branches, and those branches sprout twigs, but they remain rooted to the branches from whence they came. Right? That's the analogy if you want to understand how clades give rise to new clades.
Okay, I appreciate the final word. And this next one comes in from Ken Rock. Ken Rock gives a super chat to ask his question, so I appreciate it. And this is one of Kent's future interlocutors here in the Evolution Debate Challenge series. So, Ken, I appreciate the question. His question for you here is up on screen. He says, question for Kent. What is your, or the, I guess, definition of dog?
Wow. Scientific definition, I'm sure they've got one. I think it's a mammal. I think it's only able to interbreed with other dogs. There's varieties of dogs, 339 recognized breeds by the American Kennel Association, probably more worldwide. So I think it's an animal that has 4 feet, tail on the back, nose on the front, ears on the top, and only wants to breed with other dogs. How's that?
I appreciate it, Dr. Dino. Over to you, Emo, if you had something you wanted to add.
No, nothing to add.
All right, I appreciate that. So next question here comes in from, let's see, out of the 100 questions, what can I pick? So I guess we'll just pick this one here. This one's for you again, Kent. And the question comes in from Cool Jesus. So Cool Jesus, I appreciate it. Question for Kent. Are there groups of animal kinds that a 4th grader may not be able to tell are kinds? And in brackets, he just gives a couple examples: civets, vultures, solenodons.
Oh, yes. Science has many different levels to it. There's 1st grade level science and college level science and advanced level. Sure, this is a study, but in general, I think, like I said, 99%, high 99%, 0.999, would be distinguishable to a 4th or 5th grader. They go, oh yeah, that's a dog. We have kids come here. We have our cook Freddie has a 3-year-old. When I point to the dog, I say, wow, look at the pig. He said, no, that's a dog. The kid's 3. He can tell. So I think generally a 3-year-old can tell you most of them. Might be some animals that are difficult to classify, like, where would the armadillo go? Where would the duck-billed platypus go? Lays eggs, but it's a mammal. I don't think they care how we classify them. I did a seminar the other night here on where does the 2 of clubs go? How do we classify the 2 of clubs? Does it go with the clubs or does it go with the even numbers? If it goes with the clubs, it doesn't go with the 2 of hearts. But if it goes with the even numbers, now it goes with the 2 of hearts. So how we decide to spread them out, I don't think the 2 of clubs cares. It's purely man-made classification, and the animals do not care. The dogs always mate with dogs. The cows mate with cows, no exceptions. And when they produce babies, a 3-year-old can tell you that's a cow. So most of the time, it's pretty simple. There are some difficult ones to classify, and that's what what one field of science is supposed to be doing. There's a website called Baraminology. Baramin is the Hebrew word for kind. And they've been working on they think there's about 8,000 kinds of animals on land who breathe air. They would have to go on the ark. Noah didn't bring the fish on the ark. They had plenty of water. He didn't bring insects. Wasn't told to anyway. Some might have gone. But 8,000 kinds of animals that now have probably tens of thousands or hundreds or maybe even millions of varieties from those 8,000 kinds. That is very different than trying to claim all the animals came from a rock, which is what evolution teaches. Rock was our common ancestor. I think that's dumb. Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate it. Dr. Dino and Emo, anything you'd like to add? Go ahead.
So the thing about the kinds, you talked about baraminology, and that's good, is I actually showed what different kinds look like, and what I was trying to find out is what is objectively preventing two neighboring kinds, like you'd have different kinds of turtles, for example, from sharing common ancestry with each other, right? And so that's what I'm interested in, finding out how are kinds distinguished from the kinds closest to them, and so on. And most kids actually don't know how to distinguish between them. I actually tried it with kids, and they would just classify different kinds as the same kind, and sometimes the same kind as different kinds. It happens.
Thank you for the response. Mikey and Dr. Hovind, you get the last response since it was your question.
Yeah, I don't think the animals care how we classify them or how the kids classify them. We have a dog around here that belongs to one of our guys, and every time I say, "Come here, idiot," it comes. So it's an idiot, but it still comes.
I appreciate that. Laughter is the best medicine. It's good to get a little bit of that in every debate. So I appreciate it. I want to make sure I get these super chats in, gentlemen. So I'm going to put this one up on screen. This one's more of a comment, but it is a $20 super chat. It comes in from George Bond, not really related to the topic, but of course, Emo and Kent, if you guys wanted to make some comments on it, you're free to do so. So George, $20 super chat. I appreciate it. He says, operational science has demonstrated stratification does not need millions of years. 20 minutes is all it took to create anticlines, synclines, and basins. Check it out on the Creation Research Net channel, John Mackay, the creation guy. So I appreciate that, George. More of a comment. I'm not sure, gentlemen, if there's something you wanted to add to that or comment.
I would, if Emo doesn't.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Owen.
All of the layers that we see form very rapidly. All over the world, we see petrified trees standing up, running through all these layers. There's no such thing as a geologic column. They say the top layer is younger. I say, where did it come from? Outer space? If I shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? No. If you flip this thing upside down and make multiple different layers in there, which it'll do every time, it'll make 20 or 30 layers. Are the layers different ages? No. They got sorted by the water. So the Bible to the evolutionist is the geologic column. There's no such thing as a Jurassic period or Triassic or Mississippian or Devonian or Silurian. It's all baloney. It doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a fossil record. There's fossils, lots. We got a lot in our museum, but they don't talk and they don't have a date on them. Somebody assigns a date to them. The fossil doesn't care. So there's no such thing. I think it's criminal to teach kids that all the animals are related and we came from a rock 4.6 billion years ago that cooled down and got rained on. I think that's dumb, real dumb. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. And Emo, over to you for a response if you'd like.
Oh yeah, I'm not too familiar with the geology stuff, although I know they are like mechanisms that can cause deposited regions of Earth to rise up above. So they don't have to, the rock doesn't have to come from space. It's just like lower regions can rise up. There are mechanisms that can cause the Earth to churn and move. But I'm not too familiar with the geology stuff, so I have not much to say.
All right, I appreciate that, Mikey. Here's the final super chat, at least, so we know we got these in. Let me see here. This one comes in from Alec Cox, $20 super chat, and it is for you. their emo. So I got it up on screen, and he asks, would you go to be executed over your belief in evolution theory? Would you renounce evolution if it meant that you would be executed? What are your thoughts on that, emo?
Would I renounce my belief if I know I'm going to be executed? Anything I can do to save my life, I would just say it. But I mean, I would actually change my core beliefs. Saying something out aloud doesn't mean that it changes my belief. So, to save my life, if I have to lie sometimes, it's according to the circumstance. Then, yeah, I'll do it.
All right, well, I appreciate you answering that question there, Mikey. Anything you wanted to add at all, Dr. Hovind?
I think we've seen down through history that millions of Christians have had to do exactly that, face death or renounce Christ. And millions have said, no, kill me instead. I hope if it ever comes to that for me, I have the courage to say that. I mean, it's easy to say, oh, yeah, I would, but wait till you get there and they got the axe over your head. So I think I would. I hope I would. I want to stay true to my Lord to the end. So I'll say, I hope I can. I think it will come. Well, you're muted. Oh.
There we go. I appreciate it. So I want to wrap it up there, though, guys. There are a ton of questions more. And you know what? We said 90 minutes. And as always, time flies by. So we're going to wrap it up. I want to respect the time of the debaters, Emo and Kent. So as we always do, though, before we completely wind it down, let's get some final thoughts, final words from Mikey and Kent. This really was a great debate. And wow, time has flown by. So, Emo, over to you. Final thoughts, final words, and thank you for doing this.
Right. Oh, you're welcome, Standing, for having me on the show. Thank you, Dr. Kent, for agreeing to debate me, even though you didn't know who I was. What I want to say is, I think we're having like a disconnect with name reassignment and how clades evolve. How names are assigned to clades and so on. So we have this thing where Kent can't envision how a dog can give rise to non-dogs, when it's just down to name reassignment, because that's all about the names. We're having a problem with setting a criteria with respect to changes that would count as macroevolution, but it needs to be a criteria. When I say macroevolution, I mean in the context Kent would use it, right? So you have a criteria set, and then we know, okay, this would count because it passes a criteria, and this wouldn't count because it does not. But since Kent doesn't have a criteria to begin with, then I don't know why something would count as opposed to why something would not count. There's no criteria for me to judge that on. Kinds, there is no criteria as to what would constitute a new kind. How diverse a kind must become before they become a new kind, I have no idea. And the thing is, it's not the responsibility of me to identify kinds. That's actually a creationist thing. So they would have to set their own criteria for new kinds. They can identify different kinds because kinds are arbitrarily assigned. It's like a genus or a family or order, arbitrarily assigned. But you can't evolve a new genus because there is no criteria for that. In the same way, you can't evolve a new kind. There is no criteria for that. You can only assign them arbitrarily. And what else?
Emo, I'll just stop you. I guess by final words, final thoughts, I meant just, quick kind of wrap up, not really another concluding statement, although I do appreciate that. So if you wanted to just maybe 10 more seconds, kind of wrap it up, we'll give the opportunity to Kent as well, and then we'll call it a night.
All right. I guess I'll say thanks again for having me, and thanks again, Kent, for making the time to come out debate.
All right. I appreciate that. I appreciate those final words there, Mikey. We appreciate you doing this debate. Maybe we'll do another one in the future. This one went smoothly. Kent, over to you. Final thoughts, final words, and thank you for doing it.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm curious if you atheists or evolutionists do succeed in getting everybody in the world to believe like you. If everybody believed we came from an amoeba, would that be good or bad for society? Would you want to live in a world where everybody believes there's no such thing as right and wrong because there's no God? Nobody made us. We got here by chance. And the strongest survive. So if the lion can eat the baby zebra and the mama zebra don't like it, too bad. Tough. I think the theory that you are teaching, Mike, if everybody did believe it, would be very detrimental for the world and for society. If everybody believed like I believe, there's a God and he made some rules and we're supposed to follow those rules, whether they do it, it certainly would improve society in many ways. There's a standard for right and wrong. Thus saith the Lord. So if you succeed in teaching this to everybody and getting them to believe it, I think the whole world will lose. That's my thoughts.
Okay, I appreciate that, Kent. Again, I appreciate it. Emo, gentlemen, you guys are free to go, and I appreciate you doing this. Have a good night. This was great. Thank you to the audience. Thanks for tuning in. God bless. And Standing for Truth is out. All right, looks like we are live. Welcome to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and I want to thank everybody for being here for the next chapter in our evolution debate series. We have an earlier one today than usual, and I've got Nick from the Planner Walk YouTube channel and Dr. Dino debating evolution. What is the best evidence for evolution? And before we get right into the fun, what I like to do typically is kind of get to know the debaters a little bit, break the ice. And Nick, since it's your first time on the channel debating here on the platform, I do appreciate you being willing to engage in this important topic. Why don't we start with you? A little bit about you, a little bit about your channel.
Okay. Well, I'm Planner Walk. I should probably start with a hoi hoi. I'm Planner Walk because that's usually how I start. And I make videos usually about different types of pseudoscience, a lot about flat Earth, because I think we can all agree that flat Earth is quite silly. So, but yeah, just all kinds of different things that I think are silly or pseudoscientific, and I look at the evidence and all that kind of stuff.
All right. Well, I appreciate that introduction there, Planner Walk. I've got your YouTube channel link in the description box. So for anybody in the chat, if you like what you're hearing from Planner Walk, check that out. Dr. Dino, good to see you. How you doing? A little bit about yourself, a little bit about Dell.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm Kent Hovind in Lenox, Alabama, a little bitty town straight north of Pensacola. I've been a Baptist preacher 48 years. I taught science 15 years in high school. I defend the position that the Bible is literally true. I would agree with Nick 100%. The earth is round. It is not flat. Only Kansas is flat. The rest of it's round. I think that is pseudoscience. I think it's also pseudoscience to believe in evolution. I'm excited. If he wants pseudoscience, by the time we're done today, he'll be producing videos against the dumb religion of evolution. That'll be great. All right.
All right, Kent, appreciate the... Should be a good one. Appreciate the introduction, Kent, and Planner Walk. So for the audience sake, what we are going to be doing is more of a free-flowing kind of back and forth debate. We're going to have short opening statements introducing the topic, introducing a point or two for the debaters, Kent and Nick, to discuss. And of course, we are going to be starting with Planner Walk with that. And as usual, we're going to have an audience Q&A at the end of the debate. So make sure that you're tagging me with your questions. Tag me at Standing for Truth, and that way I won't miss them. Okay, let's get right into it. Planner Walk, we're going to hand it over to you. If you have any slides, anything like that, of course, I can share screen. And whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I do have a few things to show, but first I have a few questions that I'm going to be asking Kent. So for this debate, I want to focus on evolution, macroevolution. Now, I'm not a big fan of the term macroevolution, but we'll use it just for the purposes of this debate. The first question that I want to know is what mechanisms, genetic mechanisms, are there to prevent macroevolution from occurring over a long time frame? We all know that, we all agree that microevolution can occur. You know, small changes that may not change things too much. But is there any genetic reason why macroevolution shouldn't occur? That's my first question. And the second question is what environmental mechanisms might prevent macroevolution from occurring. So there's plenty of different environmental evolutions that actually environmental mechanisms that can actually facilitate macroevolution. Things like when two species get separated, you'll often see them change in very different ways. There's also I forgot half of them from my school, but that's one of the main ones that I can remember. If I can share my screen now.
Now, is that a question or two that you wanted Kent to address and engage now, Planner Walk, or is that kind of for later to address after your presentation here?
I will address those after the presentation because
Sure,
Kent has a bit to respond, right?
Yeah, no worries.
Yep. So if I can just share screen and hold on, give me a few seconds. Okay.
Looks good.
So when it comes to one of the things that I want to talk about isochron dating, because isochron dating is a very good way for measuring the age of rocks. Isochron dating, for different types of dating, you've got argon dating, you've got I forgot all the different ones, but isochron dating uses different dating methods, and you want to look at the isotopes in a particular rock. Now, if there has been contamination of the isotopes, or if there's been contamination of the rock, then you should see the isotopes not lining up. However, if the rock is just as it is from the ground, without any contamination, then the isotopes should all line up. This is ratios of different isotopes in the rock. This is what this shows. And this is far better because you can tell, okay, has there been contamination? Has this particular element leaked out of the rock or something? We do this with carbon dating to an extent as well. If we want to see, okay, because there has been an unusual amount of carbon in the atmosphere lately, how much carbon in this rock is due to that, and has it been contaminated by the higher levels of carbon? We can look at carbon 13, I think it is, see how much of that is in a carbon life form to determine whether it's recent or a long time ago. We look at the ratios of all these things. If the ratios line up, we can tell that it hasn't been affected by contamination. Another thing that I want to look at is chromosome 2. So chromosome 2, we find that there is on most chromosomes, there are two sets of telomeres and one centromere. On chromosome 2, however, there is a hidden telomere there that we can find, as well as a hidden centromere. I forget the correct name for it, but there's these things that show that these have been fused. These two chromosomes have been fused. And we can look at some other of the great apes and see that they have two separate chromosomes where we would expect to find chromosome 2. And this is good evidence for us having a common ancestor with other apes. Another thing that I want to look at is ERVs, endogenous retroviruses. These are something that we've got heaps of ERVs, but there are particular ERVs that are in the same ERV in the same spot between humans, chimps, gorillas, orangutans, etc. And if this happening by random chance, two different species getting the same ERV by random chance is astronomical. I think it's 1 in 50 million of the same ERV being in the same place. And yeah, so that's all I...
Sure. Looks good. Planner walk, dating methods, specifically isochron, chromosome 2 fusion, endogenous retroviruses, and a couple questions relating to micro and macro evolution. So a few topics there for us to engage. Before we do so, we'll give Kent equal time. That was about 6 minutes. So Kent, we'll hand it over to you. 6 minutes. Floor is yours.
Right. That's why I thought we agreed on one topic at a time. We already have 3 on the table. I can't answer all 3 in 6 minutes. I much prefer a whole debate be on one topic. I think the reason he chose the carbon-14 or the dating methods first is because he probably knows full well, without billions of years, his whole theory collapses. It doesn't matter what changes we see in animals or plants. If you don't have billions of years, they cannot add up to what he needs of everything being related to a common ancestor. So that's where the issue of the age of the earth is absolutely critical to the atheist. They have to have billions of years. And if you take that away, it's just like taking a pacifier out of the mouth of a baby. They holler and scream. They've got to have that pacifier because in their mind, time solves everything. Truth of the matter is time makes it worse. The longer you wait, the more things decay, things wind down. The earth slows down in its spin, the moon recedes from the earth, the oceans fill in with salt. There are thousands of indicators the earth cannot be billions of years old, but they need billions of years to make it look good. Radiometric dating is used on certain types of rocks. I cover this in great detail on my video number 7. In my series, you can get $50, the whole thing. It's Q&A, questions and answers. It's actually 5 hours long, 2 different DVDs, just covering these type of questions. Igneous rock, metamorphic rock, sedimentary rock. I taught earth science 15 years. I love studying rocks. I live in a gravel pit. We got all kinds of them here. So there's all different types of rocks. In 1830, a guy named Charles Lyell said all these rock layers are different ages. Stop right there. There's where the mistake came in. They say the top layer is younger. Stop. How can it be younger? Where's it coming from? This whole geologic column that they rely on does not exist anywhere in the world except in the textbook. It's pure imagination. There is no geologic column. There is no Jurassic age. There is no Triassic, Mississippian, Devonian, Silurian. It's all baloney. Every time people come, we flip this thing over. It'll form 10 or 15 or 20 different layers in minutes. Is the top layer younger? No. So, Nick, you've been taught something that is absolutely baloney. There is no geologic column. None of the layers are different ages than any other layers. And if a rock is blown out of a volcano through becoming magma or igneous rock, it lands on top, it's still the same age. It was the same material recycled. It doesn't change it. If I shuffle a deck of cards, that doesn't make the top card younger. But you guys are stuck with this idea that the geologic column, invented in 1830, is science, and it's not. So potassium argon dating, rubidium, strontium, lead-208, lead-206, all the dating methods, carbon-13, carbon-14, are based on some really wild assumptions. In the 1950s, they developed carbon dating. And Willard Libby did this. 1946, Willard Libby said, I think we can check and see the age based upon the isotopes of radiocarbon, carbon-13, carbon-12, carbon-14, etc. So they tried to make this. The accepted ages for the rock layers was set back in 1830. Then 120 years later, they try to carbon date them. And if your carbon date doesn't match the accepted date, it'll be rejected because the accepted date was already accepted. And this is where the problem comes in. Carbon dating, conclusion. The underlying assumptions should be that fully half of the dates are rejected. Why don't they accept half of the dates they get from carbon dating? They don't match the geologic column. And the geologic column doesn't exist anywhere. It's imagination. So they start off with a lie that the layers are different ages, and now any dates that you get have to match this stupid column. Radiometric dating would not have been feasible if the geologic column had not been erected first. They've known this for 40 years, okay? Ever since William Smith, fossils have been and still are the best and most accurate method of dating and correlating the rocks. How do you tell the age of the rock? By the fossils, not by carbon dating. Apart from very modern examples, which really are archaeology, I can think of no cases of radioactive decay being used to date fossils. This was 40 years ago. Nothing's changed. There are 38 elements that are radioactive, and you can study this the rest of your life. Okay, there's uranium-238, uranium-235, rubidium, strontium, lead, etc. These things are radioactive. They decay into something else. I agree. I understand. All right? So carbon is one of them. Potassium-40 decays to argon-40 at a certain known rate. About half of it would decay in a certain rate, we think. Assuming no contamination, assuming the rates remain the same, assuming there's been no other outside forces to change this, and assuming none of the daughter element was already in the rock but the creation of it. I think that's a far stretch. Carbon-14 decays to nitrogen-14 in 5,730 years. Okay. This is used to date previously living things. So carbon dating only works on things that used to be alive. Okay. Earth's atmosphere is about 300 miles thick, but only 10 miles contains nearly all of it. Okay. Most of Earth's atmosphere is within 10 miles. Our atmosphere contains mostly nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and a little tiny bit of carbon dioxide. Three naturally occurring isotopes of carbon on Earth. Carbon-12 is 99% of all the carbon. Carbon-13, which is 1%. Carbon-14 occurs in trace amounts, making up 1 atom per 10 to the 12th atoms. So 1 atom out of 1 times 10 to the 1.5 times 10 to the 12th is 0.000000, very little radioactive carbon-14. And that's what they're trying to determine the age of objects with, carbon-14. Guys, you can barely find it and measure it. Earth's atmosphere is mostly nitrogen, carbon dioxide, 0.000765%. A little tiny bit of that is radioactive carbon. It mixes with the other gases in the normal atmospheric movement, and that gets absorbed by plants. Plants breathe it in. I could take the whole debate just on carbon. Nick, you brought up 3 topics. My time's up. Which one would you like me to answer? Go ahead.
Okay, just 1 second. Let me, 6 minutes really does fly by. So I got questions flying in and I am saving them. So I appreciate the questions coming in for an audience Q&A. So yeah, let's engage these points. Looking forward to this. Nick, let's hand it over to you, for a response and just kind of go back and forth on one until we've hit them all. So here we go. Floor is yours.
Okay. So I'd like to start with what genetic mechanisms prevent macroevolution from occurring over a long time frame. That would be the first thing that I'd like to, because if we can agree that macroevolution, because I'm not sure if Kent agrees that macroevolution can happen, so I want to see if we can agree on that first, if given enough time. So.
Oh, very good. Thank you, sir. One of the many things I do in my seminars and in my debates, I just define, what are we talking about? What do you mean evolution? And thank you so much. It's a great question. Organic evolution is a real serious problem. How did life get started? That's slide number 89. I break the word evolution up into 6 categories or stages or levels. You have to have cosmic evolution. You have to have time, space, matter created. Where did matter come from? I don't think you guys have an answer for that, but that's not this debate. But really, that's part of evolution. Then chemical evolution, because their theory says the Big Bang produced hydrogen, maybe a little helium, and tiny trace amounts of lithium. How do you get uranium, gold, silver, platinum? How do you get all the life? How do you get all the 92 elements, plus the synthetic ones, out of hydrogen? Then you have to have stellar evolution. The stars have to form. Nobody's ever seen that. Then you have to have organic evolution. Life has to get started. Nobody's ever seen life come from non-living material. We can't even make it happen, okay? And if they did make it happen in the laboratory, that would only prove it takes intelligence to make life. So those are the first 4 meaning. Then macroevolution is where we change from one kind of animal or plant into a totally different kind of variety. We see a lot of variations happen. There are now 500 recognized breeds of chickens, okay? They might have had a common ancestor called a chicken. But in the evolutionist mind, seeing 500 varieties of chickens is demonstration to them that chickens are related to bananas. There are 1,000 varieties of bananas that mostly cultivated by man to produce, to stand the hotter climate or wetter soil or whatever, but they're still banana. All we've ever seen in the history of humanity is variations happen with limits. They've been trying to get faster horses. They got them pretty fast. but there's a limit. They're never going to get a horse to go 500 miles an hour. Never. There's a limit. Now, whether they reach the limit or not, I don't know. I think they're probably getting pretty close on reaching the limit with horse speed or with cow milk production. I got to see in Kankakee, Illinois one time, they happened to be that year the world record producer of milk. I think it produced 100 pounds of milk every day, one cow. That's a lot of milk. Okay, do you think they'll ever get a cow that'll produce 4 trillion tons of milk a day? Or is there a limit in there somewhere? Somewhere there's a limit. Maybe 100 pounds, maybe you might get 105. Okay, but still there's a limit. You evolutionists do not understand. Sure, there are changes, but they're limited. There's 1,000 varieties of bats, and they always make baby bats. There are 4,000 varieties of potatoes, and they always make baby potatoes. Somehow, in your mind, you guys put all this stuff together and think it's a family tree, which means everything is related. I got pictures of that in here somewhere. Here we go, 114. In the mind of the evolutionist, they think animals and fungi and plants have a common ancestor. We see varieties of horses, and they say, oh, see, that proves horses are related to alligators. No, this is religion. I wish I could get you guys to understand there's a lot of different kinds of people. There's black ones and white ones and yellow ones and blonde hair, blue eyes, etc. They're human. There's varieties of birds. There's varieties of crocodiles. But you guys want to connect them all together. Where is the evidence for any animal or plant ever producing something other than its kind? They'd put these charts in the textbooks, draw lines on paper, connecting them.
I should probably stop you there just so we give Planner Walk a chance to respond.
Where has anybody ever seen an animal produce a different kind of animal? What's the best example you know of for an animal producing something other than its kind?
So,
Nick, go ahead, take your time.
So my question there was, let's say we start off with an animal, I don't know, a rat, for example, right? And we can observe different changes in a rat. Maybe the whiskers get a bit smaller over successive generations. Maybe the arms get a little bit longer, or maybe even the body shape changes, right? My question is, given enough time, is it possible that that rat could eventually change into something that is, you wouldn't recognize it as the original thing? You'd actually say that it's just completely different. Let's say that the whiskers over successive generations completely disappear. The arms get longer. The body itself just gets bigger, and you have more pronounced legs or something. And you don't recognize it as a rat. You might call it a flamboid or something. I don't know. Is that possible?
Well, fair question. Is it scientific is a better question. Nobody's ever seen it happen. We don't see it. You can imagine anything you want, and you can draw lines on paper and connect them all you want, but it's not science. What we see is rats produce rats without exception. You may get a bigger rat or a smaller rat, longer whiskers, shorter whiskers, longer tail, shorter tail. Nobody has ever seen, no farmer in the world has ever seen what you guys dream here by drawing lines on paper. You draw lines on paper between all these animals and say, wow, look, the elephant is related to the rat. That's not science. That's my whole point. I don't care if you guys believe in evolution. That's fine, but it's a religion, and you should keep it out of schools. Nobody's ever seen a rat produce a non-rat. You can dream, and you gave the whole key away at the first sentence. Given enough time, there you go. That's why it is SpongeBob imagination. I'm going to Google right now, how many varieties of rats are there? There may be a whole bunch, okay? But there's still a rat. Nobody's ever seen a rat produce a non-rat. I got lousy signal in here, so I can't get an answer right now. But I bet, Nick, the purpose of the debate is for you to show the best evidence you know of for why this happens. Is your best evidence that given enough time it might happen? That's not science. That's my whole point. Evolution's a religion that people believe in, which is fine, but they should stop calling it science and certainly stop pretending like it's part of science, because it's not. It's just imagination. That's all it is. We just don't see it happen. It's a dream. They think, oh, wow, here we go. Slide number 754, Alt-DV. So I don't mind if somebody has their own religion, but they draw lines on paper connecting the rat and the human and the bird. Nick, do you believe you are related to a rat?
well, we have a common ancestor. But my question is, can this happen? Because if it can't happen, right, if there is a genetic reason why we can't have a rat change into something that is you would not recognize as a rat, then that's obviously a big problem for evolution, right? If it can happen, then we can go on to the next thing and discuss what the evidence is for that happening. But my question is, can it happen?
According to Live Science, there are 60 species of rat, typically 5 inches, some longer, some shorter, some bigger, and they classify them into 7 different classifications. Okay. I never studied that before. I used to raise hamsters, and we always had baby hamsters. So given enough time, time's not going to help. It's going to make it worse. But all we've ever seen, and you say, what would stop it from going? Apparently there are genetic limits. Like farmers been trying desperately to get bigger cows to get more beef. Okay, you got some pretty big cows. They're still cow. So what would happen? I guess we'd have to say there are genetic limits. There's certainly mechanical limits. Like, could you get a cow as big as Texas? Well, no, gravity would make it where he couldn't move. You're never going to get a cow as big as Texas. There are physical limitations. Here it is, slide number 1042. Oh, no. So there's varieties of horses, and I've mentioned there's a limit. They've been trying to get faster horses for a long time. They're down to 120 seconds to go over the Kentucky Derby. Do you think they'll ever get down to 5 seconds? No. There's bigger and bigger cows, and cows that give more beef, more milk, stand the hotter weather. We talk about the variety of chickens. So the limits would be imposed by the genetics. That's why you're never going to get a chicken that it turns into a reptile, or a reptile turning into a chicken. You can dream it if you want and draw a line between a T-Rex and a chicken, but it's not science. So that's all. I just object, Nick, to them saying we have evidence for evolution when they don't. They have evidence for variation within the same kind, and the Bible says 20 times in the first 7 chapters, they will bring forth after their kind. Nobody's ever seen anything else. I think I believe that. That's science.
So what? I was going to ask, what would those genetic limits be? Like, what is there that would stop us from changing too much in the gene code?
Well, all the gene code changes we've ever seen are harmful or fatal or neutral. Nobody's ever seen an adding of information. There have been many times I'd like to get someplace faster and could use wings on my back. How could I possibly grow wings on my back so I could fly and get there faster? You can't. Nobody's ever observed adding information that's useful. We've seen plenty of mutations. We got some ducks here. They got feathers growing out the side of their head. That's a mutation in the skull. The bones didn't grow together, right? So the feathers grow funny on that spot. Not helpful.
What do you mean? I'm sorry. What do you mean by adding information? Do you mean like more genetic code being added in, or do you mean the information changing, so a new allele?
Well, the charts that you guys rely on show, see home, the charts show everything being connected. Let's see. Oh, no, hang on, 114. So in order, I'm sorry. In order for, let's take this one, which has some type of amphibian turning into a human. What information would have to be added to change a reptile, if they have a 3-chambered heart, into a human with a 4-chambered heart, for example? That would take new information, and we've never seen that. I think there'd have to be some changes to go from a reptile to a bird. Where do you get the feathers? This is new information. Reptiles don't have feathers. Where do you get this information from? The gene code that is the code that builds us, or builds every animal as they grow, is you'd have to have new gene code. Where's the examples of it happening? I'm not aware of any.
Well, because getting from something like a reptile to a human, that would be many, many, many different steps, right? You'd have heaps of different changing of information. When you've got the gene code, it's not necessarily you will always get new information. Sometimes a chromosome may duplicate, right? You might get 2 chromosomes instead of 1. And eventually you'll get to, you'll get to something different. My question would be, is there something... Oh, just trying to think. So is there a mechanisms that stops us from, like, stops a new chromosome from being added or something? Like if we have a chromosome that gets duplicated, is there something stopping that? I don't think there is. In fact, we have, you can have viable offspring that have an extra chromosome. Not always the best thing, but sometimes it can work out.
Well, all we've ever observed with, if there's a mixing of the chromosomes or a duplication of the chromosomes or something go wrong, or it's always been harmful or fatal or neutral. There's all kinds of childhood diseases that kids have that are because of chromosome messing up in the duplication process. Has anybody ever, like this chart in the textbook, Holt Biology right here on the shelf, shows a reptile turning into a bird and a mammal. Where is the evidence of this happening? You said, oh, slowly over many generations. Stop. That's not science. That's SpongeBob imagination. Make it happen again in the laboratory. Can you give me an example of a human that's improved because of new information in the chromosomes? What's it called? Damien, do you know when there's a duplication of the chromosomes, there's a disease kids get, or a condition, I guess, is better than a disease, from chromosome. It's been years since I studied that. I'll get together some stuff on that.
I know my sister has 3 X chromosomes.
Has what?
She's mentally challenged.
Mentally challenged.
She has 3 X chromosomes.
His sister has 3 X chromosomes, and it caused mental problems, deficiency, not an improvement. So that's where you guys can imagine over many generations, but you just left science. That's religion. It's a belief system, which is fine. Keep it, but don't spread it.
I mean, there is also XXY. There's also then X and no extra chromosome there. So there are multiple different things that you can get, which aren't necessarily harmful. I don't know if XXY is harmful. From what I recall, it isn't harmful. But when it comes to new information being added or information making a human better, there is the example of Michael Phelps, the swimmer.
I didn't follow that. The information of what now?
With genetic information sort of changing, there is Michael Phelps, the swimmer, who has longer arms, a whole lot of different things that help him be better at swimming. So there is that's now information helping.
Someone has a chromosome change that gives them longer arms and helps them for swimming. Is it a human you're talking about, or?
Yeah, it's not a.
Okay, Michael Phelps. I couldn't understand your New Zealand accent. So Michael Phelps has longer arms, which helps him for swimming. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, due to mutations.
Okay. Would you agree? People already had arms before Michael Phelps was born, so there's no new information being added. It's just a changing of information to make longer arms. That's certainly possible. Is there a limit? Do you think anybody will ever be born with arms 5 miles long?
No.
Okay. So maybe 40 inches. I got longer arms than normal too. Okay. Normally your arm span is the same as your height. Mine is 3 inches longer. So I have longer arms and can swim pretty fast. I was lifeguard a couple summers. So, but I don't think my arms will ever be as 5 miles long. I think there's a limit, and they're still arms. Okay. And when I had babies, the 3 kids turned out to have arms. So what is your point? Is that you think that Michael Phelps is an example of improved added information or modified already existing information? He already had arms.
Yeah, so Michael Phelps is an example of information that was there being changed. Like you'll always start off with information, and then that information can be changed by, maybe something gets duplicated, maybe something gets broken, maybe chromosomes get fused, all kinds of different things that can happen. But over enough time, with enough changes, you'll get something that looks completely different.
You can believe that if you'd like, but that's not observable science. That's why I asked at the beginning, what's your definition of science? If it's standard definition is things we can, it comes from the word seer, to know, Latin word, seer. What do we know? We know dogs produce dogs. We know humans produce humans. We know that. We can see it. We can make it happen. We don't know that dogs and humans have a common ancestor. This chart is pure propaganda on my screen here. We don't know that mammals and birds are related. You can believe that. We know mammals produce baby mammals and birds produce baby birds every time. All of human recorded history, say 4, 5, 6,000 years, human recorded history, every farmer on the planet will tell you birds make birds, cows make cows, humans make humans, no exceptions. And I have a book that I happen to believe very completely scientifically accurate that says they're always going to bring forth after their kind. So the purpose of the debate, the title of the debate actually is, what is the evidence for anything other than that? Why do you believe birds and bananas have a common ancestor? Where's the evidence? I don't think there is any. I'd like to see it. You see changes, like his sister with 3X chromosomes or 3Y chromosomes, or me with longer arms, or Michael Phelps with longer arms. Is that the evidence that birds and bananas are related?
Do you not think that over successive generations, if you have enough changes, like we can take humans and other apes, right? And say, okay, well, they all have the same sort of things. The only real major difference is we have bigger brain size, lot less hair, opposable thumbs, but it's all the same information, right? Do you not think that there could be a relationship there?
Well, again, that would be outside of science. All we've ever seen is chimpanzees have baby chimpanzees, orangutans have baby orangutans, gorillas make baby gorillas. Nobody's ever seen this happen. So if you want to imagine it, SpongeBob, that's fine. That's all it is. It's SpongeBob imagination. It's not science. That's my complaint. You guys can believe whatever you want to believe. I don't care. You can believe in video games if you want. Do it. That's not science. Science is what we can observe. We don't see monkeys producing other than baby monkeys. My brother used to raise squirrel monkeys. They always made baby squirrel monkeys, as far as I know. There are no exceptions. So I wish I could get you to understand, Nick, you believe in evolution. It is not part of science. There is no scientific evidence. When my son was born, one of my sons was born, he had shorter arms than normal. Normally, again, your arm span is the same as your height. Mine's longer, his is shorter. What does that mean? Could these changes you envision be, you're envisioning positive changes for millions of generations. What if they're negative changes? Is anybody ever born without arms at all? Yeah, they lost all the information. So all we've seen is information transferred generation to generation, and it's generally a loss of information, not a gain. And any gain is the same information, like a duplication of the X or Y chromosome, isn't helpful. It usually causes mental disorder is the biggest thing that is caused from these changes. So that's my whole point of this whole debate series. Where is the evidence of this happening? You guys believe this chart here. You believe reptiles turned into birds. Where's the evidence beside, well, if we had enough time? Stop. That's not evidence. Where's the evidence of any reptile producing anything other than a baby reptile? Go ahead.
So I have a quick question here. What makes humans and other apes not in the same kind?
Well, there are chromosome number difference, obviously. And just counting the number of chromosomes is only the beginning. You can take each one of those chromosomes and do the genetic code on it. Trillions of differences, okay? I could say, this computer has X number of megabytes of information, and this one has the same megabytes of information. Does that prove anything? Oh, exactly what is in those megabytes? I could take two books and say, look, they both got 200 pages. Does that mean they're identical? Well, let's read them. No, just because they got 200 pages, just because we have 46 chromosomes and chimpanzees have 48, that's not proof of anything. Each one of those chromosomes is vastly different information. It's true we both make arms and legs and eyes and hair, etc. That's not proof of a relationship either. I think it's proof of a common designer or a common need. We need eyes to see where we're going. So do chimpanzees. We need hair to keep us warm. So do chimpanzees. We need legs to move us around. So do chimpanzees. It's not proof of relationship. It's proof of a common designer or a common need. Tires on cars are mostly round. They roll better than the square ones. That's why. Go ahead.
So if we had a common, so it is entirely possible, though, that we could have a common ancestor. There's nothing stopping us from having a common ancestor that could have produced humans, and that same common ancestor producing, chimpanzees, right? Because we've all got the same things. We've got 95% similar genetic code, right?
Well, no, let's take one topic at a time. You say there's nothing stopping this from happening. That's imagination. There's nothing stopping Superman from flying by putting his underwear on the outside of his pants. But it doesn't happen. It's not observable. So chimpanzees have never been observed to make anything other than baby chimpanzees. So as far as what exactly is stopping it, I would say it must be a genetic limit. There seems to be genetic limit to horse speed. They got down to 120 seconds on the Kentucky Derby, pretty fast. Get it down to 2 seconds. There's a limit. You don't want to see there's a limit to chimpanzees, big chimpanzees, small chimpanzees. There may be some limits. I don't know how many varieties of chimpanzees there are. I'll Google that later. But they're still chimpanzees. So you say there's nothing stopping us. This shows your great faith. You're a religious zealot promoting a religion, and you believe chimpanzees could turn to humans. And you don't believe there's anything stopping it. Okay, that's not science, though. We don't observe that. All we observe is chimpanzees making baby chimpanzees. Where's the observation? That's science. That's what I want to see from any evolutionist. Not imagination. Where's the science?
So when it comes to limits, right? Let's take, we found fossils of Lucy, for example, right? Is there any limit that stops Lucy from becoming a chimpanzee? Is there any limit that stops a chimpanzee, or is there any limit that would stop a chimpanzee from turning into something that looks very similar to a human?
Okay, well, I don't think you could use any fossil at all as evidence in a court of law. An honest judge, if you brought in Lucy's bones, you laid out the bones on the table, said, Your Honor, here is Lucy. From the Beatles, or whoever was the song, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Okay, this is a chimpanzee-type animal, 3 feet tall. Here's the bones. They look similar to humans. We think this is an ancestor to modern humans. Any judge, any lawyer with second-grade education would say, Your Honor, you don't know that these particular bones had any children. Do you know that Lucy had children?
Well, there is the reason why we use fossils. Sure, Lucy, that particular fossil may not have had children. However, it would have been similar to, like, if we find a whole lot of human bones, right? We can conclude that, let's say that they're slightly different. They may not have had children themselves, but their relatives would have had children, or their very similar relatives would have had children, right? Like, I'm related to my uncle, right? My uncle hasn't had children, but I'd be very similar genetically to my uncle because my uncle's sister had a child.
Sure, but my point remains. You could not use Lucy as evidence for evolution. You don't know that one had any children. You certainly don't know it had children that were different. No chimpanzee today can produce children that are different. Why would a bone you found in the dirt count as evidence? No fossil could be used as evidence for evolution. A, you don't know it had any children. B, you don't know it had children that lived. C, you don't know it had children that were different. C, or D, no chimpanzee today can do this. Lucy's not evidence for anything except somebody's got a lot of time to spend digging in the dirt looking for bones. My dog does the same thing. Spends all day digging around looking for bones. Okay, find them. But no fossils count as evidence for evolution. None. So there is no fossil record.
Do you think that Lucy was the only species of whatever Lucy was? Do you think that that's the only fossil and the only?
Oh, if you found 500 of them and lined them up and had little differences, look at this one's got little longer arm, longer. You could line up all the fossils you want. I could line up all the ink pens and pencils in my cup and say, wow, look, this one has a button on top, this one doesn't. Oh, a new added information. They're both designed to do what they do. I don't know that they're related. I don't know if they came from the same company. This one doesn't have a button, this one does. Wow, retractable, cool. So if you lined up 500 fossils and they look like they went from chimpanzee to human, that still would not be evidence that it happened. It would be imagination.
Well, we do know that microevolution can occur, right? We know that you can have a mutation that can change your hair color, have a mutation that might change the structure of your bones slightly, might make your arms longer. We know that these can happen. Is it not too much of a stretch to then go, well, if this can happen over millions of years, and the information that keeps on getting changed, right? That carries through to successive generations. Is it not too much of a stretch to go, well, the change between humans and Lucy could have absolutely happened?
Well,
is that too much of a stretch?
Yes, it's a stretch. Even if it did happen, it wouldn't be science because we can't observe it. We see varieties of dogs produced. They cross coyotes and dogs. Wow. They cross wolves and dogs. Wolves and coyotes can mate. Oh, wow. Wolf meets coyote meets wolf. The coy wolf. It's happening, okay? So there's a variety of dogs. I forget, over 500 now varieties of dogs, okay? 40 subspecies of wolf. Wolves of the world. But they're still the same kind of animal. They got 4 legs. They don't have hooves. They don't have horns. They have hair on their body. They have a nose on the front, tail on the back. They're still dog, recognizable as dog. So what we've observed happening, which is what science deals with, what do we know by observation, experimentation, testing? We know dogs, wolves, coyotes are the same kind of animal. They might have had a common ancestor, but it looked like a dog. That does not prove the dog had a common ancestor with a mosquito. So, and you don't have billions of years to work with to begin with, but that's another debate. How old is the Earth? But even if there were billions of years old, it wouldn't help. It would not make your theory any more scientific. We don't observe any animal producing a different kind of animal. 19 subspecies of coyote might have had a common ancestor. Even with a dog might have had a common ancestor. There are 339 breeds of dogs on this chart. Okay. They might have had a common ancestor, but you want to think because we see 339 kinds of dogs, therefore, dogs, do you believe dogs and mosquitoes have a common ancestor?
Okay, I need to ask this question. What makes a kind? Like, what is the definition of a kind?
It's a great question. And what is the definition of species? There are probably 30 different definitions of species. Charles Darwin's book, The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection. The Bible says they bring forth after their kind, and I don't think the burden of proof is on me to define that. You guys want to take the evidence of these varieties of dog and then go teach all the kids that dogs and mosquitoes have a common ancestor. So I think dog, wolf, coyote are probably the same kind, but the burden of proof is not on me. What would be the best example of any animal producing anything that was a different kind? Anybody would consider a different kind.
So are humans a different kind to chimpanzees?
Absolutely.
Because we can't. Okay. So what about ring species, right? These are species that you have. They came from the same common ancestor, which was fairly recent, but because they've been separated by geography, they are no longer. They've been separated for so long that they've changed so much that they cannot mate with when they meet back up, they just cannot. Right. They cannot mate.
Sure. Well,
would they be just the same kind or different kinds?
Well, a classic example: the Grand Canyon is a divider, a barrier between the squirrels from one side. They have the Kaibab squirrels and the Abert squirrels. We have them stuffed and mounted in our museum up here. They're still squirrel. They probably came from a common ancestor. I think if you took the dogs, you might find that a Great Dane and a Chihuahua would have a hard time mating and producing a baby. If the male is the little one, it can't reach to impregnate the female. If the male is the big one, it's going to kill the little one trying to have the baby. So they probably can no longer mate. They're still dog. They had a common ancestor called dog, but it's not scientific then to say, wow, look at this. Those are different varieties of dog, and they can no longer interbreed. I bet probably biologically, genetically they could, but physically they can't, okay? The Kaibab squirrel and the Abert squirrel are on opposite sides of the canyon. They can't get together, okay? They're still squirrel. But you want to use this as a ring species, which is what you're talking about, that might reach a limit where they can no longer interbreed like Chihuahua and Great Dane, and then say, see, that proves dogs are related to mosquitoes. This is where you guys just don't get it. There are limits.
So
those are both still dogs, Nick. Look at them. They're dog. A 3-year-old will tell you that's a dog and that's a dog. Won't they?
so what? So if there's so you've said that kind would be something that can bring forth its own. Things bring forth its own kind, right? So what is if a kind cannot? If you can have two things of the same kind which cannot breed, then what actually defines a kind?
Well, the Bible says if they can bring forth, they're the same kind. I think you would find that the Great Dane and the Chihuahua could maybe biologically bring forth, if you could do it maybe in a test tube instead of in the uterus of the poor little dog, and a dog, a wolf, and a coyote. They can bring forth, they can bring forth, they can bring forth. They cannot bring forth. So simple question, Nick, do you believe a coyote and a banana are related?
That would be through a long time. But I want to know what exactly is a kind, because if there are some kinds that cannot bring forth after their own kind, then how can we call them the same kind?
Well, I think if we could trace back the lineage, we would discover pretty easily they were able to bring forth and something mechanical happened. Like in the case of the dog and the wolf, they're different. They generally don't interbreed, but they can. They can bring forth. Coyote and wolf can bring forth. Coyote and dog can bring forth. They normally don't, but they can. But I guarantee you, none of them can bring forth with a banana.
So if we go back to, through human evolution, we can find the lineage back to Lucy and then go, okay, well, because we've got the lineage to Lucy and Lucy has a lineage to a chimpanzee, therefore humans and chimpanzees must be the same kind, if that is true, right?
First of all, you got several assumptions in your statement. We cannot go back. If we can go back, we can't go back, okay? So that's not science. And we can't go back through the lineage of anybody beyond a few hundred years, what you know is your grandpa and your great-grandpa. You cannot go back and know for sure you're related to a banana. You can believe that if you want. And we don't know Lucy had any children at all. You got bones in the dirt, that's it. 3 foot tall, obviously some type of chimpanzee. So what? Chimpanzees die all the time today. Do any chimpanzees ever produce offspring that are not chimpanzees? Bible says they'll bring forth after their kind. I believe that's true. Now, I'm not asking for that to be taught at taxpayer expense, but I think that's the most logical scientific answer. And Darwin's book, Origin of Species, only muddied the water. Microevolution, which is what your earlier question, sure, that happens. I don't think we should call it microevolution. We should call it a variation, because calling it microevolution starts to give some credibility to the dumb evolution theory. Changes within a small group of organisms, okay, it's still the same kind. Science can demonstrate dog, wolf, coyote have a common ancestor. I agree. Therefore, should we conclude dog and bird have a common ancestor? No. Dogs and wolves have a common ancestor. Dogs and birds do not. Even if they did, you couldn't prove it scientifically. You could only imagine it. It's not the whole purpose of this debate series is to get you evolutionists who want all of us to pay for your religion to be taught in schools. Where's the evidence that a dog and a bird have a common ancestor? You got the charts in the textbooks, and we all pay for these things. But that's not science. A dog and a human, common ancestor. Do you believe a dog and a human have a common ancestor like this chart shows, Nick? Do you believe that?
We need to start with, things like things very. Well, I'll use the term local, even though that's probably not a great term to use, because if it's not. If we're going to go back and have all the fossils that lead all the way back to whatever our common ancestor is, and have all the fossils, that would take a long time. So it's very easy to start with the fossils, that we do have. We've got fossils that show that there is a progression, and if you take this progression from Lucy to you've got Homo erectus, Homo neanderthalis, and Homo sapien, and a whole lot of other things in between. We can see that there is a progression of bones of something that looks fairly different to humans. There's also a progression of bones of something that looks fairly different to chimpanzees from the same thing. How is this not evidence for evolution?
It's arranging things in order based on a preconceived idea. It's not science. We don't observe it. First, we cannot go back. Okay, you can't go back. Secondly, no fossils count, none. All the fossils prove is something died. You don't know that fossil represents an animal that had any children at all. You don't know that.
Hold on. I just want to say, so if no fossils count, we can't tell anything from a fossil, then we can't even tell that something died from a fossil, right?
I didn't understand your verbiage there. What now?
So if fossils don't count for anything, then we can't even tell that something died from a fossil because, it doesn't count, right?
Well, fossils, the fact that fossils are found at all, I think is much better evidence for rapid burial and a flood. See, fossils don't form today. How many animals are going to die in New Zealand today? Thousands and thousands are going to die. How many are going to fossilize? Probably none. Fossils don't form without very special conditions, rapid burial. And the fact that billions of fossils are found with all the parts still articulated. The head is still connected to the neck, and the neck to the body, and the body to the arms. All the bones are in position, sometimes in position of drowning, neck arched back. All the fossils that are fully articulated indicate rapid burial. Fossils aren't forming today anywhere that I know of. So the fossils, I think, all of them represent a flood in the days of Noah.
So you just used fossils to try and bring about a conclusion. You used some data to try and interpret a conclusion from that. And that's the exact same thing that I do with the fossils. I look at them and go, okay, well, these fossils, if we can look and see that there are slight changes, right? And we know that slight changes happen through genetics. So can't there be a slight change from Lucy over successive generations to humans?
Well, first of all, Nick, you do not see any changes in the fossils. You arrange them in an order that you want them to be in. I could put a bicycle which has 2 wheels, and then a tricycle which has 3, and then a car which has 4. It went from 2 to 3 to 4. Is that proof of anything? No, I arranged them that way. There are animals like chimpanzees that are fossilized. There are animals like gorillas that are fossilized. You might find a bigger chimpanzee or smaller chimpanzee. You don't know there's any connection. You don't know they had any children at all. My point is, 2 points. Fossils that are found fully articulated. I mean, today when an animal dies, it gets dragged all over the woods by the buzzards and the coyotes and the ants and the seagulls, and everything drags it all over. So they're not articulated like they are in the fossil record, in the fossil form. In the dirt, we find lots of fossils fully articulated, and I think it's indication of rapid burial quickly. And you don't know that they're connected to anything else. There's a lot of animals alive today in the world. Why don't we see them produce something? Chimpanzees are still having babies. Don't show me the bones from the dirt. Go to the zoo to ask the zoo director, which of these chimpanzees has a baby that is becoming non-chimpanzee? I'd like to see that. It doesn't happen. It's imagination.
Go ahead. When it comes to evolution, it's slight change. Like, you're never going to get something that is, I agree with you that, a human isn't going to give birth to a banana. I agree with you, because The theory of evolution does not say that would happen. What it says is that over successive generations, there are very slight changes. Where one species is completely different, very hard to tell. But like if you had a child, let's say they had, shorter arms, right? Then that child had another child with shorter arms, another child with shorter arms, right? And then that child had a child that had their tailbone extruding out a bit more. And then that child had their tailbone was extruding out a bit more. And then let's say that the tail divided in two. So you had two tails. Like that would be something that would be very different to what it initially came from. And if it happened over a long time, then we can go, okay, well, is it really a human? I mean, it did come from a human, if you go back.
Again, you're not dealing with things we observe happening. Science, look it up. SEER, what do we know by observation, experimentation, and testing? We've been testing a long time, and dogs always make baby dogs, without exception. Dog breeders try to get exotic breeds of dogs, like a toy Chihuahua that people want to, they wouldn't last 5 minutes in the woods. The squirrels would eat them, okay? So the fact that we got these exotic breeds of dogs that man has developed by selecting by artificial selection, sure, but there's a limit. They're never going to get a dog as small as a flea or as big as Texas. There's a limit. But you guys want to draw lines on paper and say that the protozoa, which does not have arms like we do, does not have bones, where did it get the information to add bones to turn to a human? Where's this new information coming from? There's a lot of differences between a protozoa and a human. Protozoa doesn't have eyes like we do, or ears, or fingers, or skin like we do. But they put these charts out and say, kids, this is science. No, teacher, this is pure propaganda. You don't know that a protozoa turned to a bird and all these animals on here. All they did, Nick, was draw a bunch of lines on paper connecting all the animals. That's not science. We don't observe it. Science is what we study, test, observe, demonstrate, make it happen in the laboratory. As protozoa and amoeba, some of those one-cell creatures have a very short generation time. They get born, grow up, get married, and have babies in 20 minutes. So one person can observe thousands of generations of protozoa. Thousands. They never produce anything besides a protozoa. So who on earth drew this chart that said a protozoa turned into a human, and a lion, and a bear, and a bird? Who drew this chart? Where's the evidence? All they did was draw lines on paper, Nick. This isn't science.
So if you look at that chart, the protozoa didn't immediately, change into a human. It happened successively. So you'd start with a single cell organism, for example, and then eventually that single cell organism might rather than having just splitting into its own other organisms, you might have some mutation that causes it to be two cells to be the same organism, and these two cells to work together as the same organism. Eventually you'll have this organism produce over successive generations. You've got this 2-cell organism. Well, it turns into 5 cells, 8 cells, 9 cells, 20 cells, right? And these cells all have their own function, which allows the organism to survive better. Humans are great at this. We may not all be the same organism, but we can work with each other to help us survive better. It's an evolutionary advantage, which when it comes to natural selection will select for evolutionary advantages that work better. So I'd say that it is hard to think about what exactly the mutations would have been that would have changed it from a single cell organism to a multicellular organism. But once you've got a multicellular organism, there are a lot of things that can happen there. In fact, from what I can tell, it took about 3 billion years maybe to get from single cell to multicell. So it is difficult, but if you've got 3 billion years, that can happen.
Okay. There are no 2-cell creatures in the world, There are no two-celled creatures in the fossils. None. There are no three-celled. In the world today, there are no three-celled in the fossils. Okay? So you say in 3 billion years it changed, and you said, if it's hard to think about what mutations would do this. Well, that's an example. You're admitting that you believe it on faith, Nick. It's a religion. I wish you guys would see it. You should start the Church of the Evolutionists and come down and worship Darwin or whatever you want to do. But it's not science. We don't observe. There's no two-celled creatures. Adding 3 billion years isn't going to help. What would that help? Adding time. What are they going to eat all this time? So what you said, once you get a multicellular, stop. You're dreaming. Go back and listen to how many times you used if we had time and, over billions of years. And natural selection works great. It can only select from what's available. You can go through the population of New Zealand and wipe out everybody that wasn't redheaded, okay? Red hair. And you do that 4 or 5 times in a row, and pretty soon the whole population's redheads. You didn't create anything. You selected something already existing. Tell you what, why don't you go through the population of New Zealand and eliminate anybody that doesn't have 3 arms? Oh, well, you're going to wipe out everybody. But again, you're not creating 3-armed people. There aren't any to select from. Natural selection can't create anything. It can only select from what's available. It's not a creative force.
You actually gave a really good example, right? Let's say that we went ahead, anybody that had 6 fingers, we just got rid of them. In fact, that happened. There used to be some people that had 6 fingers. They were seen as, people, horrible stuff, happened there. But that did happen. However, we still have people that have 6 fingers. Not because their parents had 6 fingers, but because they had a mutation that caused them to have 6 fingers. I think it's called polydactyly.
Hexadecimalism. Yep. Right, or polydactyl. Hexadecimalism, 6 fingers, right. It happens once in a while.
I'm not going to argue with that. But yeah, that does happen. That's from a mutation, right? So,
right.
You can get more things. Like if you were to wipe out everybody that had 2 arms, for example, right? And you had you had few people that only had 1 arm. Eventually, they could mutate and have a second arm. May not be exactly the same as everybody else that had 2 arms, but that is something that can happen.
Well, it's not observed. As far as children born with 6 fingers, that happens occasionally. Usually the doctor simply cuts it off while they're young so that it isn't a problem. But it's not new information. They already had the information to make a finger. It made a duplicate finger on the hand. It's a finger. He didn't make a feather, didn't make a wing, made another finger. This is not an example of evolution. This is a mistake in the gene code, a duplication of information. What if cars coming down the factory, somebody put in 7 radios in the car? Oh, instead of 1 radio, it's got 7 radios. Okay. It's not new information. It's a duplication of information. That's an example of a mistake in the genetic code, and all the mutations anybody's ever seen are harmful or fatal or neutral. Where's the mutations that add information? And if you get 1 mutation that adds information, wouldn't you have to have 2 of the opposite sex in the same place at the same time in history? What if 1 beneficial mutation happened 100 years before the next one? Oh, well, couldn't find a mate. And if you get beneficial mutation of 2 at the same time of the opposite sex in the same location, now they got to take over the population. All the rest of them have to die.
That's not how it works. If you have 1 person that has a beneficial mutation and they reproduce, right, that beneficial mutation will be will end up in all their children, right? And not all their children, but probably half their children, right? If you've got a beneficial, well, roughly, if you've got a beneficial mutation, it means that you're much more likely to survive. We've seen this with things like COVID, where the COVID variants that have beneficial mutations, far more adept at surviving, they end up everywhere, right? The same thing can happen with animals. You've got you have children. You know, maybe you have 20 children. You know, 10 of them have the beneficial mutation. They're much more able to survive. They go off and have kids. Eventually, that particular gene will be all throughout the gene pool. If there is something that requires that mutation to happen, to be useful, like you've got sickle cell anemia in African populations because of malaria, right? So that's far more prevalent than in any other place in the world. That's
Well,
not in
the resistance to sickle cell anemia is a good example. It didn't add any new information. It was a loss of information. And put back in the regular population, they're less likely to survive for other reasons. So where is the example of any mutation that added information that was helpful other than, well, maybe over millions of years it might happen? You're dealing with SpongeBob style here, Nick, okay? Well, nobody sees it. It's imagination. We don't see it happen. I like science. I'm sick and tired of evolution theory polluting our good science books. It ought to be taken out.
Actually, I'm just going to jump in real quick, Nick, and I want to give you the opportunity to respond. I just wanted to make sure that we were exhausting the topic, and time is flying by. You guys are making it very easy to moderate, very cordial, very respectful. So I do thank you for that. Nick, I was wondering if you wanted to, in the last few minutes of the discussion, before we get to some of these 10,000 audience questions, if you wanted to bring up, you know, I think your other two arguments from the opening statement. But it's just totally up to you how you want to, you know, spend or approach the next few minutes before audience Q&A. Go ahead, Nick.
I think it would be good to just stick with the same topic rather than, you know, having it, you know, suddenly switch to another topic 2 minutes before.
Sure. Yeah. I think that's a good idea. Okay, go ahead, Nick. Feel free to respond.
Yeah. So a point that I want to bring up is about this. Because the way that you use adding new information is kind of flaky. Like if we get a new finger, right? Yes, it's copying information that was already there. But if we have, there can also be mutations that add in a nucleotide to the DNA, right? Would that be, if a nucleotide gets added, would that be adding new information, or is that just a change of information?
Well, show me it happening. You're imagining again. You're saying if, stop. Science is what we can observe. Who's ever seen this happen? Nobody.
Nucleotides get added all the time.
Well, yeah, but where does it add new information that changes it something dramatic to something else? Do you think that would turn an amoeba to a human like this chart shows? You really believe? Oh, go ahead.
Well, there are multiple different ways to add information. Like a common way is by duplication of information, right? Is that not adding information if you duplicate information?
No. If I said, here's a book on how to fix your car. Oh, better yet, Nick, here's 20 books on how to fix your car. It's the same information, duplicated. It's identical. That's not going to change it to something else. It's duplication of existing information. It's not helpful. It's a waste of energy, but okay.
Okay, so if I duplicate that information, right, and go ahead and make changes, right, to that information, at what point, like let's say you give me 2 books on how to fix cars, and I go, okay, go through one, change it, and eventually it's, I don't know, eventually it's the dictionary, right? Is that new information there, or is it changed information?
Well, that's an example of how it would be new information, but it's not been observed. The book doesn't change from a car fixing manual to a dictionary, and dogs don't change to a different other than a dog. Humans never produce anything but baby humans. The duplication process is very complicated, and it works. So where is the science behind this idea that this chart is based on? They've got all life forms, dinosaurs, birds, whales, worms, amoeba, sharks, all connected to a common ancestor. This isn't science. This is imagination.
We can see that we've got a very, very similar gene code, right? We're something like 50% similar to a banana. And one of the things is that a lot of the DNA that we have is not used. Why would we have, 50%? If we've got 50%, I think we only have 8% of our DNA that's actually active. If 8% of our DNA is active, yet 50% of our DNA is the same as a banana, why would that be the case?
Why would we have 50% of the same information as a banana? First, I don't know that that's true, but let's assume it is. Let's say it's 90% true.
I can't hear.
Maybe it's so that we can eat the banana and digest it and use it. Maybe it has DNA code to make take certain minerals out of the ground and turn it into certain nutrients that our body needs. Oh, maybe God designed a web of life so that the brown cow can eat the green grass and turn it to white milk, and I drink it and get the blonde hair. Wow, that's pretty cool. Maybe it's all evidence of design instead of ancestry.
Well, if a banana has instructions that it doesn't use, that won't be helpful to you in any way when you eat it.
Well, I think you'll find the instruction manuals on how to fix a car and the instruction manual on how to fix a motorcycle have lots of similarities. I bet nearly all of them tell you turn the screws to the left, lefty-loosey, righty-tighty, unless it's a left-handed screw. So they got the same information. Turn the screw to the left. Is that proof of relationship or proof of that's the way it's designed? Bananas have a lot of DNA code. Let's say it is similar to ours. Okay. Still wouldn't prove common ancestry. You could imagine it if you'd like, but that's not science. We don't see bananas produce banana plants always produce bananas. Nothing else. Nothing.
The DNA I'm talking about is not used for anything, right? It'd be like if you wrote a book, right, and just had one chapter of random text, right, and then another person wrote a different book and had a chapter of the exact same random text. Why would that occur?
One's copying from the other. If somebody plagiarized is one option. They're both using the same computer, which has a flaw, is another option. But you keep saying there's DNA that's not used, right? And then you go on to something else. And you keep saying right, stop. I don't know that there's DNA that's not used. Maybe we just don't know the code for it yet. We don't know what it does. There's been a lot of stuff they thought used to be junk DNA. Now, oh no, that's not junk. We need that. Whoa. They used to think the appendix was vestigial. No, it's not. There are no vestigial organs in the human body, or any body that I'm aware of. Not vestigial. Some of the animals, like ostriches, have these little wings. They use them for balance while they're running. Oh, okay. So, but even a vestigial structure would not be evidence for evolution. That would be losing, not gaining, if anything. So I don't think that we know that there's DNA that's not used or not needed. You can believe that, and it might be that so far we don't know what it does, but that's not proof it doesn't do anything.
There's heaps of we've mapped out the DNA, our chromosomes quite well, and occasionally we'll find sections just aren't used. Maybe they're used maybe if you turn them on to do something different, sometimes they can be inserted DNA from an ERV, right? But it's just not doing anything. It doesn't necessarily have a use, at least in modern humans. May have had a use in a common ancestor, but not today.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here real quick, Kent. I'm going to give you the chance to respond. I do want to make sure we have time for audience questions. This has been a really engaging discussion, and we've already hit the hour mark in terms of the discussion. So let's do this to be fair. Kent, respond to that, and then Planner Walk, your next response will make it the 5-minute closing. So anything you want to respond to, do it in the 5 minutes. Ken will get 5 minutes, and then we'll get to some audience questions. Go ahead, Kent.
Well, I forgot what the topic was on his now. Let's see. Start that. He said, we know there's DNA that's not used. Stop right there. We do not know that. We know that there's DNA. We don't know the use for it. That I'll go along with. But I think we're just now learning. They just discovered DNA in the last couple hundred years. I mean, I don't think we know all about it yet. And so I think it's a couple blind men groping in the dark trying to describe an elephant here. We don't know what all it does. I think there may be a use for it. Maybe I'll tell you what, if you take out the DNA that you think it doesn't need, you may create a problem later. When they took out things, they used to think, oh, all these things are vestigial. You don't need your appendix. You don't need your tonsils. You don't need your adenoids. Take them out, take them out, take them out. Now they're discovering serious problems by taking them out. Oops, we did need that. George Washington, our first president, was bled to death. They thought, if you're sick, your blood has gone bad. Take out your blood. You'll get better. They had a process called bleeding. They bled him to death. Oops, I guess you do need the blood. So I don't think we know that we don't need all this DNA. We don't know what it does, that's all. But even if it is junk DNA, that's losing, not gaining. That's evidence the original man, Adam, had an incredible DNA code. And we've lost stuff. We've copied and copied and copied and copied this DNA. Tell you what, take any text, run it through the copy machine. Then run the copy through the copy machine. Then run the copy of the copy through the copy machine. You do that 15 generations and you won't be able to read it. Do that 500 generations and you sure won't read it. And you are probably the 500th generation from somebody back there. And the fact that we can sit here and talk and see and think at all is pretty amazing, that this copy process has worked. So I don't think we know that there's junk DNA. You believe it. And if there was junk DNA, that's evidence we're losing, not gaining. That's digression. That's not evolution. So my point is, we don't see this happening. It's something you believe in. That's all.
Okay, I appreciate that final response there, Kent. Again, this was a ton of fun, and you both gave me a very easy job, kept it respectful, yet sophisticated. So just the way I like it in terms of these debates. So let's do 5-minute concluding statements. Nick, I understand there's probably a couple things you want to address there. So let's wrap things up in the terms of 5-minute concluding statements. Go ahead, Nick.
Okay, so where do I start? When it comes to non-functional DNA, that is DNA that... so essentially what you've got is you've got three nucleotides which signal the start of a sequence of code that can be used to make a protein, right? And then you read until you hit an end sequence. Well, that's what the ribosome does, right? Keeps on going through until it hits an end sequence. And that is what gets used. Any DNA that's after that end sequence isn't going to be used. Now, if you were to take out that end sequence, then you'd eventually hit another end sequence and you'd get something completely different. Whether that would work or not, I don't know. Sometimes it could work, sometimes it can't work. But that's what I wanted to respond to there. I do want to go back to my initial point, which was what genetic mechanisms prevent macroevolution from occurring over a long time frame. I don't think I got a satisfactory answer. Kent did say that there are limits, right? And yes, there are limits to how fast something can get, but that's not what's happening when it comes to evolution. What's happening when it comes to evolution are small changes, right? Sure, something might get longer, but it's not always going to get longer. If you take Darwin's finches, for example, sometimes the beaks got longer, sometimes they got wider, and this had different advantages and disadvantages. That is what happens in evolution, not just going to the extreme, which is what it seems like Kent is trying to paint it as. And we also didn't really define a kind, I don't think. I'd like to know if there is what kind of definition we can get for a kind. I also want to know if, because last point that I want to say in my closing statement is, if humans cannot produce non-humans, does that make cancer human? Just food for thought. Okay, that's...
Is that it there, Pelanowak?
Yep.
Okay, appreciate it. And let me just restart the timer here. Okay, Kent, we're going to hand it over to you. You have up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. Well, again, we're back to, throw 5 topics on the table. I don't have time to cover them all. That's why I like the debates one topic at a time. Which one you talk about? Carbon dating? Let's do a whole debate on that. Mutations? Do a whole debate on that. The Bible says the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen. It's pretty clear there was a creator for this ink pen. I think anybody with an IQ above 1 would say this had a designer for a purpose, apparently to write things, okay? This one's about out of ink. This had a designer to retract the cartridge. Oh, cool. I think everything we see in every animal and plant that's living shows, wow, this was designed to do what it does. I don't have a problem admitting, wow, there's a designer. I think the invisible things of him, talking about God, are clearly seen. It's clear to me this clock had a designer. I don't think this could possibly happen in a billion years, in a trillion, quadrillion years. Couldn't happen by itself. Clocks can't make themselves. But living things can't make themselves. So I don't have a problem seeing clearly there had to be a designer. Now, which designer? Is it Allah or Buddha or Jehovah? That becomes a different argument. But let's get over the first bump first. There's a God. It's clear. There's a creator. They are without excuse. Nick, the Bible says clearly when you stand before God, you're going to be without excuse. You're going to stand there and he's going to read off the list of all your sins. And if they're not paid for by the blood of Christ, you got to pay for them yourself. It says, when they knew God, they glorified him not as God, neither were thankful, became vain in their imagination, and their foolish heart was darkened. Professing themselves to be wise, they really think they're smart. And I think you feel the same way, Nick. You think you're right, you're smart, you're on the right side. You think evolution is part of science. You think I'm wrong. I understand. You really think you're smart. And anybody else ought to wear the tinfoil hat you got there by you. I know that. You think you're wise. You profess yourself to be wise. But the Bible says you're a fool if you don't believe there's a creator. The Bible says in 6 days, God made everything. I think dinosaurs lived with man. The Bible dates that up to 6,000. The Bible says Jesus said man brought death into the world. God made a perfect world. We messed it up. The pre-flood world was very different according to the Bible. People lived to be 900 years old. There are lots of legends about a golden age. I didn't check to see if New Zealand has legends like that. But there are legends about a time when man used to live to be 1,000. Why would all these legends be existing? I think it's based on a historical fact, okay? Giant fossils have been found. Historical accounts of, anyway, dinosaurs, I cover all that. So I want to get to something else here. The Bible says at the end of time, there would be scoffers in the last days who would walk after their lust. Usually it's a sexual lust, either a lust for somebody they're not married to or a lust for the same sex or whatever all this stuff going on is. There's a lust that causes them to scoff at the Bible. And the Bible says they're going to be willingly ignorant, dumb on purpose of 3 things. That by the word of God, the heavens were of old. They don't understand how God made the world. And they don't understand the world was overflowed with water. That flood, Nick, explains all the fossils. That flood explains all the layers we see. The whole geologic column that we see, all the layers formed in 1 year, one big flood. Doesn't take millions of years. But the scoffers are ignorant of that. And they're also ignorant of the coming judgment of God. There's a judgment coming. So the scoffers are ignorant of the creation, they're ignorant of the flood, and they're ignorant of the coming judgment. Nick, it's my duty, Ezekiel chapter 3, Ezekiel chapter 33, I have to warn you, you're going to stand before God. You want to stand before God and say, I saw a bone in the dirt and it made me think your word isn't true. I saw Lucy and it looked like it had a little bump on something that was different. Jesus said he made them at the beginning. That was the beginning, male and female, Adam and Eve, from the beginning of the creation. So what you believe, Nick, and what you promote clearly is calling the Bible a lie, which is your privilege to do. Clearly it's calling Jesus a liar, which you can certainly do. But the Bible says man brought death into the world. I feel sorry for you judgment day. You're going to stand before a righteous God who's only going to give you what you deserve. I don't want what I deserve. We've all broken his laws. We're sinners. I asked for his mercy and forgiveness. 53 and a half years ago, he gave it to me. Hovind, you're saved. I'll come in, live inside your heart. I'd like to see you give your heart to the Lord. Nick, come on over, visit Lenox, Alabama. We'll give you a tour of Dinosaur Adventureland. You're welcome here anytime, and we'll try to get you converted. But your evidence for evolution, I haven't seen any tonight. The title of the debate, where's the evidence for evolution? You didn't give any. You said, I believe, maybe, if, over billions of years. That's not scientific evidence. So where do you start? Nick, you said, where do I start? Well, you start by surrendering. You lost. You're wrong. You're on the wrong side. Give your heart to the Lord. Go ahead.
All right, that concludes the concluding statements. Gentlemen, thank you for a very fun debate. I think a possible round 2 is in order in the future. Planner Walk is streaming it on his channel as well, and with both channels combined, we've got over 700 people enjoying this heroic debate between Kent and Planner Walk. So, all right, let's get to some of these questions. I hope you guys are okay to be here till tomorrow in order to get to all these. But what I'll do, as usual, all jokes aside, we'll put a timer and we'll get through as many as we can. What we usually do on this channel, Planner Walk, since it's the first time, in order to move along smoothly and be as fair as possible, what we'll do is whoever the question is for, we'll give them the last word. Say the question's for you, you respond, Kent can give his thoughts, and you get the last word. And let's try and keep the responses to max 2 minutes each. That way we can get through as many as possible. So Planner Rock, I've also got some super chats and questions saved from your end. So maybe I'll even start with that. So this is a super chat that came in from your chat. I'll put it up on screen. This one's directed at Kent, more of a comment, and therefore Kent will give you the chance to respond. So this is a $10 super chat for you, Nick, and but questions for Kent. So the questioner says human vestigial organs. So this has to do with the discussion portion on junk DNA vestigial organs. The commenter is saying the appendix, the coccyx, tonsils, wisdom teeth. Kent, looks like he's saying those are vestigial. Therefore, feel free to respond however you'd like to.
Right. This is what they used to believe years ago. The appendix is not vestigial. It's part of your immune system. If you take out your appendix, I think the average life expectancy is 8 years less or something like that. So it's true you can live without your appendix. It doesn't mean it's vestigial. You can probably live without both your arms and both your eyes and both your legs too. It doesn't prove you don't need it. So it's not correct that the appendix is a vestigial organ. Somebody taught you something wrong, proven wrong years ago. You got a really, really out-of-date science book. Coccyx, the tailbone. Vanguard, if you think the tailbone's vestigial, I will pay to have yours removed. It's part of your reproductive system. There are little muscles that attach to the tailbone that allow you to make babies, okay? Got nothing to do with having a tail. Part of the reproductive system. Google the muscles that attach to the coccyx, 10 little muscles, I believe, that attach to that is not vestigial, okay? Tonsils are not vestigial, same as the appendix. They used to take them out. It's part of your immune system. It catches the bacteria going in your throat. You can live without it. I agree. You could live without a couple fingers too. It doesn't prove you don't need it. It's not vestigial. Wisdom teeth, I think that's evidence that man used to be bigger. If man was, your wisdom teeth don't come in until you're, say, 14, 16, 18 years old. Sometimes the teeth come in and the wisdom doesn't. Okay, they stay dumb. But it just means a man used to be bigger. If people used to be 8 or 10 or 12 feet tall, by the time you're 15, 16 and still growing, you need an extra tooth to come in to fill in the back of the jaw. It's not evidence for evolution. And if it was, that's losing, not gaining. How's that evidence? It's evidence man used to be bigger. So I'm sorry, there are no vestigial organs, none.
Appreciate the response, Kent. Planner Walk, we'll hand it to you for your response.
Yeah, so I'd say that you don't necessarily need things like your appendix. Like I know that I'd probably actually do better without my wisdom teeth. Which, if humans used to be bigger, that would be something that would have been changed because with, Kent would call this microevolution, right? Because we've changed only slightly, but it is evidence that we have changed. And maybe it might be in the future that we'll have something that just gets rid of the wisdom teeth. I hope wisdom teeth aren't necessarily fun, but vestigial doesn't mean that you don't have any use for it whatsoever. It just means that it's no longer necessary.
Thank you, Nick. And Kent, question was for you, so you get the last word.
Well, I stand by what I said earlier. There's no evidence. There are no vestigial structures. If there were, that's going backwards, not forward. What he needs is things going forward, not backwards. And so all these things are useful. You can live without them. Like I said, you can live without both your arms too. Doesn't mean it's not needed. It's not proof for evolution, that's for sure. So I think they're all evidence of amazing design. Any one of those is so complex. Just your tailbone is more complex than the space shuttle. Look at all the cellular structure in there and the way that muscles and things tie together. There's more. Anyway, it's not vestigial. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. And real quick, I'll announce, looks like Logical, Plausible, Probable is having an after show. So typically the after shows happen late at night. And today we're getting an after show nice and early. So maybe we'll have to do more of these early debates moving forward in the summer. Okay, so here we go. Next question comes in. This time it's for you, Planner Walk. So this one comes in from Vans 182 Workshop. Appreciate the question. So he asks, question for Planner Walk. How did the body survive when the heart hadn't yet evolved? Which came first, the heart, blood, veins, skin, or lungs? How did one survive without the other?
Yeah, so that is something that, well, let's take a banana, right? Banana doesn't need, heart, blood, veins, skin, or lungs. The reason why we do is because long time ago there was something that was useful that helped us help something to survive. I think it was a simple circuit going through something simple going through the body, which allowed for better digestion of food. Eventually, you get to the point where these things become more complicated, and if you were to take certain things out, like the heart, not going to survive for long. I mean, we need the brain right now, right? You're not going to survive long without a brain, unless you're a flat earther. But yeah, wasn't always.
Thank you. Appreciate the response. Kent, over to you if you had anything to add.
Well, I think that's a great question. And there's so many things called symbiotic relationships. How did plants survive without birds to pollinate them? How did plants, which produce CO2, breathe in CO2 and produce oxygen, how did they survive without animals to take in the oxygen and give off the CO2, reciprocate the gases? There are trillions of symbiotic relationships. I don't think it's possible to give an explanation other than they must have been created within a few days of each other. That to me, now I can't prove that, but that's the most logical explanation. I can't prove who made this thing, but I think it's logical to say somebody made it, okay? And as far as you're not going to survive long without a brain, evolutionists do it all the time. Go ahead.
All right, appreciate it. Appreciate you guys keeping this fun as well. Planner Walk, question was for you. Get the last word.
Yeah, so I'd say that when it comes to these things like symbiotic relationships, it's a response to, if like what's the there's probably, I think there's a saying about this, you catch more flies with honey than a fly trap, right? Where it's like, okay, if you're not going, or no, if you can't beat them, then join them, right? So evolution would have been like, okay, well, this thing is constantly trying to eat. Well, let's make it beneficial for us if it tries to eat us, and that's essentially what has happened.
Okay, appreciate that final word. Next one comes in from, got it up on screen here, Horazio Alarkin. I appreciate the super chat and the question. So question is for you this time, Kent. He asks, what is the difference between imagination and data interpretation? If we see variations happen, can't we project that data to make predictions?
Well, certainly, that's a good question. And within limits, we can. They have rodeos in Texas where they ride cows and jump them over fences and see who can jump the highest. Okay? And they have competition. Who can jump their cow the highest? Would it be logical to look at the data from 100 years ago? What was the cow jumping record, and the data from 50 years ago and the data from yesterday? Are they able to get the cows to jump higher? Probably so. Probably through maybe through special selective breeding, through more vitamins and minerals, take them to the gym and work them out, make your cow jump higher. Could we project the cow jumping data to therefore conclude if we have enough time, the cow could jump over the moon. Why not? It's improving. They've seen the Kentucky Derby. The horse is getting faster and faster. They've dropped off 7 seconds in the last 100 years off the winning speed. Okay. Well, let's project the data for 5,000 years. Eventually, the horse can run around that track in 2 seconds. Obviously, anybody that studies this type of thing will say, yeah, you can project data, but be careful. You're going to reach a limit. I think they've pretty much reached a limit on cow milk production for cows, 100 pounds a day, utterly ridiculous. But there's probably close to a limit. Could we take the data for anything, anything you want to take? Horse speed around the track, milk production for cows, cows jumping over a fence. Take a look at the Olympic records for anything. Weightlifting. What was the limit for pressing weights 100 years ago? Has somebody broken that record? Probably. Does that mean eventually man can lift, 1 trillion tons? No, I bet there's a limit. So, Horatio, good question, but I think you need to stop and think. The limit, there are physical limits, there are logical limits, and there's science is what we can observe. We observe, bang, you run into a brick wall. You can't get the horse to run around the track any faster than 120 seconds. So far, that's the brick wall. So, observation. Science comes from the Latin word seer. What do we know? Knowledge. We know dogs produce dogs. Have they gotten the smallest dog they're ever going to get with the toy Chihuahua? I don't know. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the limit. Why don't you get one as small as a hamster or a flea? Yeah, there you go. So they wouldn't eat much, wouldn't poop much, so that'd be a good dog to have, one like a flea, if you could find it when you call it. So I think that science deals with what we can observe. So be careful with extrapolating, because obviously you can go crazy on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. Planner Walk, over to you for your response.
There's a lot to delve into there. The idea with data interpretation is given a whole lot of sets of information, what is the conclusion from that, right? So, like if I can, for example, I can see that Kent has a cross on his screen. He has a cross on his hat. From that, I can interpret that he is a Christian, right? Now, I could be wrong about that, right? It could be that he's an atheist trying to make fun of Christians. And who knows? He might be. Unlikely, but that could be what's happening. That's what data interpretation is. The conclusions can be wrong, but it's up to more evidence to come along and say, hey, look, your interpretation there is wrong. And that's what data interpretation is.
Thank you for the response there, Planner Walk. Kent, question was for you. Get the last word.
Well, they've been working hard to breed the world's smallest horse. They came to our Dinosaur Adventureland 20 years ago. It was pretty tiny, okay? I bet there's a limit on how small horses can get and how big horses can get, and as I mentioned, on the fastest speed. They've dropped from an average of 127 down to an average of 123, shaved off 4 seconds in 100 years and billions of dollars spent on the dumb Kentucky Derby, okay? But they've reached, maybe they've reached the max or getting close. So I think all of human observation would say, look, there's a limit. You might get a variety of chickens. You're going to get a chicken every time, guaranteed, okay? We raise chickens here. We got all kinds of them. They're still producing chickens. So I think all we see, science is what we see and know. The purpose of this debate is to say, where's the evidence for evolution? He can say, I believe if we had billions of years, we could interpret the data. That's not science. You just left science and went to imagination, which is fine. You're welcome to do that. But quit calling it science and quit putting it in the textbook. It's not part of science. It belongs in a religion class.
Thank you for that final word, Kent. Okay, this one comes in from your end, Planner Walk, super chat from your live show. And Neon Sowell. So question for you, Kent. So by your logic, I guess going back to the vestigial organs argument, question, response, humans were made by God with tails in mind. Vestigial tails, in brackets, not just the tailbone, are a thing. So God designed us to lose it, question mark.
Well, the question assumes that we had one and lost it. No, we didn't. The tailbone attaches 9 or 10 little muscles that are part of the reproductive system. Okay, I won't go into any more detail, but Google it for yourself. If you think man used to have a tail, you're welcome to believe that, but that's not science. It's not observable. We observe you have tail bones that have 9 muscles, and they're very handy and useful, and that's it. End of story. So if someone wishes to believe otherwise, that would be their religion, not a science. So I don't think, see, the question assumes God designed us to lose it. We never lost it. He designed it just like it is. It works great.
Appreciate the response, Kent. Planner Walk, over to you.
Yeah. So when it comes to, I find it funny that some humans do actually have tails, and it shows that the tailbone itself may not necessarily be needed, right? There may be some things around the tailbone that could be redesigned, to use lack of a better word, but that could be something that later on, thousands of years from now, because our tailbone's no longer needed, it just drops out of the gene pool. That could be something that happens. When it comes to all this kind of stuff, it's not that these things have no use because they have, because they're completely useless. It's that they have no use because the things that they help with are often could be redone.
Appreciate it, Planner Walk. Kent, over to you. Final word.
Well, the textbooks frequently say the coccyx is vestigial, has no present function, and is proof that we used to have a long tail. And we lost it because we didn't need it. I said, whoa, it'd be handy to have a tail. You ever come to the door with 2 sacks of groceries and wished you had some way to hold turn the radio knob and drive the car, or open the door? It's one of the lies I cover in my video series number 4, Lies in the Textbook. There are no vestigial organs. If there were, that's the opposite of evolution. That would be losing. The tailbone is part of your reproductive system. Google it for yourself, okay? So it's not vestigial, but if whoever did the neon owl thinks it's vestigial, I'll pay. Have yours. Better yet, we can save all the money. I have a Swiss Army knife right here in my, it fell out. It's on my floor here. I'll take it out myself. I know right where it's at, okay?
Okay, here's another one that comes in from, this one comes in from Pigosaurus. Again, this one, Planner Walks, from your live chat. So question for Kent, another one for you, Kent. Please define a kind. I couldn't quite figure out what you meant during the debate. So comment with a question.
Well, thank you, sir. Good question. And the burden of proof is not on me to do that. The purpose of the debate is, where's the evidence for evolution? Nobody's ever seen that. But the Bible says 20 times in the first 7 chapters, they will bring forth after their kind. So I think any 2 creatures that are able to mate and bring forth live offspring are the same kind. Our horses, they'll show no interest whatsoever in the cows up there. We have them all together. The llamas show no interest whatsoever in the pine trees. They both are bringing forth. Pine trees are bringing forth baby pine trees, and llamas are bringing forth baby llamas. They show no interest in each other, and they're probably not capable of bringing forth. I think a llama and a pine tree are a different kind. So the biblical definition is, can they bring forth? Can they produce offspring? Now, that certainly would make it the same kind. I think you'd find that a Chihuahua and most of the dogs could be all the dogs would be considered the same kind. Even dog, wolf, and coyote, I showed you, they can bring forth. They're the same kind of animal. It's a dog in the dog family. Now, man has decided to classify them with, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. I don't think the dog cares how we classify it. When the dog gets ready to mate and make babies, he looks around for another dog. All of them. No, without exception. We've got our chickens and ducks in the same pen. The roosters don't even look at the ducks. They look for a chicken, a hen, every time. So can they bring forth? They're the same kind.
Thank you for the question, Pigosaurus. Thank you for the response, Kent. Nick, over to you if there's anything you'd like to add.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I find that this bringing forth after their kind. Now, I do want to. I feel like there's a lot more to it, because we did discuss ring species, and would agree that, well, we can say that ring species are the same kind because they had a common ancestor. But, we can look at all kinds of things, like are donkeys and horses the same kind? Well, Kent would probably say, yes, they are. Are bananas, or no, potatoes and nightshade or deadly nightshade, are they the same kind? Are Brussels sprouts and broccoli, are they the same kind? And if they are, why? If not, why? That's what I'd say.
Appreciate the response, Planner Rock. Kent, question was for you. Final word.
Well, those are good questions. And again, they're trying to shift the burden of proof. Where's the evidence for evolution? I would turn it around and say, are potatoes and nightshades the same? That's a good field of research for science to get into. Are potatoes and elephants the same? You guys have charts showing potatoes and elephants having a common ancestor. That's not only not science, it's stupid. Quote me on that. Go ahead.
All right, we got a question now for Planner Walk. So, Planner Walk, this one comes in from Redefine Living. Looks like it has to do with the specific topic you gentlemen discussed during the debate itself. So, Redefine Living, appreciate the question. He asks, the hereditary disorder that Michael Phelps has, Marfan syndrome, has detrimental side effects. Why is this evidence for evolution over devolution?
Yeah, so the devolution isn't really a thing, right? Just because something has negative side effects doesn't mean that it's de-evolution. Like if you take sickle cell anemia, for example, yeah, that can have negative side effects, but in certain areas of the world, it is actually far more useful to have that than to not have that. This idea of devolution is because people think of evolution as a straight linear progression. It's not. It's a web of different factors that cause different features to be more useful than other features.
Okay, thank you for the response there, Nick. Kent, over to you if there's some points you'd like to add.
Very interesting. I'd never heard of Marfan syndrome. I'll look it up here. I'm trying to do it now. We have lousy reception in Lennox on a good day, and today's a bad day. It's clouds and metal roof. So I'll do some research on that. But again, it didn't add any information, and that's not going to change a potato to an elephant. I just object to them calling evolution science. That's not. It's a religion. I don't think Nick has offered any evidence of any animal producing what anybody would consider a different kind. They would get a group of first graders together, line up animals, and they'll be able to tell you which ones go in the same kind. Dog, wolf, yep, same kind. Dog, banana, no, not the same kind. So I think it's common sense 101 until you go to college for years where they learn to twist your brain around to where you think a dog and a banana are related. If you didn't have that brainwashing, you could still think clearly on the topic.
Appreciate it, Kent. Planner Walk, question was for you. Get the last word.
Yeah, that's where it comes to defining kind, right? Like, because if I want to be able to say, okay, this has produced a different kind, I need to know what the definition of kind is to be able to do that. If I don't know what the definition of kind is, well, I can't do that because the definition of kind will always be able to be changed, or any evidence that I can give, well, that's not a different kind. So, yeah, that's...
Okay, appreciate it. Next question comes in from Powell. Question for Kent. If one person has a mutation that his color is blonde, so a mutation that I guess makes a hair color blonde, did person has to find someone with blonde hair to reproduce? If not, why?
Well, I don't think what color hair has anything to do with reproduction. So no, you can mate with somebody with a different color hair if you'd like. Okay. Marfan syndrome is a life-threatening condition. Wow, I'm going to do some more reading on that. So it's not a beneficial mutation. So no, the color of your hair has nothing to do with whether you can make babies or not. I think male and female would be important. And there's only two genders. The stuff about you can envision, just imagine you're a hamster. Okay, I think that's stupid. But so I think all the mutations we've seen are harmful, fatal. If it involved a mutation of the reproductive system, you might not be able to have children at all. So let's see, did the person have to find blonde hair? Answer, no. I think we
Thank you, Ken.
demonstrated that worldwide. You can see worldwide, people with different color hair get together, make a baby, no problem.
Appreciate it, Kent. Planner Walk, over to you. If there's anything you'd like to add, go ahead.
Yeah, like if you have blonde hair, you don't have to find someone else with blonde hair to reproduce, and that gene may continue on being spread throughout the gene pool.
Go ahead, Kent. Final word.
Yeah, no, hair color has nothing to do with it. Like I said, opposite sex, whatever, everything to do with it. Tell you what, show me a male and a male produce a baby, or a female and a female produce a baby. That has something to do with it. But hair color does not.
All right. Appreciate it, gentlemen. So here we go. We'll start winding it down now with a final question or two. And I do want to thank the audience, though, both audiences, for the ton of questions that have come in. Very, very engaged audience today. That is for sure. So clearly this has been a much anticipated debate. You guys did great. So $5 super chat comes in from OF Lemio to both debaters. So question for the both of you. What is the definition of science? Since it is for the both of you, I'm not sure who wants to answer first. Anybody want to jump at the opportunity? Nick?
Okay, science is basically a way to collect knowledge, right? So if you have, you start by having making an observation, right? This could be an observation of things fall to the ground, and it's like, okay, why does that happen, right? And so there's experiments and all kinds of different things. Now, one of the misconceptions that a lot of people have is they think that there's one way and one way only to do it. No, there's heaps of different ways. The way that science works in chemistry is, it's with chemistry, you try and work out, okay, what's this chemical and this chemical going to produce? You can work out using. I used to do chemistry quite a bit, but I've forgotten all the terms. But, equal equation has to be the same on both sides. You can do that kind of stuff. When it comes to, physics, it's like, okay, why does this fall to the ground? Well, what if it's because mass attracts mass? You do an experiment to find that out. When it comes to where did we come from? That is another question. So it's like, okay, well, what different ideas can you have? And one of the ideas that was put forth is natural selection. So it's like, okay, if natural selection is true, what should we expect to see? And we expected to see things like birds with like the finches, them being completely different. And it's like, okay, that's evidence for it. May not 100% confirm it, but it's evidence for it. And you can't 100% prove anything because that's not how science works.
Thank you, Planner Walk. And Kent, question was for the both of you, so go ahead.
Well, the word science comes from the Latin word seer. What do we know? Knowledge. Knowledge. What do we know? We know dogs produce dogs. We know that based on observation. I agree. Observation, experimentation, and testing. All the observation of all of recorded history says dogs produce dogs. Nothing else. Cows produce cows. Nothing else. If he wishes to believe long ago and far away he's related to a cow, okay, but that's not science. Science says, what do we know? We know humans produce humans, and birds produce birds, and reptiles produce reptiles, and ladybugs produce ladybugs. We do not know that they have a common ancestor. So a very simple question, Nick, just for the record books here. Do you believe you're related to a ladybug? Do you have a common ancestor with a ladybug?
So I'd say that I think that the evidence points to us having a common ancestor with it, because the best explanation for us to, for us being where we are, is that evolution occurred. And here's one of the things that I didn't mention. I have no problem with if you want to say, okay, evolution occurred, but it was guided by God. It's just that all the evidence that I've seen says that evolution occurred. Whether it was guided by God or not, maybe it could have been, maybe it couldn't have been. But that's another question that we can't really test.
All right, gentlemen, you know what? We just hit the 2-hour mark. So, we should wrap it up here. I do appreciate all the questions. I appreciate, how cordial the debate was between Kent and Plannerwalk. I do appreciate your time. And why don't we just do some final words, final thoughts? Again, I do want to thank you guys for doing this. Plannerwalk, let's start with you. Again, your first time on the platform. Final thoughts, final words before we close it down.
I think I've gotten most of my thoughts out. I'd just say that it was lovely being here. Thank you for setting this up. And I appreciate Kent being cordial through this discussion. And yeah, I'll definitely think about some of the things that we've talked about today. And because often when you have these discussions, you got to think quickly, and so sometimes it's not easy to think on the spot. And yeah, I'm not sure if that's a great thoughts, but that's what I'm going to go with.
No, that's great. Appreciate those final thoughts. Glad to have you here for this debate. You guys made for a very fun debate. So, Dr. Hovind, over to you, brother. Final words, final thoughts.
Well, thank you, Nick, for doing this. It's difficult to find opponents who want to defend their theory in front of somebody they're not giving a grade to or can fire them. So thank you for doing this. We'll do it again anytime. Come visit Lenox, Alabama. Final simple question, Nick. If you died today, what would happen to Nick? Do you simply cease to exist? Is there anything more than just the body? Is there a spirit, a soul? Where are you going when you die?
When I die, I don't know. Like, it seems like, from what I can tell, I'm going in the ground. Then there will be, I'm not sure how long it will take, but eventually there will be creatures that my body will be decomposed. Well, not necessarily creatures, but like different organisms that will decompose my body. As for if there's some kind of afterlife, I don't know. I haven't seen any evidence of an afterlife because, as it turns out, finding evidence for an afterlife is actually rather difficult because, it's not something that's very it's not something that's really falsifiable yet. So I would have no idea what's going to happen after I die, apart from being decomposed.
All right. If that's where we're going to end it, I appreciate it again. Kent, Plannerwalk, I am going to let the both of you get out of here and enjoy the rest of your day. Kent, typically you're going to bed right after a debate, but I'm guessing you got a full day ahead of you at this point. So thank you. And I'll be back just for a couple minutes of announcements and reminders. But Kent, Plannerwalk, we will chat soon. Thank you so much.
All right.